This is Audible.
Eryx, A Spartan Tale. Written by Jaclyn Osborn. Narrated by Adam Stubbs. Prologue.
What happened then, Father? He smiled before lifting the blanket higher and tucking it in around me.
Sleep, boy.
What became of the man in the mountain? Did he ever leave the stream? I needed to know, or I would not be able to rest. Nearly every night he told me stories, and I'd come to eagerly await them. Some ended too soon, others left me with too many questions. With a light laugh, Father sat back beside me. After many days of hunger, Narcissus took the dagger from his belt and stabbed himself. Why would he do such a thing?
I asked, appalled. To escape his misery, Father answered. The gods took mercy upon him, though. They gave him immortality by transforming his bloodied body into a white flower, so that all who visited the mountain would see his beauty once more. I smiled.
Flowers can be easily plucked. That does not sound like an act of mercy, but one of spite.
Father's green eyes looked weary and deep lines surrounded them, but his smile remained kind. Let that be a lesson, Eryx. Neither gods nor men show mercy. This is a thing you must remember and hold true. The world is cruel and will devour the weak. A stern expression washed over him. Are you weak, boy?
No, sir,
I answered. Good. Now sleep. He stood and extinguished the light before starting to walk away.
Father?
An amused chuckle reached my ears in the darkness before I heard, What is it you want, boy?
Do all stories end in tragedy?
I asked, knowing sleep would not find me any time soon.
Is there not one that ends happy?
Father did not answer me at first, and I waited, eager to hear his response, but dreading it as well. Not every ending had to be death. Could there not be love, too? They are only stories, he said at last. Do not confuse them with life.
Then what about life? I asked. Can someone's life not be happy?
We are Spartans, he responded in a grave tone. We fight and die for our home so our people can live. We do not get happy endings. I said nothing more, and he left without another word. He was leaving for war in the morning. I did not know when or if I'd see him again. Perhaps that was one reason I'd asked him so many questions, why I hadn't wanted the story to end. I closed my eyes, but his words refused to allow me to rest. The next morning, Father left with the army. He did not embrace me before he left, just a quick ruffle of my golden locks before he turned his back and walked away. I watched after him, feeling both nervous and sad. I knew it was expected of Spartan men, going off to war and protecting our home, yet it still brought sadness with it.
Your father fights for his home,
the older woman beside me said.
There is no greater honor.
Honor. The word filled me with an emotion I couldn't place. Pride, perhaps, for I was proud of Father. And with that, I smiled as the army left the city. Dry them eyes, boy, my father growled, turning away from me. He gulped the rest of the wine in his cup before tossing it to the ground, causing it to shatter. I flinched at the sound, and he looked upon me once more. Rid yourself of this weakness, he spat. You will be stronger than me, you hear? Better. When he grabbed my shoulders and shook me, I stared back into his eyes, confused and hurt.
Father, what happened in battle?
I feared the answer, but needed to know. He was not the man he had been when he left, and his behavior that night frightened me. Shadows swam in his eyes, telling of the horrors he must have seen. "Death," he answered, gripping my shoulders tighter as his nails dug into my flesh. His green eyes pierced mine. "I still hear the screams of my brothers as they were slain, still see their faces. And the blood, so much blood, Eryx. I never knew a body could hold so much of it." After releasing his hold on me, he stepped back and stared at his shaking hands.
"But why do you have to leave?"
I asked. I was only a boy. In a year's time, I'd join the Agauge, but how would I survive until then? My mother had died bringing me into this world, and I had no brothers or sisters. When father had been away at war, an elderly woman who lived across from us had watched me, but she'd fallen ill and faded away days before. I had no one but him. Father met my stare. He looked older in that moment, and tired. So tired. His golden hair, the same shade as mine, was a mess atop his head, and his unshaven face only added to his unkempt appearance. He did not say a word. I caught a flash of silver as he moved his hands and draped his cloak over his shoulder, but it was there and gone in an instant. "You remember what I taught you?" he asked, his voice deeper. "How to hunt, where to strike the beasts to bring them down in one blow, which berries are poisonous and which ones aren't?"
"Yes, sir,"
I answered, straightening my stance and staring up at him. "Good," he said, more to himself than to me, nodding. Something changed in his expression as he studied me. "Never forget who you are. Remember your purpose in life. To live and die for Sparta, above all else." I knew not why he said those words. Chills crept up my spine as an irrepressible cold stirred in my veins. He turned his back to me.
"Father, please!"
He stilled, but didn't turn around. "Remember all I taught you, Eryx. Hold the values close and true. Always." And then he was gone. Though the moon was high in the night sky, and I knew better than to leave the house, I did so anyway. Older men walked the lanes, and I hid as they passed by. When they were gone, I crept back out and continued the pursuit of my father. "Deimos?" someone called up ahead. My father's name. "Oh, gods, what have you done? You coward!" I quickened my pace. Coward? Unease stirred inside me, and I wanted to see what had happened. The voice had come from a man my father's age, although I could not place his name, only his face. He looked down at something on the ground, and another man walked up beside him.
"Father?"
I called, a few paces from them. The man who'd called my father a coward turned and grabbed my shoulders. "You do not want to see this boy. Be gone with you." I jerked out of his hold and glared.
"I shall do as I please. Step aside."
He arched a brow and did as I requested. "So be it." Then my gaze fell on what they stood around, a body upon the earth. I walked closer and looked down at the man. My father. His throat was slit and his eyes were open, staring right at me. The bloodied knife was still in his grasp, blood dripping from the tip. I dropped to my knees beside him and knocked the blade from his grip before taking his hand into my own. So many emotions went through me. Shock, grief, and anger. Mostly anger. My vision blurred, and even though he'd told me tears were weakness, I cried for him, cried for my loss. And once the tears had dried, I swore to never do so again. The world was merciless and cruel. Death was inevitable. Better to harden my heart against the world
and everything residing within it. I learned many lessons in the following days. Show any weakness, and those around you will strike at such weakness. People spoke of my father and his cowardice. They spoke of how he ran from battle, and his guilt over such a thing was what caused him to take his own life. I was made to believe I was just as repulsive for having been his son. Glares bore into my back, and vile words reached my ears. Son of a coward. The son of Deimos will never amount to anything. It was then I knew I'd become the man my father couldn't. I'd prove myself a true warrior of Sparta, take every challenge thrown my way and overcome them. But more importantly, I came to realize the only person I could rely on was myself. I was alone in this world, and always would be. Chapter 1. 3 years later, 396 BC, in Sparta. The very first time I laid eyes on him, it was as if the earth shifted beneath me. 1 second, I was alone, numb to the world and everything in it. And then, there he was, breathing life back into me. Dark hair hung in his face, but I still saw the softness reflected in his eyes. More than anything, I saw his vulnerability, not one derived from fear, but one shown through his gentle actions. The boy was beaten. We all were. And yet, his gentle spirit never left him. He fascinated me. The way he refused to surrender to the hardships of our lives, how he kept his humanity in a life that tried to beat it out of him every day. 3 years had passed since we began the Agoge, the training to prepare us for the Spartan army, the training that turned boys into men, soldiers who would fight and die for Sparta. The Agoge challenged us, pushed us to our limits, and past them. I watched as the boy was called to the center of the small arena. Felix was the man training us, and he took no mercy. With good reason. We had to be strong and withstand any and all pain given to us. As the fighting began, and the boy was beaten to the dirt again and again, it took everything I had not to interfere. I wished to help him.
To your feet! The weak do not survive here, boy!
Felix roared. The boy was barely hanging on. His actions were sluggish as he placed his hand upon the earth and attempted to push himself up. Sweat glistened on his shaking body. Felix raised the wooden rod and sent it crashing down onto the boy's back. Do not yield, I silently implored the boy.
You're a disgrace!
The rod struck his back once more.
Do you surrender?
To a Spartan, surrendering was for cowards. Better to die on your feet than die cowering like a babe. I tightened my hand into a fist and stared at the boy, willing him to move, to stand. He did not. His eyes opened as he looked over at us. I stood in a group of other boys, most of whom had already had their session with Felix. I tore my gaze from him to look at the surrounding youths. Each age group was separated into what we called herds, like cattle. That's all we were, really, raised for slaughter. The boys in my herd were bloodied and caked in both dirt and sweat, but they were standing. The ones who hadn't trained yet anxiously shuffled from foot to foot. They all stared at the boy, some with wide eyes and others with indifference. And then there were those who cocked their heads with interest, as if placing silent wagers on whether the boy would surrender to the pain and be killed. I'd seen it many times. If Felix felt a boy was useless, he'd put them out of their misery. When the boy's gaze settled on me, it was as if the world spun. His pleading look nearly undid me right then. He was giving up. Once Felix saw it, he would be killed. "No, I will not allow it." "Stand," I mouthed to him. The boy was gentle and kind, and yet I knew he possessed strength inside him, if not a physical one, then one of resolve. Something changed in his eyes in that moment. With his gaze locked on mine, his brow furrowed, and he pulled himself to his feet. Felix nodded and motioned for him to stand with the rest of us. On the outside, I remained indifferent. On the inside, I cheered. He'd been only moments away from his death, and he'd shown me once again how strong he truly was. As he walked, he almost fell down several times, but he gritted his teeth through the pain and made it to the line without doing so. Blood dripped down the back of his arms, and his sun-kissed skin was scraped and bruised. Once he stopped in the line and stood still, he surveyed the boys again. I couldn't help but smile when his eyes met mine. His dark hair fell past the top of his ears, and his gaze roamed my face, as if taking in my appearance just as I was doing to him. He wasn't close enough for me to see them, but I knew his eyes were the color of honey, warm and light.
"You!"
Felix demanded, pointing at me.
"Here!"
Boys around me shirked back and stared with wide eyes. I looked away from the dark-haired boy and approached Felix. Gazes burned into my back as I left the group and walked through the small arena. Many of the youths feared our trainer. I knew better than to fear him. He had to make warriors of us, and any weak links would weaken the army as a whole. Once I reached the spot he'd indicated, I looked up and awaited his next command. Felix walked in circles around me. I followed him with my eyes, turning my head slightly when he was at my back. He'd tried to intimidate me many times, but was never successful. It mattered not if he towered over all of us. I refused to buckle before any man. His black hair was tied in a leather strap at the base of his neck, and the heat of the midday sun caused the scarred flesh on his chest to glisten with sweat. A scowl marked his face. He circled me once more, slow and heavy-footed. His body language spoke of his intended attack before he even acted on it. Behind me, he suddenly raised his weapon. I ducked to avoid his blow and rolled to the left before getting to my feet.
"Good,"
Felix said. He lunged at me, and I slid forward in the dirt, going under his outstretched arm. I jumped back up and pivoted around before kicking him in the back of the knee. He might have been a large brute, but I was fast. Felix stumbled before righting himself. The boys gasped. None of them had ever been able to get a hit on our trainer. How foolish it was to feel pride at their amazement, yet I did. Distracted by the group of youths, I wasn't quick enough to dodge Felix's next attack. He hit me in the back of the head, and I fell into the dirt. My pride hurt more than anything. I was a fool for letting myself become distracted while in combat. Felix swung again, aiming for my back. I rolled out of the way before the rod crashed down on me. My head stung from the impact earlier, but I ignored it and got back to my feet, facing off with him. He didn't hesitate before swinging out his leg and trying to trip me. I jumped to avoid it.
"I will make a true warrior of you yet,"
Felix said, then told me to get back in line. My attention drifted back to the dark-haired boy once I'd returned to my spot. His mouth was agape, and his breathing was quick. Had he been concerned for me? Our gazes held before I broke contact. Other youths faced off with Felix. One boy was knocked down only moments after reaching our trainer, and the rest lasted longer, though they limped away with scrapes and wounded prides.
That is enough for the day,
Felix said, after the last youth had his turn. His mighty voice boomed around the arena.
Clean yourselves off and meet in the barracks.
The dismissal cut through the tension in the air, and the boys started to leave, grateful they survived another day.
Wait!
Gaius stepped forward, a sneer in place. He mostly observed us, letting Felix do the brunt of the training. When he did interfere, it was usually to humiliate or punish us.
You two, come here.
He pointed a beefy finger at the dark-haired boy and another called Darius. My fist clenched at my side. I had a feeling this wouldn't end well. Felix crossed his arms and squared his jaw, glowering at Gaius. He either didn't approve of or was irritated by what the other man intended. They had often butted heads in the past, quarreling over the best way to teach us. Where Felix was tough but fair in his teaching methods, Gaius could be cruel. The boy who'd captured my attention for unknown reasons stepped forward, holding his head high. I knew he was frightened, for I saw the shaking of his hands, yet his expression didn't falter. Darius slowly stepped forward to join them in the center of the arena. He had a similar build to the other youths and the same black hair. His composure slipped when he eyed the trainers, his timid nature becoming known. I had only spoken to Darius once or twice. In our herd, I kept to myself, preferring solitude. Many of the youths felt the same. However, Darius had approached me once and asked quietly if I'd share my meal. He had appeared so weak at the time, and his ribs had protruded from his skin. I'd seen other boys steal his food at meals, and he never fought them, an easy target. To this day, I don't know why Darius approached me. I was far from welcoming. I'd heard some of the boys even whisper when they thought I couldn't hear, and say I was cold. I had given Darius part of my food, and he'd offered his thanks with watery eyes. Now he stood beside Felix and Gaius, facing the dark-haired boy.
These youths have shown their cowardice,
Gaius roared, putting his large hands on the boy's shoulders.
What do we do with cowards here in Sparta?
Maim them!
A boy beside me shouted.
Punish! Whip!
The behavior came as no surprise to me. Every boy, regardless of which herd he stood in, knew the rules of the game. They would gladly sacrifice one of their own if it meant saving their own hide. Darius and the other boy were diversions. Better for them to be punished. I didn't share those thoughts. One of the older boys picked up a rock and threw it, grinning as he did. The dark-haired boy ducked right before it hit him. Before I could stop myself, I moved towards the boy who'd thrown the rock with the intention of... I wasn't certain what I intended. All I knew was anger.
Enough!
Gaius shouted. That one word pulled me out of my rage and made me halt in step. The chanting silenced instantly. He pivoted on his heels to glare down at Darius and the boy.
As of this moment, you two are a disgrace. But here is your chance to prove your worth.
Understanding dawned on me, and I looked at the dark-haired boy. His once calm expression now morphed to horror. He had understood as well. My gut tightened.
What are you called?
Gaius asked Darius. Darius cowered even more, gaze cast downward, and mumbled a response. Gaius punched his arm.
Speak up!
Darius!
Gaius then glared at the other boy.
And you?
Axios!
Despite the shaking of his hands, his voice didn't waver. Axios. I played the name in my head. It suited him.
Darius and Axios,
Gaius said with a nod.
You are to fight until one of you is unable to continue. A chilling grin spread across his face. "And if either of you thinks to forfeit, think again. If I see you surrender, I will kill you where you stand."
Darius trembled and visibly paled as he eyed Axios. Was he comparing their size, calculating who had the advantage? Axios stared back at him, but instead of fear, I saw sadness, confusion. Gaius stepped away from them.
"Begin!"
Neither of them made a move. Boys yelled all around me, encouraging them to fight. They wanted a good show, entertainment to end an exhausting day. Fools. All of them. This was not a time for cheer. Axios and Darius would be forced to fight until one of them was knocked unconscious or too bloody to continue. Axios glanced at the shouting youths, his gaze darting between them. While he was distracted, Darius rushed forward. I tried to call out a warning, but it was too late. Darius reared back his arm and swung, hitting Axios so hard in the face he stumbled backward. Regaining his balance, Axios snapped his head toward Darius, shocked. Instead of the timid boy who'd cowered in the presence of Gaius, Darius stood taller and faced Axios in a defensive stance. The shock in Axios' face faded and resolve took its place. He squared his shoulders. The boy who refused to let the world beat him down had made a decision. He'd chosen to fight. Axios lunged forward and cracked his knuckles against Darius's cheek. Darius cried out and touched his face. Then he rushed forward. Their bodies collided, and punches were thrown as they became a tangle of thrashing limbs. The fight was brutal, exactly as Gaius wanted. He watched with a smug smile. He cared little one way or the other who won. To him, the strongest would endure, and that's all that mattered. Felix, however, showed his disdain. He had trained both boys that day and thought them to be worthy. If he'd believed them to be weaklings with no hope, he would have slit their throats in the dirt earlier. But Gaius cared not. He wanted the weakest boy to be humiliated. This wasn't the first time Gaius had forced two youths to fight. It was common. The defeated boy was treated harshly for days afterward. Once, a boy's injuries were so severe that he died days later. Though I didn't quite understand the reason why, I said a silent prayer to the gods that the boy with the beautiful raven-black hair and honeyed eyes would live to see another day. The boys continued to brawl. Darius jabbed Axios in the stomach, and Axios slammed a fist to Darius's chest. Blood splattered each of their faces. Axios' nose was busted, as was his lip, and Darius didn't fare much better. I followed their movements. Darius became predictable, attacking the same way each time. His body language was very telling of his intended move. Axios picked up on it and was able to block several attacks. I smiled. No, he was certainly not weak. He possessed the Spartan determination to win and the intelligence to ensure he did. Darius prepared another attack, but his body language was different. He'd been lunging forward on all of his attacks. As he went to do so again, Axios was ready. But then, Darius rolled under the blow and shoved Axios from behind. When Axios fell forward and landed in the dirt, Darius took advantage of the opening and threw his arms around his neck, choking him. Axios slapped at Darius's arms and fought to throw him off, but Darius had a firm hold. His knee slammed into Axios' back and pinned him to the ground. The panic in Axios' eyes made me ball my hands into fists and step forward. He searched the faces of the boys around me, being met with smiles and laughs. They were enjoying this. And then his gaze flickered to mine. My muscles tensed as I fought the urge to intervene. If I did, I'd be beaten right along with him. Axios' movements became sluggish the longer Darius held him down. He slapped at Darius's arm, but the other boy held on tight. The life was being choked out of him, and neither Gaius nor Felix stepped in to stop it. As Axios weakened even more, I grew angry. "Do not surrender! Fight!" I inwardly cheered when Axios' hand brushed across the rock the older boy had thrown at him earlier before the fight started. He gripped it in his bloody hand and smashed it against the side of Darius's head. Losing his hold, Darius fell back. Blood streamed down his face. Axios wasted no time before tackling him. He straddled Darius's chest and began punching him, screaming as he did. I stared in stunned silence as Axios released all of his pent-up anger on the other boy. He roared with each punch he threw. The boys around me who'd grinned and laughed only moments before quieted. Their eyes widened as the brutal assault continued. The screams tearing out of Axios' throat were inhuman. They were filled with anger and sorrow, tearing right through my chest. They were the screams of someone who hated his life, someone who had reached his breaking point. Darius struggled to shove Axios off at first, but as he was repeatedly hit in the face, his arms fell to the dirt and his body went slack. Axios stopped hitting him then and stared at his own bloody fists. He looked ill. It was as though he'd blacked out during the beating and couldn't process what he'd done. Darius was nearly unrecognizable. With swollen eyes and blood oozing from his nose, lip, and ear, he stared up at Axios. I saw his pleading expression even from my distance. Surely Gaius would stop it now. It was clear Darius couldn't continue.
"Finish him!"
Gaius commanded from his spot behind them. Axios looked at Gaius, his face paling. Then he focused on Darius, who was barely breathing beneath him. Darius tried to raise his arms, to keep fighting, but they fell to the ground. His fear-stricken expression was difficult to witness. Gaius slapped the back of Axios' head.
"Show no mercy! He has accepted his defeat! Now finish him!"
The moment Axios realized what needed to be done was one I'd never forget. He looked at Darius with pity in his eyes, pity and regret. The rock from earlier was beside his leg, and he grabbed it. His arm shook as he lifted it into the air. Darius's eyes widened, and he choked out a sob right before Axios smashed in his skull. Axios screamed as he hit him, blood spattering on his face with each strike. Boys around me averted their gaze, as if they knew how easy it'd be for them to be the ones having their heads busted open. Some of them, the ones in the youngest herd, whimpered and started to cry. A puddle of blood formed in the dirt beneath Darius's head. He stopped moving, apart from the occasional twitch in his fingers. His eyes were open, but lifeless. Axios dropped the bloody rock and darted upward, tears streaming down his face. He swayed on his feet, appearing as though he'd faint at any moment.
"Well done,"
Gaius said, clapping him on the back.
"You made Sparta proud today."
Axios stared at Darius as if in shock. He either didn't hear or didn't register Gaius' words.
"Now you may take your leave,"
Gaius said to the rest of us before exiting the arena. Felix stared at Darius, and I couldn't tell which emotion he felt deeper, anger or disappointment. He patted Axios on the shoulder before walking over to the fallen Spartan youth. He gently picked him up, careful of the boy's head even though he couldn't feel anything anymore. Axios watched Felix carry Darius off the field. The tears had stopped, and he seemed so wounded, not broken, but close. The youths stirred and broke off into groups, veering towards the stream to wash off the dirt and grime of training. Their scattered conversations mingled together. I stepped toward Axios, unsure what I intended to say, but unable to fight the urge to speak with him. Before I reached him, his face crumpled, and he ran out of the arena. At evening meal, I searched for Axios. He wasn't among the youths at our table. We were given very little food, only enough to ensure we didn't starve to death, but not enough to satisfy our aching bellies. None of us could afford to miss a meal because of it. Where is he?
I will never forget this day,
a boy across from me said.
Darius's head was cracked open like a melon. Did you see how Axios hit him?
Another asked.
I never expected such brutality from the likes of him. I always thought him weak.
He was never weak, I found myself saying. Their gazes flashed to mine. I scarcely understood why I was defending Axios. I had never even spoken a word to him.
He did what he had to do. Let it be a lesson to the rest of you.
I rose to my feet and left. In the narrow corridor outside the dining area, I heard the bolstering voices of the older men coming from another room. They spoke of women they'd bedded and men they'd killed. Mugs slammed on tables, followed by orders for more drink. A female helot rushed past me carrying a pitcher. I hid in the shadows and poked my head around the corner. There were 12 men in total sitting around the large rectangle table. Only a small amount of food surrounded them. Not even the older men overindulged in their eating. It was the Spartan way. On the battlefield, a man survived off small rations and could go days without eating. It was important to train our stomachs from a young age. The helot girl filled the men's mugs before swiftly leaving the room. I trailed behind her, my steps quiet and sure. She led me into a kitchen where a pot hung over an open fire. A man salted meat from the rabbits caught earlier, and a woman stirred the contents of the clay pot. I eyed the bread on the table. It wasn't a whole loaf, only a large piece that had been cut from the rest and left. They never saw me. I sprung forward, snatched the bread from the table, and concealed myself back in the corridor. Axios had missed evening meal, and I knew he'd be famished. Bread wouldn't do much to curb his hunger, but it was better than nothing. Again, I asked myself why I cared. Father once told me not to lose focus, to live, breathe, and die for Sparta. I had kept to myself over the years, growing close to no one. Yet, I felt a kindred connection to the boy with the black hair and gentle nature. Once in the barracks, I discovered many of the boys in our herd had returned and slept on their mats. Some tossed and turned, while others made not a sound. I focused on one lump in particular. After grabbing my mat, I made my way over to him, careful not to step on anyone's hands or feet. Axios lay with his eyes closed. He wasn't sleeping, though. Worry lines wrinkled his brow and his chin trembled. He stirred once I placed my mat beside him, and then our eyes met. Shock crossed his face. I was momentarily struck silent as I stared into his honey eyes. "I know today was not easy," I whispered, leaning forward. Our faces were mere inches apart. "You had no other alternative. It was either you or him." "I didn't know it would be like that. Death." His eyes watered.
"Death," Father said. "I still hear the screams of my brothers as they were slain. Still see their faces. And the blood. So much blood, Eryx. I never knew a body could hold so much of it."
Now I knew what he meant by those words. Yet I had not been the one to take a life. Axios had. I wondered what it must have felt like.
Given the shadows in his eyes, I suspected it wasn't a pleasant feeling.
You were not at evening meal.
I smiled and brought forth the piece of bread from my cloak, placing it in his hand. His eyes shifted from the bread and back to my face.
You need to eat and rebuild your strength,
I whispered at his confusion. He sat up and examined the bread in his hand. I wondered what he was thinking, for his brow was furrowed. Did he not trust me? Did he believe malicious intent lay beneath my actions? He surprised me by splitting the bread in two and handing me half.
We shall share it, he said, offering me a smile.
Always surprising me, he was. I accepted the bread, not sure why my heart fluttered wildly. I watched Axios eat his piece, forgetting I had some to eat as well. He savoured the bread in a way that had my curiosity peaking. Such a small thing, sharing bread, though it felt much greater.
Thank you,
Axios said, moving his gaze back to me.
I shall never forget your kindness. You are welcome. I could teach you how to fight if you wish. It matters not that you won today. Gaius and Felix will keep a close watch on you from this day forth, so you would do well to improve your defense. I am called Eryx.
I held out my hand. The moment he accepted it sent an odd sensation through my chest, as if lightning had struck the earth and entered my bloodstream.
I would appreciate that greatly. I'm Axios.
Axios, I repeated, appreciating the way the word sounded on my tongue. I would very much like to say it more often.
Finish your bread. Morning comes early, and you need your rest.
A soft, almost shy smile touched his lips.
Will you stay beside me?
Yes. I had a feeling I'd never leave. Chapter 2 394 BC Axios came into my life like a star that had fallen from the night sky, beautiful amongst the chaos. Fortune had smiled down on us in the barracks all those years ago. Our fates became entwined that night. Where one went, the other followed. For 2 years we'd been inseparable. We grew together. I had taught him all I knew about fighting and defensive training, but I was the one who'd learned. He made me better, stronger. Perhaps not physically, for I was already strong, but he strengthened my spirit. So easy it was to become victim to hubris. My skills outshined all of the youths in our herd, even the boys older than us. I took down full-grown boars by myself and far surpassed every challenge thrown my way. Yes, hubris would be easy. But Axios kept my feet planted on the earth. He kept me humble. "You're too slow, Axios," I called over my shoulder, running ahead of him in the tall grass. He chuckled from behind me, and I grinned when I heard him stumble. After training that midday, we were allowed time to ourselves. Where many of the boys had chosen to walk around the city or return to the barracks to rest, Axios and I ventured to the surrounding valley. Games of chase were common between us. No matter how hard he tried, he could never catch me. Oftentimes, I wondered if I should let him catch me, mainly to see how he'd react if he did. I didn't believe in making it easy for him, though. Smiling, I ran faster, shooting through the field of grass and into the woods.
"Harry!"
he said with a laugh, regaining his footing after stumbling again.
"Faster, Axios!"
Perhaps I had some wickedness in me, but I knew how easily he became lost in the walls of trees, multitude of shrubs and tangle of vines. What impressed me was no matter how many times he lost, he still tried. He still pursued me with the intent to beat me one day. His refusal to surrender was admirable.
When I felt him begin to gain on me, I moved even faster, cutting through the trees. I knew every spot to place my foot and every limb to avoid. I had mentally mapped the area and had it memorized, much like I had Axios' laugh and grumbles of frustration stored to memory as well. The sounds of him chasing me silenced. I no longer heard twigs snapping and vines catching on his tunic. I turned around, not seeing him following me anymore. At first, I believed it to be a trick. If he couldn't catch me with speed alone, setting a trap would be a good strategy. The silence drew on, however, and an odd prickling happened in my chest.
Axios? Where have you gone?
Sweat beaded on the back of my neck from the heat of the day, and my tunic stuck to my skin. When I received no response from my companion, I closed my eyes and listened. A breeze ruffled the top of the trees, one I couldn't feel from my spot down below, and then I heard it. Though it was barely audible, I heard running water. A stream?
Axios?
I called again. I advanced to the right, still listening for any signs of him. The sound of water grew louder. Coming upon a snapped vine, I studied it before dropping my gaze to the dirt. A footprint. I followed it into a tight enclosure of trees and shrubs. The undergrowth was so thick, it was nearly impossible to see the path waiting behind it. I kept my steps light as I found my way through the vegetation, eventually walking out into the sun. Trees bordered the area, leaving an opening at the top that showed the clear blue sky. The rippling of the stream was calming as I examined the open area. A secret place. And then I grinned. Axios knelt beside the stream, cupping water in his hands. For the briefest of moments, I noted the way the sun bounced off his tanned skin and how it made his black hair shine. I shook my head, ridding it of the confusing thoughts. Then I charged forward, tackling him from the side. The water in his hands missed his mouth and splashed the front of his tunic, and he grunted as he landed face first in the grass.
Ha! I got you,
I said, my mouth at his ear. He shuddered as my lips brushed his neck, though I wasn't certain if it was from close proximity or the cold water dousing his tunic. I rolled off him and onto my back beside him.
I knew you were there,
Axios said, flipping around to face me. I smiled at his lie.
Such a horrible liar you are, Axios. Want to know how I can tell?
Propping myself up on my elbow, I leaned toward him and touched the edge of his mouth. Your lip twitches right here when you lie. With a scoff, he slapped my hand away.
You are too observant.
No, I spoke, laying back and looking up at the blue sky. I just know you. Closing my eyes, I focused on the sun warming my skin. It didn't warm me nearly as much as the raven-haired boy beside me, though. Axios' friendship had brought light to my life, like stars in a night sky. I brought his face to mind, the roundness of his cheeks, and the plumpness of his lips. I've not seen this place before, I said, once again ridding myself of the confusing thoughts. It is peaceful, is it not?
It is.
We should head back, I said, sitting up. They will be expecting us. He sighed and continued to stare upward. Just a while longer. If we didn't return promptly, we could very well be punished. Yet I couldn't tell him no. I felt how much he needed this, the freedom, or at least the illusion of it. We belonged to Sparta until the day we died, as it should be. As you wish, I said, tucking my arms behind my head. I couldn't deny how incredible it was to lie there in the grass, eyes closed, and bathe in the sunlight. The branches lightly creaked as a breeze blew through the trees. The rustling of the leaves complemented the soft flowing of the stream. Peaceful. It was a word not often used to describe our day. Once again, Axios taught me something. He taught me to appreciate these moments, however short they may be. I opened my eyes and watched a bird fly overhead. The sky was mostly clear, apart from scattered white clouds that had started to roll in. For 2 years, Axios and I had been the closest of friends, yet I realized right then that I knew nothing of his life prior to the Agauge. "You've never spoken of your family," I said. "You never asked," he answered, peering over at me. I smiled at his evasiveness. I was the master at hiding things I wished to keep hidden. It seemed Axios was as well. "Consider this me asking." He exhaled. "My mother is a woman of few words, and she worries over me. I have a sister who is 2 years older than I. She is called Liana." I studied him closer, wishing I could read his thoughts. Why did he look so sad? He must have missed his family. Beneath the sadness was an emotion I couldn't place, though. Frustration, maybe? "What of your father?" I asked. "He died in a battle before my birth. I'm told he was strong, courageous, and well-disciplined. Sometimes I wish I would have been given the chance to know him." "Sometimes? Why would a son not wish to know his father? My own father had taught me all I knew about being a Spartan. Though my time with him was cut short, I treasured the time I'd had with him." "I fear he'd be disappointed in me," Axios said, meeting my stare. I didn't see how anyone could ever be disappointed in him. "My skills are poor, and I lack the warrior mindset. My mother does not worry over me because she fears for my safety. It is because she fears I will disgrace our name." He paused as sorrow filled his eyes. "Unlike you, your father must be proud of the man you're becoming." I shrugged and laid my head on the soft grass. "My father is dead, so I do not know if he'd be proud." "Did war take him?" he asked. The question stopped me cold. It'd be easy to say my father died a hero in battle. However, as my gaze flickered to his honey eyes, I knew I couldn't lie to him. "No, he did not die in war." I averted my eyes, too humiliated to look at Axios. "He fled battle, and when he returned to Sparta, he was publicly shunned, as all cowards are treated. He was forced to dress in rags and have his face shaved. Everyone who looked upon him saw his disgrace. As the son of a known coward, my family honor was lost. Gaius knew the truth about my father and had often treated me more harshly than the other boys. Instead of beating me down, it had only strengthened my determination to succeed." "What happened to him?" Axios asked. "He slit his own throat. The shame was too much for him to bear." "Do you think badly of me now?" I whispered, staring at the lone cloud above me instead of meeting his stare. I waited for the disgust, waited for him to say he no longer wished to be my friend and turn me away. The rejection would hurt, but I would understand. Axios touched my cheek with the back of his hand. Shocked by the tender action, I finally met his gaze. What I saw in his eyes made my heart beat faster. "Never," he said, leaning closer to me. "You are not your father, Eryx. You are brave, with a keen mind, and you possess skills that are far greater than even the more experienced youths. Nothing could ever cause me to think badly of you. Nothing." If there was ever a moment when the earth shifted beneath me, it was that one. The tenderness in his eyes and the softness in his voice touched a place inside my very being that had never been reached before. His words told me that this connection I felt between us was one he shared too. "I treasure you," I finally spoke, afraid my emotions would cause my voice to shake. "Not a day passes when I do not thank the gods for placing you in my life." Axios was silent. He swallowed and seemed to struggle with how to respond. He then smiled and lay his head beside mine, becoming playful as he nudged me. "Becoming sentimental, are we? I suppose I feel the same." His teasing tone was light, but I knew him. My words had affected him just as greatly as his had affected me. "What of your mother?" he asked. His arm pressed to mine, and it took a moment to formulate a response, as I was too focused on how peaceful it was to lie beside him in this way. "She died bringing me into this world. Before the Agauge, I visited her grave often. In Sparta, only men who fell in battle and women who died in childbirth were permitted inscribed graves. They were heroes. How odd that my father would always be remembered as a coward and my mother a hero. I wondered on which end of the pendulum I'd fall." "So, if your mother died at your birth, how old were you when your father met his end?" "Nearly 7, I answered. I took care of myself until I joined the Agauge." Axios was quiet for a while. His brow furrowed in a way I'd come to associate with him being deep in thought. I waited for more questions, but they never came. We spent the rest of our time sprawled out in the grass and enjoyed the warm day. Some time later, we left our secret place near the stream and returned to the training field. Youths of various ages huddled together, watching something I couldn't yet see. Axios flashed me a questioning look, and I shrugged. They could have been watching anything. Perhaps Gaius had pitted 2 more boys against each other in our absence. As we approached, the scene became clear. Boys from our herd stood in a line facing Felix and other men who'd taken turns training us. Felix walked down the line, tearing off each of their tunics and exposing their naked flesh for all to see. "What is happening?" Axios asked, worried. The answer became clear when I witnessed Felix taking the boy's clothing. We'd endured so much already, and now we would have an even tougher road ahead of us. But I didn't wish to worry my friend. No matter what happened, I would protect him. Gently, I touched his arm. "Don't worry, this is expected. We are youths of 12 now. This is the next phase of our training." "But we are here, Axios looked at the boys surrounding us, ones who weren't of our age group. Our herd was the one in the center of the arena. "We returned too late. I'm sorry, it's my fault." The guilt in his eyes shifted to fear when Gaius stomped toward us. "You!" Gaius roared, snatching hold of Axios' tunic and yanking him out into the open. He tossed my friend into the dirt. "You think to hide away like a coward?" Coward. The word left a bitter taste in my mouth. Hearing Gaius say that to Axios made me clench my fists. Axios cried out as Gaius kicked him in the stomach. My blood burned in my veins. No one would put their hands on Axios in that way, not when I was around. But as I stepped forward, Axios took me by surprise. He got to his feet, facing Gaius without an ounce of fear in his eyes. A true Spartan, I thought. Gaius snarled and grabbed hold of Axios again, rearing back his arm to hit him. I sprung forward, placing myself between them. If he hit anyone, it would be me. "We wandered too far," I spoke calmly. "Our tardiness is my doing, and I take full responsibility." "Eryx, no!" I shook my head at Axios, urging him to keep his silence. This was not the time for him to speak. Gaius took too much enjoyment from hurting him. I would take the blame and any punishment derived from it. Gaius released Axios and pinned me with a hard stare. "Both of you in line, now!" Interesting. It took all of my willpower not to smile. Gaius knew I would not take his beatings lightly. He might instill fear in the other boys, but he'd not receive the same fear from me. I walked beside Axios as we took our places at the end of the line. Boys were still being stripped of their tunics. Some of them placed their hands over their fronts, as if embarrassed to be on full display. Others cared not. Felix arrived at Axios first. As he yanked off my friend's tunic, I felt Axios tense at my side. His cheeks darkened with a blush. Felix then slapped at Axios' biceps, chest, and abdomen.
"You're still a weakling,"
Felix growled, and then shoved a red cloak into Axios' hands.
"This will be your only clothing from this day forth."
"Do we get our tunics back for winter?"
I froze when hearing Axios speak. I yearned to shake him for being such a fool. Felix backhanded him across the face.
"You will not speak out of turn, boy."
Axios tilted his head up, glaring at our trainer. He was always surprising me. Just when I expected him to do one thing, he did another. He held the older man's gaze with such intensity that it held me captivated. Brave, strong.
"That cloak is all you will get,"
Felix said.
"When you are a soldier, you must know how to endure the harsh conditions, extreme heat and biting cold. You must learn how to survive when exposed to the elements."
Then Felix addressed the other boys in the line, speaking loud enough for them all to hear.
"From this day forth, you will be provided with a very minimal diet. On the battlefield, you may go many moons with no food, so you must learn to work through an empty stomach. You are, however, allowed to steal."
They already served us little food. However, it would become even more of a challenge now. A cold smile crossed his face.
"But if you are caught, you will be punished. Not for stealing, but for your lack of stealth."
Felix eyed Axios.
"This will be expected of you from now on. Live or die. You are the master of your fate."
When Felix moved to me, I stared ahead as he tore off my tunic. The air hit my exposed flesh, and though I felt eyes on me, I made no moves to hide myself. This is who I was. I'd do whatever I needed to do to become a full-fledged Spartiate. Being naked was nothing compared to what we'd soon face. Felix smacked my bicep, and then he did the same to my abdomen.
"You're becoming strong,"
he said appreciatively.
"Good."
Linus, one of the youngest of our trainers, approached the group with a blade firm in his grasp. He moved down the line, cutting each boy's hair. Only when we became soldiers could we have longer hair. Hair meant nothing to me. Having long, wavy locks or a shaved head had no effect on my ability to dodge a blow or strike one of my own. Axios winced a bit as Linus yanked on his dark strands and cut them. The trainer cared not for tender scalps. My turn was last, and once my golden locks fell to the ground, Axios stared at them with a sad expression before lifting his gaze to mine. I offered him a reassuring smile. He'd never said as much, but I knew he fancied playing with my hair. Felix told us to leave, and we did as instructed. Though the day was sweltering, Axios draped his red cloak over his nakedness. "You have no reason to be ashamed, dear friend," I said, bumping his shoulder with mine. "I'm not ashamed," he responded in a defensive tone. "Then why do you cover yourself?" He puffed out a breath and kept walking. Sometimes I knew his thoughts, for they were written so clearly on his face, and then there were moments like now when I could only guess. As the day drew on, we learned of another obstacle the trainers had thrown at us. We were no longer allowed to sleep on our mats in the barracks. The mats had been nothing comfortable to begin with, so it mattered very little to me, but the news took a toll on my companion. Clothes, hair, sandals, and now beds. Each thing taken from us had chipped away at him. At sunset, we walked through the valley, plucking reeds for our new beds. Axios clenched his jaw as he travelled farther. I knew he was sore. We all were. My joints ached, and the soles of our feet stung as we treaded over rough terrain, stepping on thorns and sharp rocks. The ground softened when we reached the marsh where the reeds grew. A boy approached Axios, but before he spoke, my companion shot him a deadly glare. The boy scurried off. "They're not treating us this way to be cruel," I said, wishing to erase his foul mood. "Although you may not believe it now, this is in our best interest." "How?" Axios growled, turning to me. "How will this aid us in any damn way, Ery?" I didn't react to his anger. Over the years, I'd become familiar with him lashing out on occasion as he released his frustrations at the world. I didn't understand his misery. Yes, our lives were hard, but it would only make us stronger. Why did he fight it so much? One day, when we are soldiers, we will face these conditions again. It is to prepare us. "What if I do not wish to be a soldier?" Axios asked, then snapped his mouth closed. His question stunned me. He didn't wish to be a soldier? Ever since I was a boy, being a soldier was all I dreamed of. I couldn't fathom a different life. "Ax, we have no choice. We may not choose another occupation if we ever wish to become equals in Sparta. Do not let the men ever hear you say such a thing. This is our life. Being a warrior is the greatest of honors. Fighting for our lands, our home, for each other." I grabbed his arm as he started to walk away and spun him around to face me. "Release me, Eryx!" "No," I said, holding on tighter. I searched his face, not recognizing the boy staring back at me. "What is really the matter? This is not you." Instantly, his anger dissolved. His brow dipped in the middle as he struggled for words. Gods, the shadow in his eyes made the ache return to my chest. "I am nothing. I was not cut from the same gifted cloth as you, Ery. All of this is much more difficult for me." Axios kicked at the tall grass and then motioned to himself. "Look at me." Since the moment I'd first seen him, I hadn't looked away. "I am looking at you, Ax." I took hold of his chin. "Know what I see?" He shook his head. Still holding his chin, I leaned forward and pressed our foreheads together. How could he not see how incredible he was? "I see someone who is kind and who stops to see the beauty of the world," I said, remembering all the times I'd caught him staring off into the distance, smiling as he did. Someone who likes to watch the birds fly in the sky, wondering where they go, wondering what it's like to soar amongst the clouds. I see an intelligent mind who ponders what makes the sky blue and where the sun goes at night. But mostly, I see my truest companion. Axios drew back to meet my stare. "None of that makes me a warrior." He didn't see himself clearly then. There was more to being a warrior than strength of body. His muscles might not be as impressive as others, but his mind, his heart, no one else compared to him. No one ever had. A true warrior fights for what's in his heart. I trailed my fingers along his jaw before stepping away. "You may not see it now, but when the time comes for us to go to battle, you will be brave. For your heart is bigger than any I know." Axios cocked his head. "You have much faith in me. I wish I felt the same." "I suppose I'll have to keep reminding you until you believe it too." I nodded towards the marsh. "Now come, we must pluck more reeds." Axios groaned. "I cannot wait." I chuckled and walked with him as we continued gathering material for our beds. The conversation had helped ease his anger. He had returned to the Axios I knew.
The brutal days of our training had arrived. The bare minimum they provided us at meals did little to ease our rumbling bellies. They wanted us to steal. Even more, they wanted to catch us in the act. Boys caught stealing had been whipped, and some had been strung up by their wrists and mocked. The humiliation, the starvation, it had broken even the strongest of us. When some of the boys couldn't steal from the kitchen, I'd seen them steal from boys in their own herd. It soon turned into every boy for himself, apart from me and Axios. I was quick on my feet and knew how to move undetected. I'd stolen bread and cheese several times. In the beginning, Axios had shared the stolen food with me. I'd always made sure he had his half before I ate mine. However, something had changed in my companion. He'd grown irritable with me and had refused to eat the food I brought for us. "Why won't you take it?" I asked, offering him a sliver of dried meat. "Because I cannot always rely on you, Ery," he said, backing away. His eyes dropped to the meat, but he made no move to accept the offering. "I can never prove myself if you do everything for me." "You're hungry. Take it." "No, and I will not say it again." I had the urge to shove it down his throat and force-feed it to him, though I doubted he'd appreciate it very much. Though it was hard, I nodded and respected his wishes. Our days were divided between training in the arena and reading and writing lessons. Athletics, knowledge of warfare, and survival drills strengthened our bodies, but mathematics, philosophy, and the arts, such as music and poetry, helped strengthen our minds. Axios and I spent every moment together, motivating each other and giving the other strength to keep going, to keep fighting. The training had become vicious, and a few of the weaker boys had been disposed of, whether due to starvation or severe beatings, oftentimes both. We watched as a boy who was too weak to move had been bludgeoned in the chest and stomach until he coughed up blood, dying a slow and agonizing death in the dirt. Axios remained composed when we were around the others, but late at night, when I lay beside him in the barracks, he had allowed himself to cry on my shoulder. The feel of his tears on my skin had hurt more than any beating. One day, after we'd finished our scraps of food for evening meal, Axios stood and walked down the corridor. I followed. When I called after him, he kept walking, nearing the room where the older men were dining. Their laughs and grumbles echoed in the hall. He peered around the corner. His intentions became clear. He intended to steal food. "Wait!" I gripped his wrist. "Let go, Ery." Axios finally turned to me. "My father has been upheld as a hero, and I need to be worthy of carrying his name, Leontius. I need to prove myself." "Stealing bread will not make you a hero, Ax. You will be whipped if you're caught." "I must at least try," he snapped before his expression softened. "I'm so hungry, Eryx, I can barely stand." "Then come with me," I begged, still holding on to him. "We can journey to the woods and hunt." "The punishment for hunting without permission is far worse than a mere whipping," Axios said. "No one will catch us." "As I've told you, I must learn to fend for myself." "Why?" I wanted to ask him. "Why must you fend for yourself when you have me?" Without another word, he crouched down and snuck forward. Some of the men stood beside the table, their backs turned as they drank from their mugs and discussed the ongoing tensions with other cities. Many of them had fought in the last war between Sparta and Athens, and I heard one of them mention the successful campaign against the Athenian fleet at Aegospotami, sharing war stories and triumphs. A loaf of bread was set on the edge of the table. Axios inched toward it, stopping every few steps when one of the men rumbled a laugh or when one bumped the table with their beefy legs. Right as he reached to grab it, one of the men turned.
The man seized Axios by the wrist before lifting him up and tossing him to the floor.
"See this thief?"
he exclaimed. The surrounding men laughed.
"Caught another one,"
one man said.
"What will it be this time?"
"I think 10 lashes will teach him a lesson."
"No." As if knowing I was about to intervene, Axios looked back at me and shook his head. But how could I not? How could I stay in the shadows doing nothing as my friend was whipped like a beast? "No," he mouthed. With each lash given to him, I felt the echo of it in my chest. Axios only cried out for the first 2, and then he gritted his teeth against the pain and held his silence. His eyes drifted to me near the doorway as he lay on the table, back exposed and bleeding. I would have rather endured 50 lashes, 100, if it meant he wouldn't have to suffer them. Later that night, he lay on his stomach in the barracks, breathing heavily. Any small movement caused him pain. I yearned to pull him against me and take away that pain, but there wasn't a place on his body that wasn't bruised or flayed. "Axios, why do you refuse my help?" I whispered, gripping his wrist. It was the only place I could hold him without it causing him even more discomfort. My friend was hurting and hungry, and he wouldn't let me do anything to help him. He didn't respond. "You do not know how much it ails me to see you this way, my friend," I said, staring at the back of his head. "Leave me be, Ery." I flinched at his words and the cold tone he used to say them. Had I wronged him? I had only wished to comfort him, but maybe my overprotectiveness had irritated him. I was silent a moment. Life went on around us. Creatures from outside the barracks sang. A gust of wind blew against the outside walls. Boys shifted in their sleep. Life went on, and yet I felt frozen. "As you wish," I answered, and turned over. Chapter 3. Mount Taygetus dominated most of the western skyline. Axios and I walked along a dirt path after a long day of training, and I took the moment to gaze up at the massive formation of rock and earth. Father once told me a story about the mountain. Spartans were tested the moment we came out of our mother's womb. As babies, we were brought before the council and carefully examined, ensuring we were healthy and strong. If proven worthy, the infant moved to the next test of being lowered into a bucket of wine. If the babe screamed or cried, he would be seen as weak and would be taken to the helots, slaves who worked the Spartan estates, and made a slave himself. If he passed, he'd be allowed to return to his mother. As for the ones with birth defects, well, Father told me that the infant would be tossed off the mountain. When the moon's highest in the sky, sometimes you can hear the infant's cries coming from Mount Taygetus, Father said, tucking me into bed. Their souls are trapped in the chasm, unable to depart from this world. "Is that true, Father?" he answered with a smile. I started telling Axios the stories Father had shared with me. My companion eagerly listened to them, even if he laughed at the ones he believed to be absurd, like the one about Adonis. "You lie," Axios said with a scoff. "That did not happen." "It did so," I said with a grin. He shook his head and kept walking. The sun beat down on his tanned skin, and I couldn't help but admire the small dip of his back as he trailed in front of me. The close examinations of him had begun earlier that year. I'd found myself observing him a bit longer than necessary, staring at the nearly imperceptible patch of freckles on his cheeks, or the soft curve of his stomach when he stretched. He had grown taller over the years, but he still had a boyish roundness to his face. Axios wandered off the path to stand beneath a shaded tree. Following him, I leaned against the tree trunk. "Tell me again," he said, resting against a low-hanging branch. He kept a straight face, but his lips twitched. "I will keep an open mind this time." I grabbed the branch he leaned against and swung up into the tree, dangling my legs near his face. With a challenging gleam in his eyes, he snatched a hold of the opposite branch and sat across from me. Years ago, there was a Spartan boy called Adonis. I rested my back against the tree trunk and slowly swung my feet. He was 12 years of age, perhaps 13, and he stole a fox with the intent to kill and eat it. But he then noticed Spartan soldiers approaching him, and he knew that if he was caught with the fox, he would be punished severely for stealing. I paused, casting a look his way. He sat straight-faced, but the twitching in his lip continued. "So, he hid the animal beneath his tunic," I said. "It clawed and bit at his flesh, and still he made no sound. When the men confronted him, Adonis allowed the fox to chew through his stomach rather than confess his crime. Legend has it that he stood there and did not allow his face to express the pain of it. And there it is." Axios grinned. "It's just as absurd upon the second hearing as it was the first." "Only because you whine when you scuff your knee," I countered, amused by the way his lips snarled when I teased him. "You cannot fathom having so much self-control." "Is that so?" he challenged. I met his stare with a half-smile. Teasing him had become one of my favorite pastimes. Axios jumped down from the branch, and, before I registered his intent, he grabbed my leg and pulled me out of the tree. Taken off guard, I crashed into him, causing him to lose his footing. We toppled over into the grass, me landing on top of him. Laughing, I peered down at him. "Your impulse control is low as well, dear friend. You get annoyed and act first without thinking." "And why is this a flaw?" he asked, meeting my smile with one of his own. "It is to my advantage to be of quick mind." When had his smile become so endearing? "But, you see," I shifted my weight, pinning him down, trapping him beneath me. "Your action was poorly executed, for now I have the upper hand." Axios didn't react to my teasing as I thought he would. Instead of answering with another quip, he stared up at me with his mouth slightly agape. His chest rose and fell faster when his honeyed eyes flickered to my lips. And I found myself staring at his lips too. His lips, the freckle beneath his eye, and his long dark lashes. Blood rushed through my veins so fast that my skin tingled. Warmth traveled from my neck to my chest and gathered in my groin. The smile slipped from my face as I felt things inside my body I'd never felt before. Axios' soft skin warmed mine more than the hot sun above us ever could. Light broke through the branches of the tree, setting his eyes on fire, more like amber now than honey. My body hardened, and I needed something. I leaned in closer, dropping my gaze to his mouth. His breath touched my lips, as I was sure mine did to him. I felt it in my chest then, a gnawing sensation that shook my very core. This boy, this raven-haired boy with burning eyes of amber, would be my downfall. If I were to close the gap between our mouths, I wasn't sure I'd ever pull away. With that thought, I broke the connection between us and sprung up to my feet. "We should get back. The sun will be setting soon." Though there were streams of golden light breaking through the clouds, the day was nearly at an end. A harsh punishment awaited us if we weren't back in the barracks by nightfall. Axios stood and said nothing as he walked at my side down the dirt path back toward the city. He stared at Mount Taygetus, and I wondered if his mind took him to the place mine had taken me earlier, to the stories of Spartan males being thrown into the chasm. He hadn't believed the story about hearing infants' cries coming from the mountain. Or perhaps he only wished for me to believe he didn't. A scream tore through the quiet. Axios snapped his head to the left, and I followed his movement. 3 Spartan youths surrounded a helot boy. The helot was on the ground, one hand stretched before him and begging to be released. His pleas were futile. The boys would never let him go. Most helots were forced to wear animal skins and leather caps on their heads to better distinguish them as slaves. The boy who begged for his life wore such a manner of clothing. One of the youths snatched the cap off his head and tossed it to the dirt before stepping on it. The helots had rebelled once. The earth shook Sparta one day, many years before my birth, and the quake killed countless citizens, including youths in the Agoge. With the city in chaos, the helots took the opportunity to revolt. King Archidamus called upon our allies to help stop the rebellion. Athenians answered the call and sent 4,000 soldiers to assist Sparta. Some of the helot rebels who survived the conflict fled to Athens and settled in the town of Naupactus. As for the ones who remained in Sparta, their rebellion would never be forgotten. Therefore, the helots were annually beaten. Spartan patrols, called the Cryptia, rounded up the slaves on occasion and killed them. The helots had to fear our wrath, so they'd never think to betray us again. Huddled on the ground, with his arms covering his head, the slave cried out as the boys kicked him. Axios stepped towards them. Axios, stop. I grabbed his arm and held him back. This is barbaric, he said through clenched teeth as he turned to me. And what do you intend to do? I stepped closer and searched his face. Go and save the helot? Dishonor your brothers by taking the side of a slave? It matters not if you believe it to be wrong. It is the way of our people, and you must accept it. His gentle heart had no place in Sparta, even if I found comfort in it. Axios' sensitive nature had kept me from becoming like the youths on the path ahead of us. His kindness had touched me, but it was not the Spartan way. One day he'd learn his place. With watering eyes, Axios shifted his attention to the helot and whispered, "He will die." "Yes, he will." Touching his jaw, I turned his face back to mine. "But you will not. I'd do anything in my power to keep it that way." "Not this day," he said, gently brushing my hand away. He continued walking, "But perhaps soon." Quietly, I walked beside him. The dirt was warmed from the day in the sun and felt nice beneath my bare feet. The tall grass swayed in the nearby field as it caught the breeze. The same breeze caught the olive trees in the valley, causing the leaves to dance in shades of green and silver. His words played through my mind. It took me a moment to process their meaning. "You are speaking of the Diamastagosis," I spoke, keeping pace beside him on the path. Was that where his mind had been all day, in the quiet moments when I caught him staring off at nothing? "Yes," Axios answered, though he didn't sound pleased by it. The Diamastagosis was a contest of endurance. The annual ritual was designed to test our bravery, stealth, and pain resistance. Taking place at the altar of Artemis Orthia, boys were flogged and beaten as a blood sacrifice to the goddess. Over the years, it had become a sport for entertainment too. Younger boys attempted to steal cheese off the altar while older youths cracked them with whips. Bloody, brutal, painful. It was the ultimate honor to partake in. We were old enough now to participate. I couldn't wait. Where I displayed eagerness, my companion showed disdain for the contest. "You are afraid?" I asked. The thought hadn't occurred to me until now. There was so much I still found perplexing about Axios. He was a dreamer with a tender heart. He wept for slaves and spoke of impossibilities. "What if we'd been born Corinthians?" Axios asked me one day as we sat by the stream after another grueling day of training. "I'd have no choice but to climb Mount Tegetus and jump off." "Harry," he said with a laugh, "be serious." How could I be serious when he spoke of such preposterous things? Sparta was in my blood. It was the life force flowing through my veins. I never wanted to consider another life. "Maybe I would have become a merchant instead of a warrior," he said, tucking his arms under his head as he stared at the sky. "I've often fantasized about life at sea." "So you'd toss aside the honorable life of a warrior to become a merchant and sell fancy trinkets?" I asked, unable to contain the laugh that rumbled through me. Axios grew solemn. "You're right, it's silly." My laugh died in the air. "Forgive me for laughing." I lightly touched his jaw before withdrawing my hand. "If it's of importance to you, it's not silly." He peered at me. "You're forgiven." "You truly wish to be a merchant?" Axios sighed. "I don't know, Eri. All I know is I wish to leave this place." Why must he be so different? I might never understand. "Yes," Axios whispered. "I'm afraid." Though I didn't show it, his admission surprised me. Being afraid, or at least admitting it out loud, was an act of cowardice in Sparta's eyes, but I knew Axios was no coward. I also knew no matter how great the fear in his chest, he'd do what needed to be done when the time came, because I knew him. Even if I didn't always understand the reason behind some of his actions, I knew his heart. In the barracks that night, I was nearly asleep when something brushed against my abdomen. A bit groggily, I opened my eyes to see Axios had scooted his bed of reeds closer and lay with his back to my front. I stared at the back of his dark hair and trailed my gaze lower to the curve of his neck. I sensed something wrong and leaned closer. He was trembling. "Axios, you're shaking," I whispered against his cheek. "I'm just cold." He tugged his cloak tighter around his body. I put my arm around him and rested my head on his shoulder. Somehow, I knew his thoughts without him saying a word. It was clear in the way he pressed against me, as if seeking comfort. Our connection grew stronger with each day that passed. "Do not worry your mind so much," I whispered, drawing him closer to my chest. "We will be together, and I will not allow any harm to come to you." My words calmed him. He stopped shaking and nestled against me. As he slept, I stared at his soft features, memorizing every angle of his face. Why did my chest lighten when I looked at him? Why did I feel ill and excited at the same time? In so many ways, I knew Axios. It was my own mind I struggled to understand. The intense training for the diamastagosis proved more difficult than any exercises I'd endured up to that point. My muscles screamed, my lungs burned, and the sweltering heat of the midday sun weighed me down. Felix took no mercy on any of us. Then again, mercy was not the Spartan way. As Felix stood over me, his mountain of a body blocking the sun, I smiled up at him. Blood dripped from my lip after the elbow to the face he'd just given me. My ribs screamed in protest from the times he'd slammed me to the ground, and my breaths rasped from my chest. I rose from the dirt and shifted to a defensive stance, ready for him to make another move. His sun-darkened face stretched with a smirk. "A true warrior you'll be one day. Not a thing can keep you down. Back in line." I did as he said, keeping my head held high. "You're bleeding," Axios whispered as soon as I'd returned to his side. He kept his gaze fixated on Felix and the next boy being knocked to the dirt. "It'll dry." "Tell me," he said, finally looking at me. What glory comes from it? The diamastagosis, I mean. Boys try to steal cheese from a heavily guarded altar. Their skin is flayed open. Their blood is spilled. Some have even perished in past years. So tell me, where is the glory in dying for a meaningless sport? He questioned everything Spartans held true. Our customs, our entertainment. I'd never even thought to question it. No one will die on the morrow, I answered, wiping the blood trickling down my chin. And if one of us does? The answer was simple. Anyone who died did so because they weren't strong enough to live. Axios would never appreciate the answer, though. He'd only ask more questions until even I began to question it. When I didn't respond, Axios focused on the bleeding boy in the arena. It makes me wonder why we try. Come again? He pressed his lips into a line and frowned. If the diamastagosis doesn't kill us, something else will, eventually. Why worry about the inevitable? Dying was a natural part of life.
You, Felix said, pointing to Axios. You're next. As my companion stepped forward, I noticed the faraway look in his eyes. His mind was elsewhere.
Oh, Axios, do not be a fool.
He met Felix in the middle of the arena and began the exercise. Felix slammed him to the ground not even 5 seconds later. Axios stood and blocked one blow before being knocked down again. Then again. My nails dug into my hand as I watched. His lip burst open as Felix elbowed him. Red marks appeared on his torso from the punches to his gut. If Axios was merely being outfought, I would understand. Practice made us better. But he wasn't trying at all.
Are you ready for death, boy?
Felix growled as he knocked Axios to the floor for the 5th time.
That is what you will get tomorrow if you fight this way. Weak. Worthless.
Axios remained in the dirt after Felix knocked him down again. When our trainer kicked him, my friend didn't budge, didn't react at all to being beaten.
No, you must fight.
Instead, he stared up at Felix with lifeless eyes. Not because he had died. No. His expression rang of someone who'd given up. Felix grabbed the back of Axios' dark hair and yanked him upward, holding Axios in the air and glaring at him.
You surrender?
Felix asked in a disappointed tone. Axios stared back at him, saying nothing. Felix dropped Axios to the dirt and stood over him before ramming his foot into my friend's stomach. He was trying to get Axios to react. Out of all of our trainers, Felix cared the most. He might beat us, curse at us, and push us to our breaking points, but he did so out of his love of Sparta. We would be the warriors who protected our home one day. We had to be the best. Axios didn't wince at the pain. He stared up at our trainer as if Felix was nothing, no threat to him at all. It was both impressive and unsettling.
Sparta is at war, boy!
Felix shouted, kicking him again.
Our men fight in Corinth as we speak, as you lay in the dirt like a maggot ready for death.
I felt it more than saw it. Axios was giving up. If Felix killed him right there, he'd let it happen. Maybe he even wanted it.
Axios, fight!
I shouted, stepping forward in the line. Finally, a reaction. As my voice rang out into the air, Axios turned his head toward me. The indifferent, numb expression was replaced by shock. Gaius barged forward and grabbed me by my hair, tugging me out of the line and into the open. I knew my mistake. I had spoken out of turn, but I couldn't stand by and watch my closest friend be beaten to death. If hearing my voice snapped some sense into him, I'd take the damn punishment.
Disobedience will not be tolerated,
Gaius growled before punching me in the stomach.
He seemed displeased by my refusal to show pain. When he met my eyes, I stared back defiantly. Any pain done to my physical body would never touch my fighting spirit. He then pinned my arms behind my back, pulling them so tight my shoulder joints popped.
"You! Approach!"
Gaius said to a boy called Pericles.
"Teach him what awaits defiant worms."
Pericles stepped forward and slammed his fist into my gut. With Gaius' strong hold, I couldn't fight back and was forced to stand still as Pericles hit me again. How confident Pericles appeared as he sneered at me. Yes, he must feel tough and powerful, beating a man who couldn't defend himself. I'd like to see how confident he'd be with me no longer bound. I was certain he'd piss himself like the coward he was. What happened next astonished me. I was too focused on Pericles to see much else. And then I heard a deep yell. Axios jumped to his feet, knocking Felix aside, and ran toward us. He smashed into Gaius and sent the older man tumbling to the ground like a plucked weed. I was set free, and my shoulders ached from having them pinned back at the unnatural angle. Pericles stared with wide eyes at Axios before jumping out of his reach. He buckled when faced with a fair fight. In awe, I watched Axios step in front of me and place me at his back. Just when I thought I had him figured out, he surprised me. He'd been willing to die mere moments ago, to surrender. Yet he'd gained new life when he saw me being harmed. Gaius stood and faced us with a murderous gleam in his eyes. No one had ever knocked him down before, not even me. Axios squared his jaw and placed himself even more in front of me. I was stronger, faster, a better fighter, and he still chose to protect me.
"You will be flogged, you shit!"
Gaius snarled, reaching for Axios. Felix blocked his path, holding an arm out to stop the other man.
"No!"
Then he studied Axios.
"I knew there was strength in you somewhere, boy. Your own life may not be of concern, but his..."
He nodded to me.
"He is what you will fight for."
The words bounced around inside my chest, and it took a while for them to settle. Axios would fight for me, die for me. Without a doubt, I knew I'd die for him too. Chapter 4. "Explain it to me," Axios whispered as we lay in the barracks. It was the night before the diamastagosis, and his troubled mind kept him from finding sleep. How did it begin? Oh, my dear friend. He needed to know the reason behind everything. If he placed as much effort into his athletic training as he did his curious mind, he'd be unstoppable. Do you wish to hear another story? He softly smiled and rested his cheek on my shoulder. Please. Many years ago, 2 men were at the sanctuary of Artemis, I said, keeping my voice low so the other boys wouldn't be disturbed. While there, an altercation occurred. One man attacked the other, and they clashed near the altar with fists and blades. The spilling of their blood was a sign of disrespect to the goddess. How dare they visit her sanctuary and behave like animals? Did she punish them? I brushed a strand of dark hair from his brow, staring into his wide, curious eyes. They were bound and whipped to appease her. And she wasn't appeased? No, I answered. From that day on, human sacrifices were made once a year to atone for the men's disrespect. The people feared the goddess's wrath otherwise. Eventually, Lycurgus, after reforming our laws and military, had another idea. He did away with the human sacrifices and replaced it with a festival. Now,
Those of us going through the agauge are scourged upon the altar one day a year. Over time, it's become the spectacle it is now, not only appeasing the goddess, but also showing Spartan strength. Axios moved closer to me, and I put an arm around him. It had become common for me to hold him this way. Late at night, he sought comfort, and I could deny him nothing. And, if I was being honest with myself, it also comforted me, but in different ways. I liked feeling his heart beat against mine, liked the tickle of his breath on my skin. There were moments when the brutal training and the need for success took away my humanity, turned me into a mindless beast of flesh and muscle, set to destroy anything and everything standing in my way. But then Axios stood in my way, begging me to show mercy to a helot or asking me where the birds fly when they soar above us. He never failed to bring me back to myself. Axios kept me grounded, kept me human. "You must sleep," I whispered. "How can I sleep when the morn seems so dark?" "Because I'll be with you." I couldn't guarantee he'd survive the diamastagosis unscathed. None of us would, but he would survive. He closed his eyes then, and I ghosted a finger over his bottom lip. The feelings coursing through my body made very little sense. He was my greatest friend, and yet he meant so much more. All I knew was the gods had brought Axios into my life for a reason. That reason would become known with time. I was sure of it. Soft puffs of air reached me moments later. Axios had fallen asleep in my arms, and he nuzzled my shoulder as he tightened hold on my torso. I closed my eyes and let sleep take me too. I woke before the sun rose in the sky. Sometime during the night, Axios had rolled away from me. The distance made me feel unpleasant. I flung my arm around his stomach and tugged him back to my chest. His rapid breathing and the way he shifted on the bed of reeds told me he wasn't asleep. Knowing him, he'd probably been awake for a while, dreading the moment we had to wake and begin the day. "I can sense you overthinking," I whispered at his nape. Axios leaned against me and exhaled. I waited for him to say something, but all I heard was the shuffling from the other boys as they moved on their beds. With his head turned away, I couldn't read his expression. "Axios, face me." He obeyed my request and flipped to his opposite side, meeting my gaze. I searched his face and saw the telltale signs of his worry, the wrinkle in his brow and the down-turned angle of his lip as he frowned. "Speak," I said. Although such a gentle action had no place in Sparta, I brushed my hand along his cheek. This boy with his curious mind and tender heart made me do and feel things I never thought I'd be capable of. "The odds are stacked against us this day." Axios pressed his face into my touch before pulling away. "What honor comes from them being armed with whips while we are defenseless?" I glided my hand down his side as I pondered his question. And what a fair question it was. The boys with whips would have the advantage, much like Pericles the day before when I was being restrained while he hit me. "The test is not for them, but for us," I answered. "In battle, there will be times where we are outnumbered or with no weapon, and we will have to rely on other strengths, such as strategy, stealth, and intellect. This is just another phase of our training, to prepare us." "I wish I could see the world as you do, Ery. It matters not what they do, how they beat us, or what challenges they place in our path. You continue to see the positives within it. You search for ways to overcome any obstacle." Overcoming obstacles wasn't a choice. When faced with a challenge, I found a way around it. I looked for the weak point to gain the upper hand.
It's how we survived. I must, I answered, releasing him and lying flat on my back. We are warriors, Axios, or we will be someday. Our entire lives are shaped around defending our home and dying for it if we must. There is nothing more. What if I want more? He whispered. His question stumped me. I turned my head to look at him. His yearning expression pained me in ways I couldn't explain. He wanted more than a warrior's life. The years by his side had taught me much about myself. Axios had taken the walls I'd once kept around me and torn them down. For the first time in my life, I struggled with choosing between my duty as a Spartan and my loyalty for my friend. If Axios decided to abandon his sense of duty and leave Sparta, could I allow him to leave my side? Could I watch him leave me behind? The door burst open as Gaius barged through. He kicked a sleeping boy and roared for the rest of us to wake. There were grumbles and yawns as the youths in our herd stood from their beds and filed out of the barracks. Axios watched me for a moment before rising to his feet. I had a feeling this discussion wasn't over, but we had to set it aside for now. We walked toward the hall for morning meal in silence. Some boys were enthused about the day's events, boasting about how they'd be the best in the arena. Other boys, like Axios, kept their mouths shut and appeared to be miles away. "Are you all right?" I asked Axios after we'd eaten. Slowly, he nodded. "Years of training have toughened both my skin and my will. I've been beaten too many times to recall, and I've been whipped until blood oozed in streams down my back. It is not the pain I fear, Eryx, but rather the humiliation of failure." He was afraid of failure, not the pain or the possibility of death. Always surprising me, unpredictable, like a shooting star. "If we fail, we will learn from it," I said. "Disgrace comes from failing and surrendering to that failure, but we must never give in. We must keep fighting." "Failure in this could very well be our end," he said. "I know a story about that," I said, smirking when Axios cocked his head in my direction. "A story of men who believed the battle to be lost, believed failure to be in their midst." "What happened to these men?" Axios no longer appeared worried. No, only curiosity plagued him now. He was a lover of information. In that instant, I learned a very valuable lesson. The way to distract Axios' mind was to tell him stories. "Before I tell you of their fate, I must start from the beginning," I said, leaning against the column outside the dining hall. The sun had only begun to rise, but the air weighed heavily, clinging to my skin and making it sticky. Years ago, the Persian king Xerxes left Greece following the naval battle at Salamis. Mardonius, his general, stayed behind to continue fighting. He had a massive army that far outmanned the Greek forces. I believe this played into his arrogance. Mardonius then made camp at Plataea in Thebes. "The Battle of Plataea," Axios interjected. "Isn't this the battle we honor during the Diamastagosis? The battle took place during the Persian invasion of Greece. They say we honor the men who fought by being scourged at the altar." Axios. Though I hid it well, I was greatly amused by his interruption. "Shh. Did you shh me? Do you want to hear the story or not?" I put a hand on my hip. With a small grin, he nodded. When fighting once again broke out at Plataea, it was a bloody, brutal affair. The Persians waged a full-scale attack on the Greeks, raiding the Greeks' supplies and cutting off their water supply. Greeks were outnumbered, starving, and losing faith. They were led by Pausanias of Sparta, and as a Spartan,
He believed not in surrender. It mattered not how grave the situation seemed. He would not back down.
What happened next? Axios asked, resting against the column and turning his head toward me.
Some of the Greeks retreated, I answered, and with the Greek forces disorganized, Mardonius took the opportunity to attack. Such an arrogant fool he was to go up against a Spartan commander. Persians fancy their bows and arrows, their weapons that kill from a distance. But in close quarters, I leaned towards Axios, thriving on the excitement in his eyes. The Spartan forces crushed the Persians, and Mardonius himself was killed. So you see, Ax, even when hope seems lost, you must keep fighting. The night is dark, but not even the darkest of nights can conquer the sun when dawn breaks. And we, my friend, are the sun.
You are the sun, Axios spoke with a smile gleaming in his eyes. It is as if the sun kissed you upon your birth, turning your hair golden. You shine in a sea of dark.
It's time, Gaius said, stepping toward us. He leveled an icy glare at me before smirking. Follow me to the arena. The festival attracted people from all over Greece. When Lycurgus first proposed the festival, it had been a smaller affair, a day to appease Artemis and to test the youths in the Agoge, an initiation of the boys. However, as word spread of the Spartan youths who made not a sound as their skin was slashed open, curiosity caused sightseers to swarm Sparta. They travelled great distances to witness the legendary Spartan toughness. It had become a huge spectacle, a sport for entertainment. From outside the building where we stood waiting, a crowd roared with delight. They clapped and stomped their feet. Axios shook at my side. I moved closer to him, but not even I could comfort him. He jolted when Felix's deep voice boomed in the arena. Felix spoke of the sacrifice we were about to make and the courage it took to make it. He spoke of glory and home. The crowd cheered after his speech. They wanted entertainment and yelled for the whipping to begin. Though the outside exploded with noise, those of us inside the building remained silent. The anticipation had caused the boys to become anxious.
I feel ill,
Theon admitted, his body shaking as he stared at the door we were about to walk through. The day was hot, causing his black hair to glisten and his skin to gleam with sweat.
Is this what it will be like, going to war?
No, I answered. War will be worse. I stared at the door, waiting for either Gaius or Felix to walk through, but I caught Axios staring at me from the corner of my eye. I wondered what he saw when he gazed at me. Did he see confidence, excitement, or did he see nothing at all? Quill stepped backwards. He was the smallest boy in our herd and mostly kept to himself.
I cannot do this.
He jumped backward when a boy called Hayden reached for him.
Release me! Release me! I...
More roars came from the arena, cutting off his ramblings. The crowd was growing impatient. Some yelled for blood. It was all a game to them, and we were the pawns. I didn't feel like a pawn, though. I felt empowered, ready. The other boys didn't share my enthusiasm. As Quill vigorously shook his head, he pissed himself. The stench of urine filled the small space. Seeing his cowardice, several of the others began to express concern as well.
We cannot do this,
one said, his voice cracking on the last word as his panic soared.
Is there a way out?
Another asked.
Oh, gods, we'll be bled out like pigs.
Quiet, I demanded. The panicked mumbling stopped, and all eyes focused on me. I know you are afraid. They will have whips and objects to beat us, whereas we only have our bare hands. But you are forgetting that we also have our minds, our intellect. I looked at each of their faces. And we outnumber them. I hoped my words eased their worries, if only a little. Hayden gave me a quick nod, and Theon stopped shaking. Quill still looked terrified out of his wits, but the other boys had calmed. If we are to be victorious on this day, we cannot go into this blind, I continued before focusing on Axios. We must stick together, fight as one. Let them keep their lashes, for we have something they do not. Unity. Spartans were not the best because each man fought alone, seeking glory for himself. No, Spartans were the best because we fought as one blade, one unit, a wall of muscle and aggression that couldn't be breached by any enemy. Some of us will be struck, and our blood will stain the altar, but you must never surrender, never show them your pain. The door creaked open before Linus stepped through. Unlike Gaius, who treated us harshly, Linus only flashed a tight smile and told us to follow him. Once outside, the sun blazed down on my skin. The day was hot, but we'd endured hotter. The thickness of the air I felt earlier had lightened, and I said a silent gratitude to the gods. Thick, muggy air would affect our ability to move and dodge blows. Axios and I exchanged a glance, and I knew he noticed it too. The fates were already smiling down on us. The sanctuary of Artemis Orthia had been built inside a temple of limestone and stood upon a bed of sand from the river. The tall statue of the goddess could be seen from outside the temple. Her emotionless eyes stared at the outdoor altar where each of us would be whipped, as if she gave her silent approval with each drop of blood spilled. I looked at the altar and the small cubes of cheese upon it. The slab was out in the open, without anything to use for cover. I'd heard stories of the ritual before, and knew that each time a boy sprung forward to grab the cheese, the whip-bearers would strike him. It was a game of strategy and cleverness. Instantly, my mind began to work, formulating the best tactic to use. 4 older boys walked into the center of the arena and surrounded the altar, snapping their whips and grinning at us. My gaze locked onto Pericles. Once again, he burst with confidence when he had the advantage in the fight, his whip against our bare flesh. His eyes, however, didn't meet mine. He stared at Axios, and as I turned to look at my companion, I saw his eyes fixed on the older boy, returning his lethal glare. Axios still possessed anger from the day before, when I was held in place and punched with no way to defend myself. I might often view Axios as a kind soul with an even kinder heart, but in instances like this, I saw the powerful Spartan male he'd become one day. Linus told us to stop walking when we reached the temple. Then he joined the other adults at the edge of the arena. People in the stands around us cheered, most of them sitting on stone steps, while others stood to have a better view of the altar. I moved a gaze amongst them, seeing men and women of all ages.
"Flog them!"
a man shouted, leaning against a post. As if encouraged by the spectator's comment, another man shouted,
"Show us how tough you Spartans are!"
Axios clenched his hands into fists. His eyes darkened as he viewed the screaming throng of people. Utter disgust marked his face. He felt the ritual served no purpose other than to entertain a crowd that wanted nothing more than our blood painting the dirt. "Stay by my side," I whispered, brushing my hand against his. I didn't hold the contact for long, but I needed him to know I was beside him.
that no matter what happened, we'd be together. The roar of the crowd became a low buzz in the background as I calculated the distance from our place near the temple to the altar. I studied the length of the whips and the boys who held them, determining the speed at which they could strike. When the rumbles and yells quieted, I looked to see Gaius approaching the center of the arena. His black hair flowed freely, the strands lifting as a warm breeze swept around us. He addressed the crowd with a loud, booming voice.
"On this day, you will witness youths of Sparta exhibit their extraordinary test of manliness as they are initiated as future warriors," he said, his voice echoing in the arena. "You coddle your young like delicate flowers, but in Sparta, we pluck them from their mothers' breasts and push them to their breaking point and beyond until they do not feel or fear pain, do not register its existence. We strip them of individuality, for a great army fights as one. All of Greece knows of Sparta's renowned warriors. Witness how they are made."
He held out an arm toward us before stepping aside.
"Begin!"
Our group was led to the altar, where we were instructed to form a line and stand in place. We were to be whipped before the game could begin. The diamastagosis was to honor Artemis or Thea, and the spilling of our blood acted as an offering to appease her before we started the festival. Axios tensed and ground his teeth together. "Place your mind above the pain," I whispered. Only one strike each was required. He was strong. He could overcome this. Quill cried out as the whip snapped against his back. The crowd laughed as his shriek rang in the air.
"Coward!"
a man shouted.
"Strike that one again,"
Gaius commanded, his gruff voice filled with amusement.
"Strike him until he cries out no more."
Quill received the flog 2 more times before Pericles moved on to the next in line. Quill shook, and tears wet his cheeks, but he made no sound. Axios regarded him with worried eyes, and I regarded Axios. His empathy towards others' pain did nothing but cause him unnecessary grief. Theon, Hayden, and Melias were then whipped. Although he jerked a little, Theon didn't cry out as the whip tore into his flesh. Hayden clenched his jaw during his turn, and Melias winced. Now it was my turn. Exhaling, I stared at the statue jutting from the temple. The eyes of the goddess held my gaze. "This is for you," I told her. The whip cracked against my back, leaving behind a streak of wet. My blood spattered on Axios' arm, and as I glanced at him, he appeared ill. Stay strong, I thought, hoping he somehow heard me. However, it was I who needed strength when Pericles flogged Axios. The strap of the leather tore into his tanned skin, adding another mark to go with his other scars from past whippings and beatings. He squeezed his eyes shut and made no sound. Gods, it hurt to see him hit. I fought the urge to tear the whip from Pericles' hands and flog him until he lay motionless in the dirt. When Axios lifted his eyes to mine, I nodded. I was proud of him for being brave and not showing his pain. My stomach turned, though, when I remembered the sound of the whip cracking against him. I knew it was part of the ritual for each participant to offer their blood, but I would have gladly taken his lashing upon myself. Axios gasped as he was struck a second time. The whip dug into his side, and blood pooled on the surface as it was yanked away. He shouldn't have been hit again. I glared at Pericles, my nostrils flaring with barely suppressed rage. "The goddess demanded more blood," he said, smirking. As Pericles reared back his arm to swing again, Axios rolled to the side. The leather whistled in the air before smacking the dirt. The festival of whips had officially begun. I grabbed Axios' arm and tugged him to his feet. He wobbled and seemed disoriented as he leaned against me. He'd taken a harsh beating from Felix the day before, hadn't slept much the previous night, and ate very little at morning meal. Combined with the heat of the day and the 2 harsh lashings, he was nowhere near his full strength. Quill and the other boys had retreated to the temple, keeping out of reach from the whips. Once Axios and I joined them, I released my friend and turned my attention to the boys with whips circling the bloody altar, their gazes pinned to us. They reminded me of beasts stalking prey. A soft whimper tore my attention from the whips. Axios swayed on his feet and clutched his bloody side. "Axios," I said, hooking a finger beneath his chin and turning his face toward mine. "Block out the pain. You must." He nodded and sucked in a deep breath. I paid close attention to his eyes, making sure he had no trouble focusing on me. If he was too disoriented, he'd be easy prey for the lions that hunted us.
"Pericles hit him harder than the rest of us," Theon spoke. "Look at the torn flesh in his back and side."
"It matters not," Axios said through clenched teeth. Blood streamed down his spine and dripped onto his legs. "Let us continue." His determination filled me with pride. His body might have been weakened, but his spirit remained strong. "The game doesn't end until all the cheese is stolen off the altar," I spoke. "The only exception to this rule is if we're all either unconscious or dead."
"That's reassuring,"
Theon mumbled.
"Spartans do not fear pain,"
Hayden scoffed, looking toward the altar. He was the biggest boy in our group, tall and muscled.
"I will prove I am the strongest of us."
Then, like a fool, he advanced towards the whip-bearers. Hayden wanted to show off his skills, wanted the glory for himself, but I'd already calculated our odds, and we couldn't win this game alone. Competing against each other, trying to steal the most cheese, would only end with us shredded by whips and bleeding out in the dirt. However, I stood by and let Hayden learn this lesson for himself. When Hayden reached the altar, one of the boys cracked the whip against his back. He dove forward and snatched a cube of cheese before rolling to the side as another boy swung at him. Hayden was quick, but not quick enough to dodge all 4 boys. It was precisely why I said we needed unity in this game. Going in alone would only make us a bigger target. Another snap of the whip caught Hayden's leg and drew a line of blood down his calf. He lunged to the side, diving beneath another swing, and ran back to the temple with a slight limp. The spectators cheered when he held up the cheese and turned in circles, letting them see the slash on his leg, but most importantly, see that he was still standing tall.
"There is no unity in this game, Eryx,"
Hayden said, tossing the cheese into the crowd and earning more cheers.
"It is each Spartan for himself."
"You're wrong," I spoke.
"I believe you just want the glory for yourself."
Hayden straightened his posture to his full height and stepped toward me. He intended to intimidate me with his height, but the dark mush I'd had for breakfast was far more threatening than the arrogant boy in front of me.
"You have a way with words that makes these fools follow you blindly, but you will never be my leader."
"How peculiar," I said, meeting his gaze. "If memory serves me well, you were sniveling like a babe before we entered the arena, and it was I who calmed you. However, go ahead and show the masses how fearless you are." Hayden averted his eyes, a blush darkening his cheeks. I didn't say such things to humiliate him, only to pierce through that thick skull of his and get him to see reason.
He placed his physical strength above his intellect when both needed to be weighed equally to reach victory.
Fight!
A man screamed from the stands.
More blood!
What do you suppose we do? Axios asked me. Staying here and doing nothing is not an option. Theon and the others looked at me, awaiting my response. Even Hayden. Good. He had tossed aside his arrogance and was no longer blinded by his massive ego. The people demand a show, I said, surveying the restless crowd. Let's give them one. 7 of us against 4 whip-bearers. In a hand-to-hand setting, we would have had the advantage. The leather whips leveled the playing field. Our only hope at not leaving the arena in bloody tatters was to work together. Strategized movements and playing to each other's strengths would ensure our victory this day. We'd be whipped, yes, but instead of each boy fending for himself and taking the lashings individually, we'd share the strikes and therefore lessen the severity. The plan was simple. 5 of us distracted the older boys, while the other 2 snuck forward to steal the cheese. Theon and Quill were the smallest and quickest, so their role was to wait until the whip-bearers were too busy striking the rest of us to see them dash toward the altar. Malleus and Hayden ran toward 2 of the boys, pivoting on their heels to dodge the leather whistling through the air. Axios, Ian, and I did the same to the other 2 boys. The 5 of us earned many lashings, but our distraction helped Theon and Quill sneak forward to snatch the cubes from the slab. Each time a whip struck our skin, the crowd cheered. Their excitement as they shouted and clapped encouraged me. Axios didn't share my views. He snarled at them and glared daggers when one of them shouted for more blood. Their request was answered many times over. Our blood painted the dirt and smeared on the altar. At the end of the festival, we were bloody, exhausted, and stinging from the countless cuts in our flesh, but standing. Gaius walked to the middle of the arena, flashing a cold smile at the crimson stains upon the earth.
Now you see,
he said to the onlookers, motioning to us standing several feet away.
You see the strength of Sparta, the determination.
He then spoke of Spartan dominance and how we couldn't be defeated. We were the greatest power in Greece, if not the whole world. As much as I enjoyed hearing Gaius speak of Spartan victory, his words became muffled as I felt Axios tense at my side. One look at my friend, and I knew why. He gritted his teeth, and pain filled his eyes. Seeing the mess of his back caused a tightening in my gut. He was covered in blood. His lacerated back bled freely, dripping down his backside and falling to the ground. The whip had caught him on his arms several times, and on his legs. I bled too, but I paid little attention to it. I only worried for him. The other boys bled just as much, with the exception of Quill and Theon, who had been swift enough to dodge most of the strikes. Hayden appeared the worst. Bleeding from head to toe, he smiled menacingly at the crowd. Crimson stained his light brown hair from where he'd been struck in the head during the game, and blood had streamed down his forehead and dried beside his left eye. I was certain it would scar, for the wound was deep. Other boys in our herd would face the whips next. The day had started with us, but would continue with 2 other groups, each one being bled at the altar. The whip-bearers would be swapped too. Linus led us out of the arena and toward the city. Gaius announced the next group of youths from behind us, and the crowd roared their approval. The cheers grew faint as we kept walking. The river beside the sanctuary glimmered under the sun's rays, and I yearned to fling myself into it to clean off the dirt and blood. A woman met us on the footpath. Judging by her short, dark hair, she was a newlywed. It was tradition for a woman's hair to be shaved on her wedding night. The reason had once confused me, but after spending many years in the barracks with the other boys, I understood it better now. Spartan men were used to sleeping beside other men. "Follow me," she said, turning on the path. "You need to wash before the feast."
"A feast?" Theon whispered. "A celebration feast," I said, keeping my eyes forward. "A way to honor us for our sacrifice this day. Food, drink, dancing, and song."
"I'm much too tired to dance," Quill mumbled, rubbing at his stomach where a slice of red marked his skin.
"The girls will be dancing," Hayden chimed in. "We get to watch."
Axios was quiet as we washed our bodies and prepared for the feast. He didn't smile at Theon's silly quips, nor did he react to me asking him questions. The festival had taken something from him, a piece of the innocent boy he'd once been. "You're stronger than you realize," I whispered as we headed for the feast hall that evening. A dark strand of his hair caught the breeze and curled at his temple. My fingers ached to touch it. "Strong?" he said, moving his eyes to me. "How do you know?" "Because I know you," I spoke, recalling that day near the stream where I'd spoken the same words to him. "I'm proud of you for today." Axios scoffed and faced ahead. "Proud of me for what, Ery? For bleeding like a Spartan?" He spoke the last words mockingly. "No," I touched his arm. "For doing what needed to be done and standing tall while you did it. You didn't let them break you." We entered a building and were met by hollers and laughs. The celebration had already started, it appeared. Girls around our age huddled together, speaking quietly to each other. They weren't sent to the agauge like the boys, but they still attended schooling. Along with learning basic combat, girls were educated in the art of dance and song. They'd be the entertainment for the evening. Once we'd taken our seats at the table, the girls sprang out in the middle of the floor and began to move. Many of the older boys watched them with a certain hunger in their eyes I didn't quite understand. We were given meat and bread, along with water, and the boys picked at their food as they watched the girls. The dancers moved with such grace and cohesion that it reminded me of the hoplite formation, each movement precise and synchronized. "You stare at them closely," Axios whispered, moving his head closer to mine. "Do you see what they're doing?" I asked, pointing to one girl at the end of the line. She thrust her arm forward before jumping back and spinning on her heels. "They're imitating the soldiers. There's a story to the dance, you see. Half of the girls are the Persians, and the other half are the Spartans. It's truly remarkable." Axios sighed so softly I couldn't tell if it was a mere exhale or something more. "So you stare because you enjoy the story their movements tell?" "Yes. Why else would I stare?" "The girls are very beautiful," he said, dropping his gaze to the bread in his hand. With ever-growing confusion, I focused on the dancing girls. Beautiful? I hadn't noticed. I appreciated their athleticism and talent, but their appearance meant nothing to me. And then a sinking happened in my gut. Did Axios find them beautiful? And why did the thought cause my hand to tighten into a fist? "I hadn't noticed their beauty," I responded, less interested in them now. "But I suppose they're appealing to some." "But not to you." I kept my attention forward. "No." The dance ended and men applauded. The girls bowed their heads before going over to their own table. They would rest before performing again. In the meantime, a man who recited poetry was followed by a woman who sang a melancholy song of battle and loss. Hope filled the words, though, showing that no matter how dark the night seemed, we'd rise again like the sun. After the feast, we headed for the barracks. The meal had been plentiful, and my belly ached at the sensation of being so full. Eating too much made a man sluggish, and I fully understood the reason they kept us half hungry all the time. "Axios," I said, stopping before we reached our sleeping quarters. He halted in step and peered at me. The question had been burning in my mind and my chest for much too long. "Do you find the girls beautiful?" His brow lifted. "Very much so." The center of my chest cracked a little, and I didn't know why. Axios cocked his head. "You're angry." "I'm not." "Your hands are in fists, Ery." He stepped closer to me, searching my face for something. "I find many things beautiful, but do you know the most beautiful of all?" I shook my head. He smiled and touched my arm. Just as he began to speak, Gaius shoved his shoulder and sent Axios barreling into me.
"Get to bed,"
Gaius spat,
"or I'll reopen those wounds on your backs."
Axios and I ducked inside the barracks and found our mats. My friend never did tell me what he found most beautiful. Moments after lying down, he turned to the side and fell asleep. I studied the lashes upon his back. Strange how I viewed each of my scars as a mark of pride. Yet I felt differently when seeing Axios' soft skin marred in such a way. Beautiful. I barely understood the word, yet it was the only word that came to mind when I thought of a certain set of honey eyes. And with that thought, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the exhaustion taking over my body. Chapter 5. 392 BC. 2 years later. Laconia was my home. From the view of Mount Taygetus to the bank of the Eurotas River, I found an indescribable peace. The wind swept through the olive trees as we walked along the footpath south of the Acropolis. The dirt warmed the soles of my feet. I breathed in the air, smelling the earth and catching faint whiffs of the hyacinths growing on the nearby hill. Axios often spoke of traveling the world. He was almost desperate to escape Sparta, and I never wanted to leave. However, despite our many differences, our friendship had only grown stronger. I had practiced with Axios every afternoon for the past 2 years, working on his reflexes and building his strength. Even on days when our trainers pushed us hard, we still made time to work on our own drills. We hunted, ran, and performed tasks that challenged him intellectually. Every 10 days, the boys in our herd were inspected to ensure we were progressing in our training. An Effer carefully examined each boy, checking for any signs of weakness and feeling our muscles. Physical fitness was of the utmost importance, and any boy who failed to meet expectations was publicly mocked and forced to perform extra drills until he was no longer a disappointment. That's where we were headed that midday. "I feel no different now than I did 10 days ago," Theon said, as we approached the building where the magistrate waited. "Yes, you still look small," Quill responded, grinning. "You're one to talk," Theon scoffed. "You are the smallest of us all." "I'm big where it counts." Hayden barked out a laugh as Axios shook his head. Quill, Theon, and Hayden had become close friends since the Diamastagosis. The 5 of us rarely went anywhere without each other, with the exception of when Axios and I snuck away to our secret place near the stream. "I'm big everywhere," Hayden said, before flashing a cocky grin. Light brown hair brushed the top of his ears, and his pale grey eyes contrasted with his bronzed complexion. He'd become even stronger over the years, towering over me in height and bulging with thick biceps and broad shoulders. Like a bull. He never challenged me, though. When I spoke, he listened, When I asked him to do something, he obeyed without hesitation.
Stop,
Quill said, holding his stomach.
You'll make me lose my breakfast.
The effer examined us one by one. Hayden was first, earning appreciative nods from the older man. Quill was met with a skeptic eyebrow raise, as he usually was, but when the man ran his hands over Quill's rounded arms and hard abdomen, he nodded. When it was my turn, the effer lifted my arm and lightly traced his fingers along my bicep. He glided a hand across my shoulders before smoothing them down my spine. The manner in which he touched me might have been confused for sexual desire, but he was only performing his duties.
Excellent,
he said under his breath. After the examination, I turned around and met Axios' stare. His jaw was tight, and his eyes were narrowed in anger. Why? Beneath the anger, I saw something else. It was a look I'd seen on the boys' faces when they stared at girls. Could he perhaps think of me in that way? An attractive thing that made his body warm and his blood race? There had been a shift between us lately, subtle yet powerful. I had caught Axios admiring my body, then blushing when he noticed me watching him. Unbeknownst to him, I'd often admired him too. I failed to understand what the shift between us meant, yet I couldn't stop it from happening. I walked toward Axios to stand with Hayden and Quill, and as I passed, I lightly brushed my hand across his thigh. The contact made my fingers tingle. A spark shot up my arm and travelled through my veins. Axios approached the magistrate, dropping his cloak to the ground to stand naked. As the effer touched him, my fist tightened. Gods, I wanted to be the one to run my fingers across his smooth skin. I wanted to wrap my arms around his bare chest and press my face into his hair. My heart accelerated in its beating, and my breaths became a bit quicker. I didn't understand the thoughts running through my head, but they refused to allow me to rest. As I stood beside Hayden, I found myself looking at Axios in a new light. The years had been kind to my friend. Sun-darkened skin, silky black hair, and he'd finally lost the boyish roundness to his face. As if sensing my eyes on him, Axios looked at me. I had no shame in my appreciation of his impeccable form. I wanted him to see me admiring him. He had a poor perception of himself, and felt as though he'd never match me in strength and skill, but he was incredible just the way he was. I needed him to believe it too. My gaze trailed from his face and down his muscled body. His cheeks darkened, and he turned away from me like a bashful Adonis. I saw signs of the god of beauty in Axios, even if he didn't see it himself. The effer dismissed us after all boys were inspected, and we walked back outside. Not only was there a shift between me and Axios, but also one in the air. The day lacked the humidity of summer, and, though the sun was hot, the air held a slight crispness as it caressed my face. The season would change soon, the days would grow shorter and the nights longer. As we slowly advanced down the path, I remembered we wouldn't have training that day. While I'd miss the physical exertion, I had another thing to look forward to. Our herd had been invited to attend a session that evening. Once a man reached age 20, he joined a session, which was a group of 15 or more men who dined, slept, and trained together. Reminiscent of our herd, but the bonds went deeper. The men in your session became your brothers. You fought beside them, bled with them. They became your family. It was an honor to be accepted into one. "Are you eager for the dining mess?" I asked, bouncing a bit as I walked. "I do not feel one way or the other over it," Axios answered with a slight frown. "It will just be another evening to me." Did nothing make him happy? "Yes, but..." I stopped and turned to him, grazing my hand down his forearm. "There will be merriment, food and wine, and I'm sure the men will speak of their time in battle, tales of scars, triumphs, and experiences as soldiers. It will be excellent." Excitement bubbled inside me. I couldn't wait to learn from the men.
Axios smiled.
"If you say so, it must be." The leisurely walk was nice, but I had too much energy building inside me. The excitement of the dining mess only intensified it. It was rare for me to let my guard down. Our days were spent preparing for our futures as soldiers, leaving no room for childish games. However, Axios brought out a part of me no one else saw.
"You know what else I say?"
I asked, and something in my tone made his smile widen.
"If we race to our spot by the stream, I will win."
"You're mistaken, Ery," he countered. "Here, let me prove it." Axios took off running. As I sprang after him, my feet slid in the dirt and scattered pebbles. I laughed as I stared at his quickly retreating form on the path in front of me.
"Cheater!"
"What's the matter?"
he called over his shoulder.
"Too slow?"
Oh, he'd be sorry when I caught up with him. I planned to tackle him to the ground and tickle him until he pissed himself. I shot after him, quickly gaining speed. Scars streaked his back from all the lashings through the years, but like a true Spartan, he'd withstood the pain and used it to make himself stronger. His heart, though, had remained soft. He rebuked the harming of the helots, even though that treatment of them was necessary to keep them in line. Ahead of me, Axios slowed in his sprint to look at a group of women standing outside a small house. The older women shook their heads at the pair of us, but the younger one, a helot girl, beamed and waved at him. My thoughts drifted to the night after the diamastogosis, when Axios admitted to finding the dancing girls beautiful. Did he think the same of the helot girl? She was young and still held a carefree attitude, smiling when she should have dropped her eyes to the dirt. Perhaps Axios fancied this about her. Many times I'd seen him staring longingly at my body. Did he only stare because he wished to have my physique? Not knowing the answer irritated me. The irritation pushed me forward, carrying me faster along the path. We ran past the tall grass swaying in the field and the olive trees before passing the larger tree we'd climb after an exhausting day in the arena. Lounging in the shade of the branches as I told him stories had become one of my favorite pastimes. At the curve in the path, I darted past Axios and descended the hill into the valley. I stayed a foot or so in front of him, not using my full speed.
"Perhaps you would be faster if you weren't gawking at the women, my friend,"
I said with a laugh, tossing him an amused look. His dark hair ruffled like raven's feathers in the wind as he continued to run after me. Determination sparked in his honeyed eyes. My humor only went surface deep. I detested the notion of him pursuing a woman someday, of another person receiving his shy smiles and gentle caresses. Very little stayed secret between us, but I couldn't speak my private thoughts to Axios, not when the admission could tear apart our friendship. Nothing was permanent in this life, yet I couldn't bear to lose him. And even if he did return my feelings, my desires, I knew nothing could come of it. We were men of Sparta. Our goal in this life was to fight for our home. Better for me to forget the yearnings of my heart. The path went on for much too long, and I grew tired of following it. Making a quick decision, I dashed to the right and cut through the knee-high grass. Axios laughed from behind me. The sun warmed the back of my neck and caused sweat to bead on my skin, so I headed for the barrier of trees. The woods would provide a nice shade to keep us cool. Sensing Axios catching up to me, I grinned and picked up my pace. I'd been going easy on him, allowing him to think he had a chance of beating me, but it was time to leave him in the dust. He stumbled through the shrubs behind me, cursing under his breath. I found the path through the undergrowth that led to our secret place and didn't stop until I was beside the stream.
"I told you I'd win,"
I said once he'd barreled into the small clearing.
"Only because I allowed it,"
he wheezed, resting his hands on his hips. Leaves were stuck in his hair, and a thorn bush had snagged his leg, leaving a very thin cut. I smiled at his fib, but didn't call him out on the lie. It was satisfying enough to see him huff to catch his breath. "You are truly eager for the dining mess?" Axios asked, kneeling by the stream. He cupped water in his hands and lifted them to his mouth.
"Yes."
The water trickled down his chin, and I watched it drop onto his chest. "I don't see how you aren't." "I suppose I'm excited to dine with the Spartiates, yes." He sat on the grass and tilted his head back, letting the sun wash over him. "Though I feel it's another test. We are never given anything without a lesson being learned."
"I feel the lesson to be learned tonight is the one of unity, of brotherhood."
I sat beside him, our feet touching. "I do not need a physician to tell me where my loyalties lie." Axios moved his gaze to me. "I already know who my brothers are."
"Including Hayden?" I asked, arching my brow.
It wasn't like Axios to be so serious, and I longed to see his glorious smile once more. A soft rumble left his chest as he reclined on the grass. "Yes, including Hayden." The tunic was nearly too small as I pulled it over my body. Because of the special occasion, we were permitted to wear proper clothing. The material clung to my shoulders, but fell comfortably down my torso. Axios, on the other hand, made me inwardly smile. His tunic hung loosely on his frame. "After being in the nude for so long, it's strange to be clothed," he said, smoothing a hand down his chest.
"Would you rather your cock hang out during supper?"
Hayden asked, his gait casual and unhurried as we walked along the path. Axios' cheeks turned scarlet. "No." "Enough chatter," Nikias said, moving in front of us. His strides became longer as he peered up at the sky. "We mustn't be late." At only 19, Nikias had nearly completed the agauge, but wasn't yet of age to be a fully fledged Spartiate. As part of his own training, he'd been assigned the position of our teacher. Along with Gaius and Felix, he now assisted in our drills and instructed us on scholarly matters. He had researched our history in depth and told us stories of past battles, along with explaining politics and the workings of an oligarchy. Politics meant little to me, though I wasn't foolish enough to ignore his teachings. Knowledge was power. "I suggest you all be on your best behavior this night," Nikias said as we trailed behind him. "The men will not hesitate to knock you back into your place should you forget it." His black hair was cropped short, and his pale blue eyes stood out against his golden brown skin. A jagged scar disfigured one side of his face, stretching from his brow to the corner of his mouth. I'd heard stories of his time in the agauge, of how he'd killed a boy with his bare hands. He'd earned the scar during a fight with spears when another boy sliced his face, nearly taking out his eye. "Can anyone tell me about that building?" Nikias asked, pointing to a grand fortress of white marble. The dirt path had transitioned to stone as we'd entered the more populated section of the city. Simple homes made of sun-dried mud bricks and red clay were less frequent as the temples, theatre, and agora came into view. "It's the council chamber of Gerusia," Axios answered. Nikias nodded and smiled at my friend. I tilted my head when Axios shyly returned his smile. Nikias had high cheekbones, a straight nose with a rounded tip, and his lips were full. To some, I suppose he might have been attractive. Was that why Axios grew flustered in his presence? For that to be true, my friend would have to favor men, and I was still unsure if he did. Minutes later, Nikias led us up the stone steps of a building. Men's voices echoed down the narrow corridor, and the light from the candles cast shadows on the walls. The closer we got to the dining chamber, the tenser Axios became. I might question certain things about him, but I knew his mind fairly well. To pull him from his worries, I gently touched his hand. His eyes flickered to mine, and I gave him what I hoped was an encouraging smile. The hard lines in his forehead smoothed, and we exchanged a look that said more than words ever could. I was with him, and he was with me. With that, we could handle anything. 15 men sat around a long wooden table, their robust voices quieted as they moved their gazes to us in the doorway. Their ages ranged from 20s to 30s, and some who appeared older than that, but their one similarity was their massive bodies, wide chests, bulging biceps, and skin covered in scars. They were true soldiers. Many of them were clean-shaven, though some had long beards. "Sit," Nikias said, waving a hand toward the empty seats. I sat and touched Axios' arm, asking him with a look to sit beside me. I didn't want him too far away. He showed no hesitation as he sunk down in the seat next to me.
"Welcome,"
one of the men said once we'd all taken our seats. Grey streaked through his brown hair, and his eyes were those of a man who'd been to war and lived to tell about it.
"You were invited here this night to experience what Sizisha are like. Your acceptance into one is more than just an invitation to join a group. These men," he motioned to the ones around him, "they become your brothers. You eat with them, sleep by their sides, and you die with them if you must."
Quill and Theon sat beside Axios, while Hayden and Nikias sat across from us. Hayden's grey eyes met mine, and I suspected his thoughts echoed what Axios had said earlier about already knowing who our brothers were. Helots placed platters of cheese and bread in front of us. Quill reached for the platter in earnest, but Axios shook his head as a warning. We hadn't been given permission to eat yet. Every boy at the table had been whipped enough to remember the sting of the leather slicing into our backs.
"You must be starved,"
the same man spoke.
"Take one."
He eyed us as he grabbed a piece for himself and bit into it. Axios took a wedge of bread and slowly ate it. The main course hadn't been brought out yet, but we mustn't eat in haste. I took a piece and bit off the end, barely tasting it. I'd trained myself to treat food as a necessity to survive, rather than a thing to be savoured.
"Have we news of Antalcidas?"
a younger man asked. Nikias had spoken of Antalcidas before. He was both a diplomat and a soldier of Sparta.
"He was sent to speak with Tirabazus of Lydia to sue for peace,"
the leader of the table answered. It made sense for them to speak of politics and war. Sparta was at war with the Corinthians. After our naval victory that had ended the Peloponnesian War, Persia had sent a man called Timocrates to bribe the Greek city-states to oppose Sparta. Thebes had risen up against us and encouraged others to follow. Yet I didn't quite understand what the men spoke of.
"Who is Tirabazus?"
I asked. Axios stilled at my side. Hayden gawked at me. Our role that evening was to join the Spartiates during their meal, but we hadn't been given permission to join their discussion. My need for clarification outweighed the need to stay silent. Sparta was my home too, and I had a right to know about the ongoing conflict. The man who'd greeted us, the one I knew to be the leader, eyed me with a cold stare.
"I know your face, boy. Golden hair and eyes the color of grassy fields. Tell me, boy, what of your father?
My father, the coward. I knew where this discussion would lead, but instead of backing down, I met his challenge head on. He was called Deimos, I answered, returning his stare. The older men around the table reacted to the name. Their once disinterested stares turned deadly as they glared at me. They must have known father and knew how he'd fled battle, leaving his brothers to die in his place. Maybe he'd even abandoned some of them. The scars they wore would have been from that battle.
Yes, I knew Deimos, the man growled, his eyes burning with anger. I'm the one who gave him the sharpened blade that ended his pathetic existence as a man.
Once he'd spoken the words, his lips lifted in a taunting smile. He wanted me to lose composure and lash out at him, probably so he could then slam me against the table and make a show of my insolence. A lesson, as Axios had said earlier. I refused to give him what he wanted. And who, might I ask, are you? I casually said. A man should announce himself when addressing new faces, and yet you've not given us your name. A light pressure touched my leg. Axios was warning me to hold my tongue, but I could not obey. This man thought to intimidate me with his deep voice and muscles, yet he showed disrespect and arrogance by thinking himself above every other man at the table.
Belos,
the man answered, cutting his eyes at me. He seemed more fascinated than angry, though.
You do not cower in the presence of your superiors, boy. I wonder why that is.
Why would I cower? You are but a man of flesh and bone, and when cut, you bleed the same as any other. All eyes shifted to me, many showing shock, while others reflected a dark curiosity. Did they wish to see me beaten for my sharp tongue? Axios squeezed my thigh, and I felt his worry without even looking at him. I placed my hand on top of his as a way to reassure him. He needn't worry over me so fiercely. I was no fool. Belos leaned forward.
Do you intend to stab me, boy? Watch me bleed?
I smirked, amused by the thought of doing exactly that. He was the man who'd convinced my father to take his own life. Only if I must. Nikias clenched his jaw and gave me a stern look. I ignored his glower and focused on Belos again. Our eye contact held for several heartbeats, and the tension in the room thickened. And then he laughed. Belos grabbed a cube of cheese off the platter and popped it into his mouth before pointing at me.
I am fond of your spirit. Your will and intellect are strong. One day you will not only be a skilled warrior, but you shall lead them. Mark my words.
I believed him, not because of arrogance, but rather my strength of character. Leading men into battle was my goal in this life.
You asked of Tiribazus,
Belos continued after taking a drink from his goblet.
He is a general of Persia and seems a reasonable man. Antalcidas hopes to negotiate peace with him to end the war. Persians are scum, all of them. But if we are to ever end the bloodshed, peace is necessary. We have shown we're the dominating power in Greece, and now more than ever, Sparta needs success in forging soldiers to carry on the legacy so many men have died to attain.
2 helots entered the dining hall then, carrying platters of food. Both were clothed in animal skins, and one wore a leather cap. They kept their gazes down and quietly placed bowls in front of us. Axios smiled at one of them, showing his gratitude for the meal. The helot seemed surprised, but then he returned the action and stepped backward. Although I showed no outward signs of it, I inwardly screamed at my friend. How could he be so foolish? I wasn't the only one who'd witnessed it. The other men had too, and they stared at Axios as if he was a rare creature they wished to poke and prod. "Axios, eat," I whispered. "The men are watching you." My friend glanced up and beheld the gaze of the glaring soldiers.
"Something the matter with the food, boy?"
Belos asked him in a low growl. "No, sir," Axios answered before grabbing his bowl and sipping the broth. He hid his disgust well. Black broth was known for being bitter. The dish was composed of vinegar and salt-seasoned pork that had been cooked in blood. Visitors of Sparta were often repulsed by it and asked how we tolerated the taste. Another helot came in to fill our goblets with wine. Axios studied the glass and seemed eager to try it, but he remained still until we were given permission.
"Drink,"
Belos said. Amused by my friend's eagerness, I watched him sip the wine before I took a drink of my own. It was mildly sweet, not too bitter, and the flavor exploded on my tongue. The strength of the wine kept me from drinking too fast, though. Only a fool would become inebriated so quickly. I suppose Quill was that fool. He grabbed his goblet with both hands and gulped it. If he was Hayden's size, the wine might not have affected him so strongly, but he was the smallest of us. The cup was nearly drained when he set it back on the table. With glassy brown eyes, he grinned at Axios, then at me, before hiccuping.
"You!"
Belos exclaimed, pointing to Quill.
"To your feet!"
Quill jolted at the command and swiftly jumped up from the table. He crashed to the floor before righting himself, swaying as he fought to stay upright.
"Show them what happens to men who drink in excess."
Belos nodded to Nikias. I wanted to help him, but I knew there was not a thing I could do. He'd erred and had to be taught a lesson. Disappointment shone in Nikias' eyes as he stood and approached Quill. Our teacher had become close to all of us, and I knew he'd rather take a beating himself than be the one to hurt Quill. He grabbed Quill's tunic and flung him to the floor. With potent wine altering his mind, Quill's movements were clumsy as he tried to stand. Right when he got to his feet, Nikias knocked him back down.
"When drink takes hold, it takes over your every action,"
Nikias said, kicking Quill in the side.
"Your body battles your mind. Men who inebriate themselves lose control, and it does not matter how skilled they are."
While being kicked, Quill didn't cry out in pain. Years of training had taught him well. He grumbled a little as he stood, and then he lurched forward and vomited. Nikias jumped out of the way of the mess.
"Pathetic. Take your seat at the table."
Shaking, Quill wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and sat beside Axios.
"Lesson learned,"
Belos said, giving a hard stare to the rest of us.
"If you are to drink, do so in moderation. A clouded mind leads to death. Only fools drink themselves into a stupor. Are you fools?"
We shook our heads. The helot from earlier came back to retrieve our bowls. I paid little attention to him as he took mine. While I never went out of my way to be cruel to the slaves, I didn't hold the same compassion for them as Axios did. Just like he'd done earlier, Axios made eye contact with the helot and nodded his thanks. Why must he be so difficult? Slaves were beneath us. The helot hesitantly smiled at my friend. He'd probably known nothing but harshness from other Spartans and didn't know what to think of Axios. By the gods, I didn't know what to think of him either. My insides coiled when one of the soldiers stood from the table, having also seen the interaction between the slave and my friend.
"I believe another lesson is to be learned this night,"
the man snarled as he grabbed the helot boy. He then regarded Axios.
"You, I noticed the way you looked at this creature. Do you think it's equal to us?
Axios gritted his teeth and looked to be seconds away from talking back to the older male. His eyes flickered to mine, and he must have seen the warning in my expression because he refrained from doing so. No, Axios finally responded. Spartans are far superior to the Helots. His response stunned me. My friend didn't hold such beliefs, yet he knew the severity of the situation. He could confide in me with his honest views of the world, but he couldn't do the same with others. The Helot's eyes filled with fear. His head was then smashed on the table by the man holding him. When the Spartan lifted the slave's head back up, he grinned at the blood dripping down the boy's face. The slave whimpered as the man tightened his hold. Axios tensed beside me, and I saw it written on his face. He was about to rise from the table and attack the Spartan. I squeezed his leg like he'd done to me earlier, a warning to keep still.
Unlike other Greeks, we do not water down our wine,
Belos said, grabbing the vase of wine.
That is why it's so potent, and why the smaller boys become inebriated so quickly.
Quill, still humiliated, hunched over in his seat. Approaching the Helot with the wine in hand, Belos flashed a cold smile.
Hold him, Paris.
The slave struggled in Paris' grip as Belos pried his mouth open and forced wine down his throat. He thrashed and attempted to escape the soldier's hold, causing some of the wine to run down his chin and splash on the floor. When he gasped and tried to spit out the wine, Belos dug his fingers into his jaw and told Paris to hold the boy's nose.
Swallow it or suffocate,
Belos said. Once again, Axios seemed as if he was about to interfere. Do not even think of it, I whispered, grabbing his thigh, yanking him back onto the seat. Accept them as being inferior to us. The sooner you realize that, the better. As his honey eyes met mine, my heart sank. He stared at me as if I was a stranger.
This is barbaric, Eryx. How can you be so calm? That boy did no wrong.
No, he did not. His treatment is your doing, my friend, I said, saddened by my words. He'd never forgive himself for this. You must toss away any qualms about the slaves being equals and see them for what they are. His heart was pure. He fought against our customs, and if he continued to do so, I wouldn't be able to protect him forever. When Paris laughed, Axios focused on the Helot again with tears in his eyes. The slave staggered in place, and wine trickled from his swollen lips.
See this pathetic waste of life!
Paris pushed the Helot. The boy stumbled forward and caught himself on the edge of the table.
Mercy! Hear the way it begs,
Paris stated with disgust before sneering at us.
Who wishes to show this filth the Spartans' mercy?
When the Helot tried to flee, Paris grabbed a handful of his pale hair and yanked him back. Tears streamed down the boy's face. It wasn't until that moment that I felt a kind of sorrow for him. Since our birth, it had been instilled in us that the Helots were beneath us. But when I saw the Helot's trembling body and tear-stained cheeks, it reached into my soul and touched my humanity. Instantly, Belos looked at Axios. I knew what he intended just from the malice in his eyes. My friend's kindness toward the slave made both of them a target. It seemed Belos wished all of us to learn another lesson this night, and he'd make Axios kill the slave to teach us that lesson. No, I cannot allow it. Axios had already killed one boy before, Darius, and that death had nearly broken him. If he was forced to take another life, I feared the toll it'd take on him. I do, I said, keeping a calm tone. It shall be my pleasure.
Very well.
Paris removed a blade from the holder on his waist and held it out to me.
Do what you must. The rest of you, watch and learn.
I stood and approached Paris, taking the blade from his hand. The helot stared at me, his body shaking with fear. His pale hair reminded me of the silver light of the moon, and his blue eyes shone like a clear winter's day. Axios had a weakness for pretty things. Did he find this boy pretty too? The thought made me tighten my hold on the blade. An ill feeling landed in the pit of my stomach as I imagined Axios fancying this slave, craving his touch. The anger faded when I came back to myself and realized what I was about to do. I'd never taken a life before, and for the briefest of moments, my hand shook. The slave opened his mouth as if to beg. Without another moment of hesitation, I swung the blade and slashed it across his throat. Blood sprayed from the wound, drenching the slave's clothes and splashing on me as well. His eyes went wide as he crashed to the hard floor, his body twitching as his life spilled out of him. When he stopped convulsing, I forced myself to look into his lifeless eyes, forced myself to see him as nothing more than a beast. It was the only way to find solace in the deed, otherwise I knew he'd haunt me. Maybe he still would. I wiped the bloody blade on the bottom of my tunic before returning it to Paris. The soldier nodded to me, seemingly impressed. My gaze landed on Axios when I turned around. His eyes watered, but he didn't let the tears fall. I'd done this to spare him the pain of doing it himself. I just hadn't expected to feel so numb afterward. I felt neither sadness nor anger, not even pride. As we walked back to the barracks, that nothingness continued to have hold of me. It grew in the pit of my stomach, growing taller and taller, taking every piece of my soul until I didn't even feel human anymore. Everyone kept their silence, including Nikias, though our teacher kept a close eye on me. Before joining the boys in our sleeping quarters, I went to wash off the helot's blood. I scrubbed my red-stained hands until they felt raw. A quiet whimper escaped my lips as I stared at all of the blood on my tunic. I tore it off me and tossed it into the grass. The helot's eyes flashed in my head, wide and pleading. I remembered the warm spray of his blood as I sliced open his throat. I bent forward and vomited, unable to hold it back anymore. More whimpers left me as I clawed at my chest and face, still feeling as though his blood was on me. The emptiness from earlier was replaced by a sorrow so profound I wasn't sure I'd be able to pull myself out of the dark. And for the first time in nearly 8 years, I cried. I knew not why I cried. Was it for the boy I'd killed? Was it because of Axios? Or did I cry because I felt a piece of my soul chipping away?
Dry them eyes, boy! Rid yourself of this weakness!
As father's words returned to me, I wiped at my eyes and stood back up. Calm came over me as I washed out my mouth and splashed water on my face. When I joined the boys in the barracks, I quietly moved through the room and lay on my mat beside Axios. It was too quiet. Usually Theon and Quill stayed up late, giggling and whispering to each other, but they made no sound. Hayden faced the wall, and I faced away from Axios, not having the strength to look at him. Axios shifted closer and wrapped an arm around me.
Don't,
I said, my voice cracking.
Leave me be, Axios.
It hurt me to say the words to him, but I needed my space. I had told him countless times to let go of his compassion for the helots, and he ignored my warning. Now, a boy was dead, and I'd killed him.
Eri, Please,
I begged. A lump formed in my throat.
As you wish.
His arm lifted from me. I mourned the loss of Axios, but I had to end this between us. I had let him make me weak. I'd let his tender heart and compassion sink into me and nearly prevent me from performing my duty. "Never forget who you are," Father had said. "Remember your purpose in life, to live and die for Sparta, above all else." Axios had made me forget that lesson. I wouldn't forget again. Chapter 6. Rain fell from the sky, hiding the sun behind dark clouds. I didn't wish to see the sun anyway. I had barely slept the night before. The decision to distance myself from Axios had torn me apart, as if my very soul was being ripped in two. For so long, I had relied on him more than he even realized. He'd given me a slice of happiness in a life not meant for such things. Yes, in order to be the man, the warrior I wished to be, I had to let him go. We'd become stronger because of it. Hayden and a boy named Menexenus were training in the arena, practicing defensive and offensive drills. Both tactics were important in combat. One must know how to strike blows, but also defend against them. Felix watched them, his dark eyes following their movements. He shouted when one of them slipped in their formation. Axios and I stood at the side of the small arena. The other members of our herd were scattered around the training arena, some practicing in the next field over, while others sat on the wet grass, catching their breaths after they'd pushed themselves hard. "Hayden needs to watch his left side," I said, keeping my eyes trained forward, but seeing Axios' head turn in my direction. Other than to discuss training, I hadn't spoken to him that morning. It was precisely how things needed to be between us from now on. His strikes are precise, but he doesn't defend well. Axios focused back on the boys. Hayden was quick for a boy his size. He lunged forward, his fists blurring as he hit the other youth's stomach and chest. Menexenus stumbled back before steadying himself and throwing a punch to Hayden's right side. Hayden blocked the hit with his forearm. Ever since they'd begun their fight, I'd studied them. Hayden favored his right side, as it was his dominant one. While he was quick on his feet and accurate with his hits, his left side was wide open, vulnerable. Menexenus noticed this. He swung with his left arm, expecting Hayden to block the hit, which he did. And then he slammed his fist into Hayden's left side, hitting the bigger boy so hard that Hayden flew backward into the mud. With Hayden dazed from the fall, Menexenus jumped on him and straddled his chest before punching him in the face. When Hayden raised his arms to block one hit, Menexenus used his left fist to strike the other side. Growling, Hayden shoved the other boy off him and got to his feet. He slipped in the mud, though, and fell to his knees, his face a bloody mess, and his chest covered in red marks. The rain fell harder, making the ground softer and the mud slicker. Each time Hayden tried to stand, he fell back down. "Enough," Felix said. He approached Hayden and jerked him by the arm. "You go into a fight with all brawn and no brains. Think, boy. You must calculate the enemy's next move before they make it, and always defend. If this were a real battle, you would have been bested by a man half your size." Menexenus silently stood beside Hayden, showing no signs of pride at having won the fight. Small victories meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. "Axios," Felix pointed at us. "You and Eryx fight next." Axios snapped his head toward me, his eyes shocked and uncertain. I returned his gaze, burying my affection for him beneath a cold resolve. He was my weakness. And what did Spartans do with weakness? Crushed it. Without a word to him, I walked toward Felix. Axios followed behind me after a moment of hesitation. I felt his eyes on me, and I fought the urge to look over my shoulder at him. Once we were in front of Felix, our trainer shifted a gaze between us.
"Do as the other boys did. Attack and defend,"
Felix said as a sly grin curved his lips.
"This shall be interesting."
He then joined the boys watching us from the side of the arena. Rain continued to fall, the cold drops drumming against my skin. When Axios faced me, he wiped at his eyes, probably to clear his vision. My heart thudded in my chest, matching the rhythm of the raindrops. A voice inside my head screamed for me to stop, but I was already swinging my fist. Axios fell to the ground as I punched the side of his head. The shock in his eyes as he peered up at me through the rain cracked my chest wide open. His hands and knees sunk into the mud as he tried to stand. I kicked him in the stomach, the feel of my foot colliding with his soft skin I had often traced circles on and pressed my face against, hurt me more than anything I'd ever done in this life. He released a silent oof before rolling to his back and staring up at me.
"To your feet!"
I yelled as thunder rumbled in the distance.
"For once in your life, Axe, fight!"
His wounded expression would forever haunt me from that day forward. As he lay in the mud, the cut on the side of his head bleeding before being washed away with rain, he looked so broken. If I had to break him in order to build him up stronger, so be it. I reared back my arm, but before my fist crashed into his face, he rolled to the left. He swiftly got to his feet and faced me, but he never made a move to hit me. Why wasn't he fighting back? I lunged for him. Axios dodged my attack and shoved against my shoulder. I nearly fell, but caught myself before running at him again. He blocked my next punch, but the rain made us both slick, so my fist slid against his arm and smashed into his cheek anyway. I hated hurting him, which was exactly why I needed to. I was punishing him for being weak, but also punishing myself for the same reason. Hurting Axios was the one thing that could truly hurt me. I threw another punch, and he brought up his forearm to block me. He shoved me backward, and for a moment I lost my footing. It was the opening he needed to hit me, but he didn't. He stood in place, his tears mixing with the rain.
"Hit me!"
I barged forward and shoved against his chest.
"This is what you must become!"
I jabbed at his side.
"A warrior! A man! Fight!"
My voice wasn't my own. It reached my ears, raw and broken. I screamed at him with the heat of 1,000 suns, both desperate for him to change his ways and saddened by the thought of him becoming a vicious warrior who would lose the curious mind I adored so much. The heavy downpour lessened, transitioning to a light mist. The storm might have died down, but the one in my heart remained. When Axios' eyes met mine, his chin trembled, and still he didn't hit me. My fist smashed into his torso over and over again, and he let me do it. His acceptance to being beaten only made me angrier, so I kept hitting him. With each punch to his body, I felt my heart break. I hit him because he was weak. I hit him because he made me weak. And I hit him for all the things I refused to admit aloud. The betrayal I felt every time he stared at another with desire in his eyes. Axios dug his feet into the mud to stay standing, but he didn't strike me. He didn't even block my blows anymore, as if he wanted me to hurt him. I bruised his lip and knocked the breath from his lungs, but even in my anger, I didn't use my full strength.
"Why can't you be like the rest of us?"
I asked in a defeated tone, losing momentum. Tears pooled in my eyes as I stared at his bloody face and swollen right eye.
"Fight, damn you!"
Axios swayed to his feet, looking as though he was about to topple over, but he didn't. He stood strong, holding his head high. God, I'd beaten him badly. Staring at the marks I'd left on him made me hate myself. Felix stepped forward, placing himself between us.
That's enough for today.
He looked between me and Axios with a furrowed brow before addressing the other boys who'd stopped their training to watch our fight.
You're dismissed. Leave my sight and go clean yourselves up.
Axios turned to leave, but Felix slapped a hand on his chest to stop him.
As for you two, he continued, I put you against each other to observe your actions when given an order that went against your personal beliefs. As a warrior, you will face such challenges. I did not like what I saw. This barrier between you, tear it down and repair the connection I've seen you build over the years. In all my years of training Ephebes, I have not once witnessed what you share.
Felix left us then and walked off the field. He wished for me and Axios to be as we once were, but my loyalty to Axios tore apart everything I believed in, everything my father had instilled in me. There was a deeper reason for my cold shift in behavior, one that terrified me. Axios stared at me, but I refused to meet his gaze. Instead, I stared over his shoulder at the field behind him. When he stepped toward me, I stepped back and finally looked at him. My gut twisted at seeing the mess I'd made of his face.
What have I done to anger you, Eryx?
His voice cracked on my name.
It is not what you have done to me, but what you have done to yourself,
I answered steadily, even though I felt anything but calm.
Why can you not grasp the truth that slaves are below us? That you must fight or you will die? Your weakness, my friend, is caring too much. Your heart is kind, but this is no place to be of tender heart. I thought you liked that about me, he said, and the ache in his voice matched the one in his eyes.
As I studied him, I felt my composure slipping. The strength it took to keep him at a distance was more than I could bear.
That is why it hurts, Ax, I whispered. Your soul is pure, and your mind, although not strong in battle strategy, is keen in other areas. I admire the way you see the world with such compassion, with such light.
I averted my eyes from his bloody face.
However, one day the light you carry will be snuffed out by darkness. I dread the moment when the gentleness in your eyes becomes cold, as you see, at last, that the world is unforgiving and cruel, and I fear that I will lose you, either to the god of death or to your inner demons.
It was the true reason I'd been so angry. More than angry, I'd been afraid. Axios had nearly been punished the previous night. When Belos and the others saw his weakness for the Helots, I knew they'd use it against him. He needed to accept our ways. The true extent of my fear had come from the revelation that I might go against Sparta in order to protect him someday. Thunder rumbled through the clouds above us before the rain turned steady, calm even.
You're mistaken, Axios spoke, shaking his head. I already see the world for what it is. Only I choose to rise above the flames and refuse to succumb to its bleakness.
Needing a moment to ponder his words, I walked towards the side of the arena. He kept pace beside me. He saw the darkness of the world and refused to let it smother him. A good fighting spirit, but a person could only soar for so long before falling, like Icarus and his wings of wax. You can only stay above the flames for so long before you fall back to earth and burn, I said, eyeing two helots who passed us carrying vegetable baskets. With their eyes on the ground, they hastened their steps and left our sight. Had they heard about me killing the helot boy and worried I'd do the same to them?
Then I will be reborn from the ashes, Axios finally responded.
I didn't believe in rebirth. When we died, our souls left this place and went to the Elysian fields. One day, when I died in battle with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, I'd like to see those green fields of paradise, but not yet. Arriving at the barracks, Axios hesitated before going inside. I suspected he wanted to enjoy the outside air, even though the sky was dark and the rain cold. I sat beneath the awning and smiled when he took the spot beside me. My smile faded, however, when I remembered the grim events of the previous night. I recalled the soft smile Axios had shared with the slave. "You fancied him, didn't you?" I asked, moving my gaze from the willow tree in front of us to his inquisitive face. The question tasted vile on my tongue, and my hand balled into a fist. "The helot boy. I saw how you looked at him. He was quite intriguing for a slave." "Yes," he answered. That one word stabbed into my chest like a sharpened blade. "I did not see him as a slave. I do not see any of them as lower than you or I. He was beautiful, and now he is dead." Beautiful. There was that word again. He found so many things beautiful, and yet the only beauty I saw was the boy staring back at me right then. His admission came with little shock. It was common for men to share a mutual attraction in Sparta. Growing up together, fighting together, created bonds between boys. The kind of bond they couldn't have with anyone else, especially not with a woman they barely knew. Sexual relationships developed, though it was rare for them to ever become romantic. Soldiers often surrendered to their passions for each other during wartime, or so I'd heard from Nikias. Tomorrow was never guaranteed, and when a man desired a warm body to sink into, to provide him comfort, he turned to the men he trusted with his life. "I was dishonest with you," I quietly said. His gaze met mine. "How so?" I dreaded speaking the words, but I could no longer keep it from him. After 2 years of fighting my desire for him, I feared I'd explode into 1,000 pieces if I kept the secret inside a moment longer. "I was angry with you, not only for your reluctance to stand up for yourself, but because I did not favor the way you looked at the helot." My jaw tightened, and I grabbed a long strand of grass from the wet earth, tearing it apart. It was difficult to speak around the tightness of my throat. "Seeing you fancy another was like a dagger in my heart, Axios, and I must confess that a part of me enjoyed slitting his throat." There were times when I was sure Axios felt the same about me. When I tackled him and our bare bodies slid together, our mouths inches apart and our hearts thumping wildly, I'd see a spark in his eyes and felt a tightening in his body. But was I just another pretty thing for him to admire and release, like the butterfly he'd caught in the valley days ago and let go into the wind? Did I mean as much to him as he meant to me? "And the other part of you?" Axios asked, breaking the silence. "What did it feel upon killing him?" I dropped my gaze to the torn strand of grass in my hand. "Once a thing is broken, there is no mending it. Like this thread of grass. Parts of it lie in shreds at my feet, and nothing can again make it whole. Nothing could make me whole again." After tossing the rest of the grass to the ground, I stood and walked toward the tree. Axios followed me, as I knew he would. A slight chill lingered in the air from the cloudy day, but it had stopped raining at least. "Death is that way," I said, grabbing an overhanging branch and pulling myself up to sit in the tree. "I suppose I never truly understood the finality of it until I was the one holding the blade, the one with blood on my hands. Looking at my palms, I remembered them stained red. I wonder what he felt right before the light faded from his eyes, where he went afterward, if anywhere at all. Is he at peace?" "One day we will know the answer." Axios climbed up and sat on the branch beside me. But it is not this day. How could Axios be so gentle with me after how I'd treated him in the arena? Fighting the grief clawing at my heart, I met his gaze. I should not have hit you so hard. Forgive me. Seeing blood trickle from his lip, I reached and wiped my thumb across it. I'd do anything to take it all back. I had let my anger and a wounded heart control me. I had lashed out at the one person I could never lose. I feel fine. Axios grabbed my wrist when I went to pull away, and he placed my hand upon his cheek. His face was so close to mine, the tenderness I often felt in his touch reflected in his eyes. I couldn't change the past, but the decisions I made in the present could shape my future. Our future. One choice could change everything. When I cupped his cheek, he leaned into my palm, briefly closing his eyes. His long, dark lashes fluttered against his tanned skin, and even when covered in cuts and bruises, he was the most extraordinary thing I'd ever beheld. That's when I knew the decision I needed to make. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, I whispered, pressing my forehead to his. I would kill any man, go any distance, and burn the whole world down if it meant keeping you safe. Fear had blinded me, fear of failing Sparta, but more than anything, the fear of never again feeling Axios' warmth or smelling the sweetness of his skin. My eyes were open now, and damn any man who thought to step in my way. His response to my words was unexpected. Axios angled his head and pressed his lips to mine. He tasted of blood from the crack in his lip, but I also tasted rain and earth and honey. I froze at the contact. I was not born for such tenderness. None of us were. Our lives, our every breath, belonged to Sparta. But as his soft mouth touched mine, I knew my heart belonged to Axios. I slid my hand from his cheek to the back of his head, tangling my fingers in his black hair as I drew him closer to me and returned his kiss. He emitted a sigh and moved his mouth on mine. I'd never known such happiness. Sitting in the tree with Axios, our lips joined and our hearts beating wildly, I finally felt whole. It reminded me of a story I'd once heard. During his travels with the army, Father had once visited Athens. While there, he'd met a poet called Aristophanes, who had told a story about soulmates. The story had seemed ridiculous to me, as Father spoke of humans originally having 4 arms, 4 legs, and a head made of 2 faces. Zeus, in his anger, had split the creatures in 2. Did they die after Zeus split them apart? I asked. No, Father answered. Death would have been a reprieve from their misery. Missing a part of yourself is much worse than death. The humans walked through life, yearning for their missing half. What happens when they do find each other? Father bumped my chin with his knuckles and smiled. According to the poet, when the 2 halves meet again, an unspoken thing passes between them, a connection they've never felt before. Amongst the unspoken things lies a sense of unity, of home, and they finally know joy. Axios was my joy, the missing part of my soul, and gods, I revelled in his soft sighs and trembling body as we kissed. Hey, you birds in the tree! We broke apart at the voice, and I looked down to see Hayden. Come down from your nest and play, he said with a sly grin as he stared up at us, holding a leather ball in his hands. We need you to make the teams of even number. He'd become a close friend over the years, and I trusted him with my life. Yet I couldn't help but feel relieved upon seeing his smiling face. He'd seen Axios and I kiss and held no disgust or confusion over it. He'd accepted it because he knew us. He'd probably seen the signs even before we did.
"Are you certain you wish for me to join?"
I asked, eyeing the ball in his hands. I caressed Axios' lower back, a light touch to let him know we'd continue our kiss later, before shifting on the branch and hopping down from the tree. I met Hayden's gaze with all the confidence I possessed. I excelled in sports, and it had caused a friendly rivalry between me and the bigger youth.
"Of course,"
Hayden answered with a smirk.
"You shall be on my team."
Axios jumped from the branch and landed on the heels of his feet before glancing between the two of us.
"No fair. The two of you cannot be on the same team. The rest of us won't stand a chance."
I touched his hand with the back of mine, smiling when our eyes met.
"Oh, come now, Axios. Even when outmanned, a Spartan never admits defeat."
Axios answered with a playful snarl. Then he straightened his stance and raised his chin.
"Remember those words when I have you on your back in the dirt later."
It was something I liked about Axios. No matter how many times we raced through the valley, he always held on to hope that he'd eventually beat me, even though he never did. I'd never met anyone more resilient. Hayden laughed and slapped a hand on his shoulders.
"No offense, my friend, but he's already made a mess of you this day. Best not challenge him further."
But Hayden didn't know the truth about our fight in the arena. Axios could have easily struck me, maybe even knocked me to the mud and busted my face like I'd done to his. But he refused to lift a hand to me. It said so much about his strength of character. I felt incredibly foolish for my earlier thoughts about him being weak. His compassion for the slaves would do nothing but cause him trouble, but it didn't make him weak. The fact he stood up for his beliefs when others tried to beat him down spoke wonders. It took more strength to continue fighting than to surrender to another's way of thinking.
"Hurry your asses,"
Quill said as he and Theon approached.
"Stop fiddling with each other's cocks and let's play."
"The runt has spoken,"
Hayden said, tossing the ball in the air before catching it.
"Who are you calling a runt, you big ass?"
Quill retorted, shoving Hayden's arm. The bigger boy didn't even budge. Axios smiled at our friends, and I smiled at him. He'd said earlier that he would rise from the ashes if he crashed to the earth and burned, like a phoenix, but I viewed him more as a lion. My thoughts drifted to how he'd stood in place as I hit him in the arena, how he had squared his jaw as tears burned in his eyes. He never broke. Although I'd never understand why he held differing beliefs from the rest of us, I realized right then that I didn't need to understand in order to accept it. The five of us sprinted toward the field behind the barracks, where we met Melias. We formed 2 teams of 3, with Melias being on my and Hayden's team. Axios was paired with Quill and Theon. The pairing was unfair, perhaps, but it made for an amusing show as the smaller boys fought to keep up with us. Later that night in the barracks, Axios rolled toward me once we were on our mats and softly pressed his lips to mine. His kiss was hesitant, as if he sought permission to deepen it. I moved my hand to his nape and pulled him against me, chest to chest and mouth to mouth. We not only shared a breath, but as we kissed, I felt that we shared a soul as well. Chapter 7. The kiss in the tree had been the first of many. Never once did the kisses become anything stronger, though, only gentle touches of our mouths before bed and in the early morning before the boys woke around us. After a brutal day in the arena, nothing soothed me more than the brush of his lips on mine. Such a simple thing, a kiss, and yet it had the power to bring me to my knees. Axios beamed as he walked beside me on the path. I'd noticed a change in him over the past several weeks. It was as if he took as much comfort from my kisses as I did from his. Our training had intensified. Felix pushed us hard and instilled in our minds that our only purpose in this life was to kill or be killed. We were bred to be warriors, to fight. Tender moments were not meant for us, and yet we reveled in them anyway. Axios seemed to find a balance between the two extremities, learning how to become what he needed to be, while at the same time finding solace in my touch. We were on our way to visit his sister and mother, since we didn't have training. A rare day, but one we'd take full advantage of. Because of the Agauge, the boys rarely saw their families, so it was a nice gift. I had no parents or siblings, but Axios' family had welcomed me with open arms. The reason for the spare time was a grim one, however. Tensions had grown higher in the war with Corinth, and the older men had gathered to discuss the matter. So Antalcidas' peace proposal was not accepted by Tirabazus, Axios asked. We'd heard several details about the war from passing soldiers, but my friend struggled to understand the politics involved. Why? Apparently Athens and Thebes didn't favor the idea of Sparta withdrawing its support, I explained, meeting his puzzled expression. I never grew irritated at his many questions. I enjoyed them. Sparta wishes to be declared independent, as we have every right to be, but Antalcidas requested all Greek cities be independent too. It has stirred a panic amongst the other cities. What do you suppose will happen? He asked, as we veered off the dirt path and stepped onto one made of stone. The cold stone beneath my feet signaled the approach of winter. Sparta will do just as she always has, fight and conquer, I answered. We may lose a battle, but we always win the war, for no army is greater. Perhaps. A shudder rippled through his body, though I didn't know if the chill came from his worry about Sparta's fate or the cold stone beneath us. Axios preferred the heat of summer. He loved lying in the field and staring up at the sky, letting the sun bathe him in its warm glow. Winter took away that warmth and replaced it with an irrepressible chill. Perhaps, I asked, bumping my shoulder to his. Do you doubt Sparta, my friend? I do not doubt the discipline of our men, nor the strength they possess, Axios answered with a thoughtful expression. But we are not gods, Eryx, no matter how great we are. When we are cut, we bleed, and if that cut is deep enough, we fall. All men have weaknesses, even the ones who believe they do not. Death is inevitable. Pressing my lips into a line, I thought over his words. He spoke truth. Spartans were not gods. One day we'd all die. Axios appeared both eager and sad as we approached his mother's house. The simple design of the house matched many of the family homes in Sparta. Sun-dried mud bricks were painted white, and there was a small courtyard with fruit trees and a garden to the side. The front door flew open, and out ran a young woman with flowing black hair. She headed straight for Axios, excitement bursting off her. "Dear brother!" Liana exclaimed before throwing her arms around his neck. "How I've missed you!" As she pulled back from their embrace, I noticed their similarities. Same dark hair and honey eyes. My friend's complexion was darker, but her skin also held a radiant golden glow. Most Spartan women refrained from such affectionate displays, but Liana was a free spirit. I'd learned long ago that she did as she pleased. "And I you," Axios responded, his smile brighter than the sun that shone above us. Liana was older than Axios, and when I had first met her years ago, she had taken to me as if I was her brother too. Axios told me she used to chase him through the courtyard and tickle him mercilessly once she caught him. I would have liked to see it. It was difficult to imagine Axios before the Agauge. He had a kind heart, but there were shadows in his eyes from the harshness of our life. "Liana?" I greeted her with a nod,
Still so formal, sweet Eryx? She asked, slowly drawing me in for a hug. She smelled of flowers, the scent suiting her well. When I was younger, I'd often viewed her as a forest nymph who'd been born human because she was passionate about plants and tended to them in her garden. The hug only lasted a moment, and then she stepped away.
As always, I answered. Axios was the only person I let my guard down around. With him, I could close my eyes and relax. I could graze my lips along his neck, feeling him tremble, and hold him as close as our bodies allowed.
Come inside, Liana said, squeezing Axios' hand. Mother is waiting.
Amara stood beside the round table, placing dishes of dried figs and beech nuts on top of it. Axios slightly cringed. He detested beech nuts because of their bitterness. His mother knew this and set them out anyway. When she approached, she didn't embrace him. Instead, she touched his shoulders and forced a smile.
Thank you for visiting, my boy, Amara said, dropping her hands from him.
Her expression was as lifeless as her voice had been, but when she looked at me, life returned to her eyes.
How are you faring in training?
I knew it hurt Axios that his mother showed me such warmth, yet kept him in the cold, and the sting in his eyes right then angered me. He deserved to be showered with affection, to be loved, and Amara treated him like he was a mere stranger passing through.
We are well, Axios muttered, masking his hurt well, but I still saw it.
Felix has informed us we may not stay long. Then let us enjoy the time that is given, Liana said, grabbing his hand and leading him to the table.
Amara poured each of us a glass of water before taking a seat at the table. I barely listened as she spoke of her life as of late. No, my attention was solely on Axios, who surveyed the room and seemed so distant, I suppose. The faraway look in his eyes made me curious. His body was here, but his mind was elsewhere.
Where have you gone, my raven?
I watched the bump move in his throat as he ate a fig. I stared at his lips as his tongue dashed out and licked them.
Gods, I wanted to taste him again.
I have found my passion in this life,
Liana said after Amara finished her story about selling her crafts in the marketplace.
Javelin throwing. My instructor believes I'm the best she's seen in many years.
Physical strength was just as important for women as it was for men. They were well educated and trained. Once a woman reached age 18, her most important duty was childbearing. A woman's body needed to be strong in order to birth strong men. Liana was only in her 16th year, however, and still had a while to enjoy her youth and passions before obligation took them from her.
One day I will be like Siniska, the first woman to ever be victorious in the Olympic Games,
Liana exclaimed and mimicked the noise of a roaring crowd.
I will lead my 4-horse chariot to victory.
Siniska was a royal princess who had proved that women could be just as fierce as men. She was a heroine to many Spartan women.
I have no doubt, sister, Axios said.
Liana radiated with a smile. Her brother's encouragement seemed to be exactly what she needed to hear.
You will find a suitable husband and perform your duty as a Spartan woman by giving him sons,
Amara said in a disapproving tone. She stood and went over to close the shutters as a strong wind blew through the kitchen window.
Sons that will grow and become warriors to keep our homeland safe, both from the enemies outside our walls and the ones dwelling within.
The ones dwelling within. She was referring to the Helots. With their growing numbers, they outnumbered us Spartans. We had to stay strong and vigilant to prevent another uprising. Yet, even though I agreed that Sparta needed more men, I pitied Liana. In the years I'd known her, she'd made it clear she had no desire for a husband or children. Yes, Mother, Lyanna said, slumping a bit in her chair as her earlier enthusiasm blew away like a flower petal caught in a strong gust of wind. She was the petal, and Amara was the wind. Less than an hour later, Axios and I were back on the stone path heading for the barracks. He hadn't said much during the visit, and I knew his mother's behavior troubled him. Amara had wounded both of her children in different ways, forcing one to be something she wasn't, while disregarding the other for not being the man she wanted him to be. Lyanna would dominate the games if she were allowed to compete, he said finally as we neared the top of the hill that sloped down into the valley.
Yes, she would, I agreed.
It's unfair, is it not? He sighed and kicked at a rock. Sparta forces each of us into a mold. If we try to break free, we're shoved back into it.
The mold keeps order, I said, understanding his irritation, but not sharing the same opinion. Our life's purpose is to serve Sparta.
Axios frowned and said nothing more. He didn't need to say anything, for I knew his mind. What if I want more? He'd once asked me. I glanced over at him, seeing the way the breeze swept through his dark hair. It pained me to admit that he'd never receive his heart's desire. A rectangular courtyard sat outside the barracks. Most nights after evening meal, Nikias would call all the boys over and tell us stories. Some of the stories were lessons, testing our academic advancement as well as our ability to make quick decisions. The lessons, though serious in nature, lifted our spirits and further bonded us. Darkness dominated Sparta now, the last remnants of the sun having sunk below the horizon. "Come and sit with me beside the fire," Nikias said, waving us over. Axios sat between me and Hayden, and I moved closer to him, pressing my leg to his. He offered me an almost imperceptible smile. Our affection for each other wasn't a secret, but we didn't flaunt it either. The night was cold, dark, but the fire blazed high, the flames twisting and turning as they consumed the wood and stretched upward. "Who is the strongest boy amongst you?" Nikias asked, moving his gaze between each of our faces. The question seemed simple enough, yet it was meant to trick us, to test our decision-making skills. "Hayden," Theon answered, clasping his hands together and sitting forward on the log. "Why?" Nikias asked him. "He's the biggest of us, the strongest." "Why didn't you say yourself?" Nikias pressed. "Because that would be a lie," Theon answered. "A Spartan needs to know his own strength. If you would have asked who is the fastest among us, I would have said myself. I'm quick on my feet and can outrun any boy here." "Eryx is the strongest," Axios interjected, and all eyes shifted to him. "Hayden has the brawn, yes, but Eryx has both brawn and intellect. He's disciplined and unwavering in his ability to strike a man down, the perfect makings of a soldier, a leader." My heart soared at not only the flattery in his words, but the confidence in his voice as he spoke them.
"I also choose Eryx," Hayden spoke, staring at me over the top of Axios' head. "I would gladly follow you into battle, my friend, for there is no one I trust more."
Quill and Malias agreed before the others did the same, nodding their heads in silence. A swell of pride filled my chest as I met each of their stares. They were my brothers, my family. Nikias peered at me, the flickering flames dancing in his sapphire eyes. "You have the loyalty of your men, Eryx. Do not betray their trust."
"I won't. I'd sooner die than betray them."
Axios pressed his leg to mine, and the heat of his skin warmed mine in turn. "I asked that question to make you all think," Nikias said. "As young Theon mentioned, a Spartan must know his strengths, but also his weaknesses. It's the only way to improve, to become better. Our decisions in this life define who we are as men. We must set pride aside and do what's best for our home, no matter the cost. He paused as a group of Spartiates walked past, their armor clanking as they headed toward their quarters. Many men were away from Sparta for the war. The soldiers who remained trained harder than ever and often didn't reach their beds until late. They could be called to leave for battle at any moment and must be prepared.
"Will you tell us a story?"
Quill asked. "Yes, one about war," Theon added. "So you wish to hear, young Spartans, the tale of the mighty 300 who fought and perished so that you may sit here now and listen to their deeds," Nicaeus said, his voice taking on a more engaging tone. He loved telling us stories. "The Persians outnumbered them, and their army loomed for miles, but still the Spartans blocked the road through the mountains that would prevent Xerxes and his army to pass." I leaned forward, hanging onto his every word. Stories of war and Spartan courage greatly appealed to me. King Leonidas knew he would not return to Sparta, that he would fall on the battlefield, Nicaeus continued. The glow of the fire lit one side of his face, while casting the other in shadow, causing his scar to appear even harsher and distorting his features.
"How did he know?"
Quill asked. "It is said he consulted the oracle at Delphi before departing to meet the Persian army. She gave him a prophecy, a warning of events to come." Nicaeus paused and moved his gaze among us. "Sparta would be conquered and demolished unless one of her kings sacrificed himself to save her." Father had first told me the story of the Battle of Thermopylae. As he'd spoken of the courageous Spartans who'd fought and died that day, refusing to surrender even when they knew the battle to be lost, I understood what it meant to be a Spartan. You had to be strong, intelligent, and brave. Our bodies might be beaten, but our spirit would never die. Return with your shield or on it.
"There were not just Spartans who fought bravely and perished,"
Axios said, pulling me from my musings.
300 Spartans, yes, but Thebans and Thespians fought as well. After Ephialtes betrayed the Greeks, King Leonidas held a council meeting and dismissed the army. He gave them a choice, to flee or fight. Many retreated, but some stayed behind as not to let the Spartans die alone. They should be honored as well.
I'd forgotten that part of the story. Leave it to Axios to be the one to remember. He loved Sparta, I knew he did, but he believed us all to be equals to every man. Spartans, Athenians, Corinthians, Helots, he saw no difference. Axios dropped his gaze to the dirt when everyone looked at him. "You are correct," Nicaeus said with a smile. Axios met his stare, shocked, as if he'd worried he'd be shunned for speaking his mind. "Every man who stayed behind knew death was inescapable, but they did so anyway. Why do you believe that is?"
"The oracle's warning,"
Theon answered, tossing a stick into the fire. "King Leonidas knew a king must sacrifice his own life to save Sparta." "True," Nicaeus agreed and held up a finger. "The prophecy explains the king's actions, but what of the others? Why did they stay?" "It is Spartan law," Hayden answered. "As Sparta does not run from battle like a mutt with its tail between its legs, he stands and faces death with a sword in hand." I nodded to Hayden. He possessed the values I held dear to me too. We were warriors above all else. "They stood together and fought as one," Nicaeus said, his expression grave as he stared at the flames in the fire pit. "Then the Persians surrounded the army and rained down their arrows until every one of them was dead." Silence followed as each boy in the courtyard processed the meaning of his words. "You wonder why I told you this story? Let me explain." Nicaeus stood and pinned each one of us with a stare. "One day, you all will leave boyhood behind and grow into men. You have experienced what it means to be a Spartan, enduring pain and starvation, learning obedience and group solidarity. But sacrificing yourself for your home is something you also may face, and that is something that cannot be taught, but must be instilled into each of you. He placed another log on the fire, causing the flames to strengthen a moment before dying down once more. He continued, Sparta is strong because of those who have died protecting it, for those who put home above self. We are at war, and some of you will be of age soon to fight. When that day comes, you must find the courage and give your life if necessary. I'd give my life for Sparta, and as I looked at my brothers and their intense stares, I knew they would as well. Axios stilled beside me, and I pressed my hand to his. Did he feel the same? Would he give his life for Sparta? Even more so, did I want him to? I stared at the fire, but the warmth of the flames didn't reach me right then. The thought of a world without Axios in it made me cold, as if 1,000 winters swirled in my chest, freezing my heart and lungs. The hour is late, Nikias said. Off to the barracks, all of you. Once we were in our beds, I stared at Axios. His eyes were closed and his breathing slow. Sleep had him in its clutches. The chill from earlier refused to leave me, and I shifted closer, drawing him to my chest. The soft sigh that reached my ears, followed by the gentle nuzzle of his face against my neck, finally thawed the cold snaking through my veins. Sparta wasn't the only one I'd give my life for. Chapter 8 390 BC, 2 years later.
You, son of Deimos!
A familiar gruff voice rang out. Belos strode toward the doorway and slapped a hand on the frame. Eryx, I corrected him. I was no longer the boy I'd been when I'd first met him years ago at the dining mess. I met his gaze easily as I stood in the hall outside the room where he and his men shared drinks that evening. I had been on my way back to the barracks after running an errand for Nikias.
Still a defiant one, aren't you?
Belos stepped aside and flung his hand toward the table.
Come, share a drink with me.
I knew better than to decline his request. 9 other men stared at me as I entered the room, their expressions clouded with interest, and maybe some were clouded from the wine in their goblets. Spartans drank sparingly, and so the reason for their drinking this night must have been a grim one.
What brings you here?
Belos asked, pouring wine into a cup and handing it to me.
Or shall I flog you for being out of the barracks this late?
You can flog me if you wish, but I must say it will serve no purpose, I answered before taking a sip. It was both sweet and tart, and so very potent. I delivered news to Gaius concerning our training for the morrow. Nikias insisted that we train with real weapons.
Nikias is right,
Belos responded, scratching at his bearded jaw.
The war continues outside our walls, and we need men, not boys. Your herd has progressed in your training and has surpassed all expectations. Gaius tells us of your skill, son of Deimos. He speaks highly of you, and he isn't one to speak highly of any man.
Gaius had made us stronger over the past 2 summers. He'd flogged us, beaten us with blunt weapons, and burned us with metal from the forge. Not once was he met with complaint, not from me, nor any other boy in the herd. Axios had become stronger too, both in mind and body. He excelled in training, and fought back when challenged by another youth. But even with his fighting spirit, I still saw signs of the boy I cared for deeply beneath it all. He hadn't lost his curiosity or compassion. He was still my raven. "Here's to the men we lost," a man said, lifting his goblet into the air.
They fought for our home and gave their lives to do so. May their souls forever live in Elysium."
The other men held up their glasses before taking a drink. I drank too. Though I didn't know the details, I'd heard soldiers speak of a recent battle at Lechium that had taken many Spartiates.
"And may Iphicrates burn in a fiery pit,"
Belos added before throwing his glass back, downing the contents, and then slamming it on the wooden table.
"Athenian scum."
I recognized another man at the table. His brown hair was longer than when I'd last seen him, but the dagger he slowly turned in his hands was unmistakable. I'd used it to slit the helot's throat. Paris glanced up and met my stare. Another man sat beside him, sitting closer than most men would sit to another. He looked at me too, before regarding Paris with a curious tilt of his head. Paris met the other man's gaze and stopped turning the blade as he dropped his hand below the table. I couldn't see from my place across from them, but by the softness in the other man's eyes as he watched Paris, I would have wagered anything that they were holding each other out of sight of the other Spartiates. No one else seemed to notice, or perhaps they didn't care, but I couldn't take my eyes off them. They were like me and Axios. I knew it in my bones. I had heard tales of men bedding other men, but I'd never witnessed two men being so familiar with my own eyes. The way their gazes locked said so much without them having to say a word. Belos spoke against the Athenian general Iphicrates some more, cursing the man's name. Then the men shifted the topic to the war and how Sparta, even while having lost a battle, still remained strong. I finished my glass of wine, eating a wedge of bread in between drinks, so the potency didn't affect me much.
"Deimos might have been a coward,"
Belos announced, causing me to tear my gaze from Paris and the man beside him.
"But he knew how to tell a damn good story. There are moments when I think of our travels and sitting beside him in front of a blazing fire as he told stories and made us forget about the cold and hunger for a while."
An ache punctured my chest at the mention of my father. I showed no signs of it, though, and sat taller in the chair.
"There was one he told of a man who killed himself near a stream," Belos continued. "We believed it to be rubbish, and yet we couldn't stop listening until he spoke the last word."
"The man was called Narcissus," I said. "Father told the story to me as well."
"You'll be better than Deimos, boy."
Belos jabbed a finger at me.
"I look into your eyes and see a warrior. Never forget that you make your own fate in this life. You might be the son of a coward, but you will grow to lead men into battle and be feared by enemies far and wide."
The eyes of a warrior. Many men had told me the same, apart from one. Axios said I had eyes like the grass that swayed in the field during spring. He said I was his home. He's my home too. After Belos left the room, most of the men followed him. Several of them staggered out the door, their faces flushed and their eyes glassy. Some had lost sons at the Battle of Lechium and had found their comfort in the dark red wine. Others had drunk in celebration of the men who died, saying they'd honored Sparta with their lives. Death was not the end, after all. Before Paris could leave, I approached him. He stood several inches taller than me and had scars across his chest. The other man had a different type of mark on his skin, not a scar or a scrape. It resembled a bruise, but was of the wrong color. That's when I noticed very faint bite marks on his neck. "I saw you eyeing my dagger earlier," Paris said, pulling it from the holder on his hip. "You remember the life you took?" I nodded. "Good. I suspect you'll take many more before Sparta is finished with you." Paris returned the blade to his hip. "Their faces will blend together after a while.
You'll forget the color of their hair and the shade of their eyes, but you'll remember the feeling of watching the life drain from them. The only color you'll know is red.
Red, like the blood that had stained my palms after killing the helot. The color that had dripped from Axios' lip as I'd punched him. The color that had covered his back as he was whipped so many years ago for trying to steal bread. Yes, I knew it well. You stare at the mark on my neck, the other man said. Tell me, boy, have you known a woman's touch? No, I said, having no desire to do so. I take it you haven't either. That mark came from no woman, but rather from the man at your side. Paris's eyes widened before he puffed out his chest and stepped forward. The other man placed a hand on him, holding him back. Yes, the man answered, cocking his head. I'm curious as to how you knew that. I suppose it matters not how you knew. The other men may be oblivious, but I see the way you two move around each other, how your bodies react to each other's closeness, even when both of your attentions are elsewhere. The reaction derives from a deep affection for another soul. The boy from the dining mess, Paris said. The one who felt compassion for the slaves. You killed the creature because you were protecting this boy. Is that why you're so observant on these matters? He is, I answered, walking closer to them. And I have many questions. How do you please a man? They seemed taken aback by my brashness, but I needed to know. My body had started responding to Axios in new ways. When we kissed, my blood pulsed swiftly through my veins, and my entire body heated. And when Axios gently kissed my neck, I trembled, needing something. I'd heard men speak of burying their pricks between a woman's legs, of riding her hard, yet I didn't know how it worked between two men. What makes you believe I'll tell you what you want to know? Paris asked, his gaze sharp like the blade on his hip. Tell the boy, Paris, the man said, grazing his fingertips over Paris's bicep. You remember what it was like for us at first. Painful and messy. Spare the boy that pain. We have enough of it in our lives already. With his expression softening, Paris touched the other man's lower back before pulling his hand away. As you wish, Jaclyn. He strode toward the table and grabbed the vase of wine. Sit and fill your mug, boy. We'll need more wine if we're going to have this conversation. Smiling, I joined them at the table. The first thing you'll need to know is the pain, Paris said. It's not the type of pain we're accustomed to as soldiers. It can feel like you're being ripped apart if you aren't careful. He then explained ways I could take away some of that pain by using my fingers and oil. I asked many questions, and we drank wine in between them. By the time they dismissed me and I returned to the barracks, I was a little intoxicated, but eager for the moment I could test my knowledge on Axios. Where have you been? Axios whispered once I was beside him on my bed. I tucked an arm around him and pressed my face into his hair. It matters not where I've been, only that I'm here with you now. Very cryptic, Eryx. Should I be jealous? Jealous of what? I asked, running my fingers through his hair. You smell of wine and musk, he said in a strange tone. It is not a thing you need to worry your mind over. I pressed my lips to his hair and closed my eyes. But I do worry. Did he believe I'd taken a lover in my absence? The notion was absurd and impossible. The only one I desired was right there in my arms. On my way back from speaking with Gaius, Bellows stopped me, I answered, slowly grazing my fingers through his soft hair. He invited me for a drink, and I sat with him and his men as we spoke of the war and the battle that was lost. I wouldn't tell him about the other conversation I'd had. I wanted it to be a surprise. Bellows? Axios questioned. I thought you wanted to slit his throat. I did, I admitted, before nuzzling my face against the side of his head. Now sleep. Morning comes early. Spring had arrived, replacing the once dead, dry grass with new growth and allowing warmth to fill the air again. A slight chill remained, but the sun felt nice on my skin as Axios and I rested beside our stream in our secret place. Well, I was here. Axios appeared to be far away as he lay beside me. He stared at the sky with a creased brow and a dazed look in his eyes. "What are you thinking?" I asked. He glanced at me before staring at a flock of birds that flew overhead. A moment passed, then another, and still he didn't answer me. His mind had fled again, just like the birds in the sky. "Axios," I said, suppressing a laugh. His attention was easily swayed. "Your mind in the clouds again?" He flipped to his side and faced me, a smile tugging at his lips as he pushed his foot between my calves. "Perhaps soaring with the birds," he answered, resting his head on my arm. I noticed small flecks of gold in his eyes as the sun hit them, beautiful and otherworldly. I caressed his cheek. "I know a story about birds. Well, ravens." His dark hair slid through my fingers, soft like a raven's feathers. I feared the day when he would spread his wings and fly away from me. "Tell me," he said. Kneading him closer, I slipped an arm under him and pulled him to my chest. "Ravens had feathers white as snow once upon a time," I said, drawing circles on his shoulder with my fingertips. "Apollo entrusted his messenger, a white raven, to guard a beautiful princess called Coronis. He'd fallen in love with her, you see, and his child grew in her womb. But the princess did not return his affections and soon found a new lover, Prince Ischys. I suppose the god Apollo was not pleased of this deception," Axios said, nestling against my neck. His breath tickled my skin. "You are correct." I kissed his forehead, finding comfort in his earthly scent. The white raven learned of the infidelity and sent word to Apollo. The god became infuriated that the messenger had not killed the prince upon learning of the betrayal. "You come to tell me the news instead of pecking out his eyes?" the god had screamed at the bird. So he cursed the raven in a fit of pure rage. The bird's once white feathers were scorched black as punishment. "What became of Coronis and the prince?" he asked. Knowing he'd whine about not knowing the rest of the story, I stared up at the blue sky and said, "We should return home. It will be dusk soon." He slapped at my chest and laughed. "You cannot stop there, Ery. I must know what happens." I closed my eyes and smiled, taking pleasure in his impatience. When I said no further, he shoved me. "Okay, I shall tell you," I said with a laugh. Apollo sent his sister, Artemis, to kill Coronis, while he killed Prince Ischys. The princess was slain with deadly arrows and then thrown upon a pyre to be burnt. But as the flames began consuming her flesh, Apollo removed his son that was growing in her womb. That son was called Asclepius, who became the god of healing. "With death comes life," Axios whispered. Was that the lesson he learned from the story? A baby saved from the fire grew up to heal others, whereas I'd always focused on the betrayal in the tale and how one must not anger the gods. Axios shifted my perception and made me see things I'd never had before. Staring at him, I grabbed his hand and interlaced our fingers. "Not even death could keep me from you. My soul will forever find yours, in this life and the next." They were the truest words I'd ever spoken. I felt them in my core, just as I felt Axios in my very soul. Our lips touched then. I was unsure if he kissed me or I him, but our mouths pressed gently together. Joined in this way, I found a rare peace. His soft lips made me vulnerable, made my body heat and my breaths sharpen. Each time our kisses had started to shift to something more over the years, hands slipping beneath tunics and touching hard abdomens, I'd pulled away, as I hadn't known how to please him. I do now. An ache travelled through my body, as did a spark of desire. Yes, Axios made me vulnerable, but I cared not. He awoke a deep-seated need within me that I could no longer ignore. I shifted my weight to where I lay on top of him, our lips still moving together. Axios moaned and wrapped his arms around me, a sweet sound with an even sweeter kiss. Once we'd turned 16, we'd been provided tunics again, but we didn't have to be in the nude for me to feel the wild beating of his heart, for mine was beating too. Tearing away from his mouth, I kissed down his neck. "Harry," he said breathlessly, "I need to feel you." Feel me? I knew his meaning, and gods, I needed it too. As our gazes met, our eyes darkened a shade. His lips parted, and his nails dug into my back. I'd never been able to deny him a thing, and this was no different. I would give him the moon on a string if he asked it of me. Giving him my body, giving him the last sliver of innocence I still possessed after all these years in the Agauge, would be an honor. Harder and more feverish than earlier, I captured his lips once more. The desire was too great, and we were both prisoners to it. Axios panted between our kisses, and when my hands roamed down his sides and slipped beneath his tunic, he emitted a small whimper.
Axios? Eryx?
Hayden. My hands stilled, and I growled low in my throat. I'd been so close to touching Axios where he wanted me most. None of our friends knew the location of our secret place. The vines, undergrowth, trees, and shrubs with thorns blocked the path. One of them was bound to stumble upon it if they tried hard enough, but so far none of them had. They knew we wandered off somewhere in our spare time, though.
Eryx?
Hayden called again, his heavy footsteps echoing through the trees.
Axios?
He was as clumsy as he was big. Axios liked to call him a big, clumsy oaf, which I thought suited him well. "I'm going to kill him," I whispered, and rolled off Axios. Our oaf of a friend had horrible timing. Perhaps slit his throat in his sleep, or bind his hands and legs and throw him into the river. Both options would suffice. Axios laughed and sat up, brushing his fingers through his hair and ridding it of grass. My cock ached, and my pulse raced through my veins like fire scorching dead grass in the heat of summer. By the way his chest rose and fell, I suspected he felt the same. I helped him to his feet before we found the path out of the small clearing and back into the density of the forest.
"There you two are,"
Hayden said, spotting us. He leaned against a tree and had his foot propped against the trunk, flashing a silly grin.
"Yes, we are here,"
I said dryly, stopping in front of him.
"What is it you want?" "What would you do if I said I only wanted to pester you like the nuisance I am?"
Hayden answered, smirking. "Probably strangle you," I said, but couldn't stop the smile from touching my lips. Though irritating and sometimes dim-witted, he was my brother, and I'd kill for him, even if he was the one I wanted to kill at times.
"We were occupied. The interruption best be of dire importance."
A twig jutted from Axios' hair, and I pulled it away.
"I would not quite call it dire," Hayden spoke, pushing away from the tree. "But it is a thing you will wish to see."
The three of us started back to the city. Hayden rambled about training, girls, and food. After a while, he became background noise. Not that he was allowing either of us to get a word in anyway. Axios smiled as we walked, and I wondered what went through his beautiful mind as he angled his head toward the trees. Did he still wish to fly away? The forest darkened before we found our way out. The night creatures stirred in the bushes, and insects buzzed and chirped. Once we were in the field approaching the barracks, Axios softly inhaled and smiled at the sky. The sunset painted the sky dark red with streaks of gold and purple. I never noticed the beauty of life until Axios reminded me to do so. He made me stop and admire things I had once passed by without a second glance, like water rippling as a rock broke the surface, grass swaying in the breeze, and the clouds drifting above us on a bright sunny day. My whole life was built around discipline and order, and he helped me put that aside and appreciate being alive, not just living. "Where is it we're going?" Axios asked as we continued through the field.
"I'm surprised neither of you have heard," Hayden responded. "We're going to the festival. And not that it matters to either of you, but there will be many pretty girls there."
The main focus of Sparta was the army, but we also valued art and song. Each spring, once signs of winter melted away and the flowers bloomed once more, a festival was held to honor the gods and thank them for all their generous blessings. I had lost track of the days and forgotten about it. Axios treaded beside me, an excited gleam in his eyes. My hand brushed against his, and he hooked his finger around mine, holding it in a loose grip. A celebration was exactly what we needed. Chapter 9. The strumming of a lyre reached my ears as we approached the gathering. Laughter, excited yelps, and music filled the air. A group of girls danced in front of the fire, their short tunics flapping open and revealing their thighs as they moved. Boys watched with eager stares, and some jumped in and joined them. "Exciting, is it not?" Axios asked with a wondrous expression. "For this one evening, it's as if the horrors of war, fighting, and brutality are but a distant memory. The boys dance instead of fight, and they laugh instead of bleed."
"This pleases you?"
"Oh, yes." He flashed me a smile before returning his gaze to the dancing girls. "Axios," my heart thumped harder as his eyes met mine again. "You're a lover of beautiful things. Tell me, do you find the girls beautiful?" "Why do you ask me this?" "Because I often see you admiring people who aren't me." I shrugged and averted my gaze to a smoking pit where older men turned a roasting boar on a spit. "Eri," Axios touched my arm and I glanced back at him. His tender expression caused my throat to tighten. "I see you staring at them," I spoke, hating the shake in my voice. "The thought of you desiring another hurts me." Confessing such a thing was difficult. I'd just given Axios power over me by admitting he could hurt me, but I trusted him. "I only stare at them because I'm interested in their dance," he explained with a frown. "I have no desire for anyone but you, Eri. Forgive me for making you doubt my feelings. And I know you still remember my attraction to the Helot boy, but know this." He stepped closer, and the warmth of his body chased away the slight crisp in the air. "I stare at you the most of all, storing every detail of you to memory. You anchor me to this earth and keep me fighting. You keep me strong." I believed his words. They took away the jealousy bubbling in my gut and allowed me to relax into a lighter mood. It was a celebration, after all. "Theon, stop!" Quill and Theon stood to the side of the gathering, pushing each other. Both boys had grown over the past 2 years, but were still the smallest of our herd. It was amusing to watch them wrestle, much like observing 2 small rodents having a go at each other. Sparta had made them strong, though, and despite their short and small statures, muscles had formed under their skin. "Come on, Quill," Theon said as he laughed and put the other boy into a headlock. "Stop, you ass!" Quill slapped at Theon's arms and thrashed around. Should we intervene? Axios whispered, smiling. Looks as though it could get deadly. I snorted a laugh and took off toward our friends. At our approach, Theon released Quill, and both of them straightened their stances, huffing and puffing. Grass stuck to the strands of their hair, and dirt dusted their tunics. "About time you two showed your ugly faces," Theon said. "Were you snogging in a tree somewhere?" Axios punched Theon's arm as a deep blush formed in his cheeks. Hayden had witnessed my and Axios' first kiss, so he'd known about us for a while. Our other friends knew now too, and they had never made us feel wrong for it. They enjoyed teasing Axios, and I enjoyed watching him blush. "Why do you ask?" I spoke, gliding my fingers down Axios' forearm. "Jealous?" I puckered my lips and made kissing sounds. Axios beamed beside me. He liked when I showed my playful side, which wasn't very often, but I was filled with too much joy that night. Theon gagged. "I'd rather eat shit than go anywhere near that mouth of yours, dear friend." "I might have a go with you," Quill said to me, waggling his eyebrows. He then looked at Axios and winked. "With one's eyes closed, I'm sure it's not much different than a girl's mouth."
"Like you would know."
Hayden laughed and crossed his arms, flaunting his thick biceps.
"You've not kissed a girl, so you have nothing to compare it to. However, the night is still young, and there are many girls."
With wide grins, the three of them walked towards several girls who stood in a circle, chatting and throwing their heads back as they laughed. Axios didn't move, so I grabbed his hand and followed after them. Once we were back beside our friends, I let go of him. He frowned as my hand fell away. I wished I could take hold of him again, but we had to be cautious. Any public display of affection, whether it be between two men or a man and a woman, was still looked down upon. The festival that evening might have been cause to go against those customs, however, I dared not risk it. Axios and I stood back as Hayden and the others chatted with the girls. Quill told jokes and made them laugh. He might not be a charmer, yet he had a talent for humour. Theon kept looking at Quill, a smile in place and joy shining in his eyes. Joy and perhaps something else. Hayden approached one of the girls, his gait slow and his expression confident. Then, in a horribly off-key tone, he began to speak in rhythm to the music.
"Your hair is as soft as the fur on a bird's back, and your nose is as pointed as the tip of my spear."
Theon howled with a laugh as the girl scrunched up her face in disgust and walked away, taking several of her friends with her.
"What wrong did I say?"
Hayden asked, genuinely confused.
"Apart from confessing she had a pointy nose,"
Theon answered, giggling so hard his eyes watered.
"And, my friend, birds have feathers, not fur."
Hayden's puzzled look made Axios laugh. The bigger boy glared at him. "I quite liked your ode to her," I said, keeping a straight face.
"Really?"
Hayden asked.
"Yes,"
I lied. "Go repeat it to another. I'm sure it will be more successful the next time." My wicked sense of humour made Axios smile.
"I shall."
Hayden puffed out his chest before approaching Axios and slapping a hand to his shoulder.
"Axios, where is your sweet sister?"
"Lyanna," Axios gaped.
"Who else?"
Hayden asked.
"Unless you have another sister we do not know of."
"You would do well to put any options of wooing her aside," Axios said. "She is not like most girls. You have a better chance at wooing Gaius than her." A challenge sparked in Hayden's eyes.
"One day you will eat those words."
Hayden flashed a mischievous grin before surveying the arena. Lyanna sat on the ground a short way away, staring at the blazing fire. Hayden took off toward her. Lyanna was going to eat him alive. I couldn't wait to see it. "How long do you suppose he'll last before she strikes him?" I asked. "Perhaps until he says the word fur," Axios answered, shrugging. I laughed and grabbed his hand, deciding in that moment that I didn't care if anyone saw. The glow of the flames moved across his face, but not even the shadows could hide his beauty. He met my stare, and a deep understanding passed between us. I needed him closer than he'd ever been. I knew he felt the same. Hand in hand, we turned away from the crowd. The laughs, excited ramblings, and music faded the farther we walked. No one called out to us. No one cared. They were too taken with their own pleasures to notice us slipping away. As a cool breeze slithered across my skin, Axios shivered and stepped closer to me. He wouldn't be cold for long. When we reached the stables, Axios seemed momentarily confused before the reason for the location became clear to him. We needed privacy. I grabbed the handle on the heavy wooden door and opened it. The horses inside didn't react to our presence as we walked past them. I pulled Axios through the stable and spun him around to face me. One look into his eyes, and I found myself truly nervous for one of the first times in my life. I knew how to be a warrior. I was born to be one. My feelings for Axios frightened me, though. What if I failed him in some way? What if I hurt him? It was a type of vulnerability I never thought I'd face. I grazed a finger over his lips before capturing them with mine. I backed him up into an empty stall as I kissed him, my hands sliding down his sides and taking hold of his tunic. His smell, his taste, they drove me wild with a lust I'd never known. He stumbled and pulled me down with him into a bay of hay. My chuckle at his clumsiness died away as he moaned and clung onto me tighter. Every moment had led us to this, the pain, the scars, and the lessons learned. On top of him, I rolled my hips forward and kissed across his jaw and down his neck. When I reached the base of his throat, he gasped and stiffened against me. "Ery," he moaned. He didn't need to say what he needed, for I needed it too. Axios lifted his hips, grinding himself against me. The sensations caused my skin to tingle and my breath to quicken. Heat spread from my head to my toes, and my heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest. "Do you trust me?" I asked, meeting his gaze. He nodded without hesitation. I unfastened the clip that held his tunic in place and pulled the material aside to reveal his bare torso. He was so beautiful it made me ache to look upon him. My beautiful raven, with skin as soft as feathers and eyes that pierced my soul. I kissed his chest before traveling farther down his body, leaving a wet path with my tongue that made him shudder. I brought to mind what Paris had told me. "Play with his cock, but be cautious of your teeth when you're sucking it." Reaching that special place between his legs, I admired the length and shape. I'd seen Axios naked countless times, yet never when I felt the way I did right now, so driven with desire. He gasped as I slipped his length between my lips. The salty taste of him burst on my tongue and shot through me like an arrow on fire, scorching everything in its path. Axios tangled his fingers in my hair, encouraging me. The sounds leaving his lips were encouraging enough. With my lips still around him, I slowly moved a finger across his entrance. Paris had said to suck his cock first and ease into the rest. Axios jolted at the contact before relaxing again. His vulnerable expression as our eyes met caused an unexpected rise of emotion within my chest. We were used to being beaten, to having our blood splash upon the earth and gritting our teeth from the pain to keep from crying out, but we weren't used to displaying ourselves so fully, so completely to someone else. Pain we were used to. Pleasure was a different matter. Holding his base, I popped his tip from my mouth. His abdomen tightened as he slightly moved his hips up, seeking more friction on his glistened cock. I slipped 2 fingers into my mouth to wet them before dropping my hand back to his backside. Instead of jolting again when my slick fingers brushed against his entrance, he relaxed against them, wanting more. "Where is it you learned this?" Axios asked, breathless. "The older men," I continued, moving my fingers. "I inquired about how boys pleased one another." I expected Axios to shake his head or perhaps laugh at the thought of me inquiring about such things. I didn't expect for him to clench his jaw and glare at me. The rage in his eyes matched the one I'd felt earlier when I believed him to be admiring the girls. And then I understood. "Axios, it is not what you believe. I have not been touched by any other than you. I am yours, and you are mine. Until I drew my final breath, I would always be his." The anger subsided, and he nodded. A smile then curved his lips. "What more did they tell you?" I returned his grin. "It is better if I show you." With our gazes locked, I lowered my head and slipped him back into my mouth. His moan was instant, and it reached my ears like music, sweeter than the strumming of any lyre. Apollo himself held no comparison. I could have spent the rest of my days pleasing Axios this way. As he leaned back against the hay, he buried his fingers in my hair. "When you have him on that cliff, that's when you slip a finger into his ass. Don't give me that look. He'll like it. Take my word as truth." I pressed the tip of a finger inside him. He nearly shot off the hay as he gasped and tightened the hold on my hair. His thighs shook, and I wondered if he was already close to coming apart. Using my tongue and fingers, I prepared him just like Paris instructed, and by the raspy moans Axios was making, I'd say I was doing a fine job of it. But soon it wasn't enough. Axios shook with need, and my cock hung heavy between my legs, aching and stiff as a sword. Paris had given me a small vial that I'd kept concealed in my tunic. I'd had every intention of using it earlier that day when Axios and I were near our stream, but Hayden had interrupted us like the pest he was. I withdrew it before sliding off my clothing. "What's that?" Axios asked, grabbing the vial. He opened it and sniffed the contents. "Olive oil? What will we use this for?" I smiled at his curiosity and took the vial from him. "You shall see." I coated my fingers in the oil before slowly sliding them back inside him, watching his face as he closed his eyes and whimpered. Then I used it on myself, slicking my cock. When I joined our bodies, the pleasure faded away, though. Axios wrinkled his brow and tightly shut his eyes. He didn't voice his discomfort, but I knew he was hurting. "They spoke of how it would sting," I said, wishing I could take the pain upon myself. "You must relax." He exhaled sharply through his nose, and though it took a moment, he started to relax. I kissed him as I slowly moved forward, going deeper but stopping before I went too far. His heart beat wildly against mine, and it hurt me to know it was from the pain and not the pleasure I was feeling while being inside his tight heat. Sweat trickled from his temple, and I pressed my lips there. "Relax," I whispered. "I'm almost—" We both gasped when I broke past the ring of muscle fighting against me. His body pulled me inside farther, a smooth glide that had my toes curling. When I moved again, Axios opened his eyes and stared up at me in shock. Pleasure clouded his face as a throaty groan rumbled in his throat. Relieved he was now enjoying it too, I braced a hand on the bed of hay and held his thighs with the other, quickening my pace inside him. The noises coming from us sounded feral, like we were animals surrendering to our body's most basic desires. Whimpering, Axios threw his head back and closed his eyes. "No, I must see him." "Axios, look upon me," I murmured. When his beautiful eyes met mine, I cupped his cheek and brushed my thumb across his bottom lip. My entire world was right here, in his eyes, in the breath filling his lungs. Axios sucked my finger into his mouth, and the action took me by surprise. I smirked and moved faster, pounding into him harder. I watched his face, seeing the signs of his approaching release. His body tensed, and his nails dug into the flesh of my biceps. His cock poked my abdomen, and I took hold of it, stroking him in sync with my thrusts. He soon came apart beneath me, his eyes rolling back as he emitted a raspy groan. Warmth spurted into my palm. And then I was joining him in that bliss. A tingling shot down my spine and gathered in my groin before exploding upward. Gods, I'd never felt anything so intense. My body jerked from the force of it, and my muscles quaked. Once I was spent, I collapsed on top of him, unable to stop myself from trembling. Our bodies, slick with sweat and sex, clung together. Our hearts beat as one. I kissed his chest before nuzzling my face in the crook of his neck. He moved his fingers through my hair, and the soothing glide of them caused my eyelids to close. Among the pleasure of release was another, more profound. Axios was my other half, and, finally, my soul could breathe again. I was in Elysium. Nothing else explained the warmth on my skin and the feeling of being whole. Axios shifted in my arms, and I held them tighter, resting my face against his shoulder. I was in that place between awake and sleep, aware of my surroundings, but still in sleep's clutches. I feared it was all a dream. I had desired Axios for so long, pined after him. I'd craved the closeness with him, even though I knew I shouldn't want such things. The horses stirred in their stalls, puffing out air and stomping their hooves. Voices came from outside, growing louder as they approached the stables, and then fading as they passed us. When I opened my eyes, I was met with a stream of sunlight coming through the window up high. The ray shone on the bed of hay, and within the trail of light were specks of dust. I focused on Axios, and smiled when I noticed he was also awake. We lay naked, our limbs tangled together in the hay. "It wasn't a dream," I said, relieved. "You're here, and we're together." The moment of bliss was short-lived, as reality smacked into me. I untangled myself from him and jumped to my feet, searching for my clothing. "What's the matter, Ery?" "Get clothed." I grabbed my tunic and fastened it, my movements clumsy in my hurry. "We did not get back to the barracks last night." Every youth was required to be in their assigned quarters by curfew. Not even married men could break the rule. The barracks was our home until we turned 30. Only then would Sparta allow us to live elsewhere. Punishment awaited anyone who disobeyed. Axios, now understanding, quickly rose from the hay and searched for his tunic. It was difficult to not laugh as he fumbled with the clasp and sloppily buckled it. We ran to the heavy wooden door and slowly opened it. "Should we attempt to sneak back unnoticed?" Axios asked. It was our only choice. I surveyed the area, checking to make sure no one was around us before stepping out of the stable and instructing him to follow. The sun hung low in the sky, which was fortunate. Not many people were awake yet. We might actually make it back without being seen. We dashed across the clearing to hide behind a chicken coop before swooping down and moving along the fence to the hog pen. I caught Axios smiling as we ran forward and concealed ourselves behind a small shed. I smiled too. Sneaking around caused my blood to pump faster. Sometimes it was fun to break the rules. Even if we were caught, having known Axios' touch would be worth the punishment. We waited for a group of women to pass before darting forward into the tall grass. The early morning made the grass wet, and it wasn't long before Axios slipped and slammed into me from behind. I lost my balance, and we tumbled to the ground like plucked weeds and rolled down the hill. Once we stopped rolling, Axios landed on top of me with an oof. The sun brought out the gold in his eyes as he peered down at me. One look at my face, and he started laughing. "Ax," I said, trying to keep a straight face, but failing. I giggled at a piece of grass sticking out of his hair. "This is not getting us to our bunks." "No, but it is fun." He glided his fingers along my jaw. "We could run away and not return. Run to the city's edge and just keep going." I was about to laugh at his absurd idea, but then I saw the look in his eyes. He meant the words. "Perhaps find a spot of land miles and miles away from here," he continued. "Build a home and have a life, just the two of us." Words failed me. I could only stare at him. As much as I rebelled against the idea of abandoning my duties as a future soldier, for a moment I pictured the kind of life he dreamed of. I saw a small house with fruit trees all around. I saw Axios pluck a fig from the tree and smile when he saw it was perfect for eating. And I saw us wrapped in each other's arms as a fire crackled beside us. There was no threat of war, no violence. There was only us and the amazing life we built together. A dream was all it would ever be. "Do you truly wish to abandon our home, our responsibilities?" I asked, my voice quiet, for I feared saying the words aloud. I feared his answer even more. Axios nodded. Tears shone in his eyes. "You know there is nothing I would not do for you, Axios." I paused, dreading the disappointment I'd see in his eyes as soon as I spoke my next words. "But this, I cannot give you. You ask me to relinquish my birthright as a warrior, to run away like my coward of a father. Spartans do not run, nor will I." The hope in his eyes crumbled. I wondered if his heart did too. I wished he'd toss aside these daydreams and accept our fate. Holding on to his dreams would only make it that much more painful when they were crushed. Axios rolled off me and stood. Without looking at me, he strode through the grass toward the barracks. He wasn't just disappointed, he was angry. I swiftly rose to my feet and followed him. "Ax," I called out, trailing after him. "Face me." He didn't turn or slow his step. If anything, he walked faster. I could have easily caught up with him, but his behavior wounded me. Probably not as badly as mine had wounded him, though. So I walked behind him, holding my tongue even though I wanted to say more. The sun, now higher in the sky, bounced off his black hair and caused his tanned shoulders to glisten. Even when taken with rage, he was still beautiful. When we returned to the barracks, the boys were still asleep on their mats. Gaius, Nikias, or Felix would arrive soon and wake everyone from their slumber. Fortune was in our favor, for they hadn't come yet. Axios walked in first and headed for his bed, and I wasn't far behind him. He kept his back to me as he lay down. Usually, he rolled toward me once we were in our beds and snuggled against my chest. We took advantage of any moment we could touch, always with the knowledge in the back of our minds that our lives were shorter than most other men. But he didn't roll toward me. He didn't press his face against my neck, nor did he slide an arm across my abdomen. My arms ached to hold him, yet I knew he didn't want me right then. "Forgive me," I whispered. Still, he said nothing. The door flew open and banged against the wall. "Up, you worms!" Gaius barged in and nudged a sleeping boy with his foot. "Last boy to morning meal must fight for his food." We rose from our beds and fled the barracks. I made sure Axios remained in front of me the whole time. A youth called Ian was the last to the hall, and Gaius shoved him to the floor before kicking him. Ian jumped to his feet and dodged the second hit. Gaius smirked and tripped the boy, and once Ian was down, Gaius bashed the youth's head against the hard floor. Only once Ian was bleeding and bruised did Gaius allow him to sit with us at the table. Melias reached over and wiped a trickle of blood from Ian's brow. The two boys exchanged a look, holding eye contact for several heartbeats before both focusing on their meals. Axios finished his food first and stared at his empty bowl. My belly still ached with hunger, but I scooted my bowl toward him. He shook his head and shoved it back in front of me. "Eat, Ax," I whispered. "I'm no longer hungry." Again he shook his head. His silence and refusal to even look at me made my stomach turn. Perhaps I wasn't hungry after all. Training provided a nice distraction from my guilt. I'd upset Axios by not running away with him, but how could I? I stood in the arena, facing off with Melias, while Axios fought Theon several feet away. Hayden trained with Quill and Ian, 2 against 1. Every boy gleamed with sweat and wavered with exhaustion. We were pushing ourselves harder than ever beneath the unrelenting sun. Studying our herd, I knew nothing would ever cause me to abandon them. Fortune favored the brave, and no one was braver than the youths surrounding me.
"Enough for today,"
Felix said. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest and nodded.
"You've earned an afternoon of rest. We start again at daybreak."
Some of the boys left the arena and headed for the river. Others stayed to continue training, which seemed to please Felix. However, I stood in place as I watched Axios walk to the edge of the field and peer out over the valley. I approached him and said nothing when I was at his side. Although I'd never admitted to him, his behavior wounded me greatly. I had given him my innocence the night before, given him the only innocence I'd had left after our life had taken the rest. And now he cast me aside like a flower he'd plucked and decided he no longer wanted to keep. A moment passed where he didn't acknowledge my presence. I struggled for something, anything to say. "Ery," he suddenly said, touching my forearm. When his gaze landed on mine, I saw guilt in his eyes instead of anger like I'd expected. He withdrew his hand. "Let us put behind us what occurred earlier. I should not have asked such a thing of you." "I know the reason for your asking," I said, focusing on the two boys still practicing in the arena. Both were bloody, but neither surrendered to defeat. "You have questioned this life since we first met, defying orders when it was to issue harm upon another, refusing to look down on slaves, and consistently expressing whimsical ideals about life away from the city. I'd hoped you'd accepted our ways these past years, that you'd found the same passion for our home as I do deep in my bones, but you've held firm in your beliefs." Conflicting emotions attacked at once. I was worried for Axios. If anyone other than me heard his dreams about leaving Sparta, he'd be severely punished. Yet frustration also plagued me. If he'd abandoned Sparta so easily, would he also abandon me with such ease? "Not often I tell you this, but you're wrong," Axios said, starting a slow pace away from the arena. I treaded beside him. "Yes, I'm inquisitive, stubborn, and live in my mind more than I should, but I do take great pride in our home. When the time comes, I will fight for Sparta with all my might. It is only sometimes, in my weaker moments, I see how different our lives could be, and I yearn for it, Ery. By the gods, I yearn for it." I knew he did, and my heart broke for him because of it. Axios stopped walking and turned to me. We stood in front of an animal enclosure, with goats grazing in the field beside us and a few horses doing the same. "I crave a life where we can live in peace," Axios said, his voice shaking. "Where love is seen as a strength, and where our days are spent lounging by our stream, lost in conversation for hours on end. There'd be no sorrow, pain, and no darkness. Nothing but happiness and light. Love. However, I've come to the realization that dream will never be." This is the reason for his silence earlier. He hadn't been mad at me for denying his request, but rather forlorn because he knew his dreams were for naught. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he wiped them away with a slight snarl. He hated showing such vulnerability. I touched his arm in a soft caress before pulling away. "It might not be the same," I said. "Not like the vision in your mind, but we can make a life together, here." Our life might not be like I'd envisioned, but we could be happy, somehow. The only sound was the wind rustling through the branches of the olive trees and the faint tinkle of bells from the sheep nearby. Axios stepped closer, his lips parting as his hand grazed my side. The sun hit his eyes, igniting them in a burst of gold. He was both beautiful and devastating in that moment. Our mouths reunited then, our lips meeting soft and slow. His skin smelled of sweat and earth, and I craved more of it. The salty taste of him as I licked up his neck had my cock aching. My heart thrashed in my chest, each beat meant for him.
"I'm certain that is how babies are conceived."
Hayden's voice penetrated through the fog of lust, causing us to break our embrace. The muscled youth stood 2 feet away and smirked. "Such a shame you were born a Spartan," Axios spoke, narrowing his eyes. "You would have made a fine ass." Not having expected his words, I snorted a laugh. Hayden stared in astonishment. Axios glanced between the two of us before erupting in a laugh. And gods, the sound was like a blanket over my heart.
"Well, of course, one of you must be the woman,"
Hayden said, rubbing his chin as his smile widened.
"Axelina, possibly? Although you two would make horrendous-looking offspring."
On the contrary, I believed any child of Axios would be a treasure unlike any other.
"Speaking of women," I said, scrutinizing Hayden. He had a bruise beneath his eye and a busted lip. "I take it your conversation with Liana didn't go as planned?"
Axios laughed harder. With an awed expression, Hayden touched the bruise beneath his eye and shrugged. It was as though he was proud to carry her mark.
"She struck me before I could even finish my ode to her, but I will not surrender until she is mine. My heart is hers, for she is as beautiful as she is strong."
"And you are as strong as you are dumb," Axios teased. Hayden charged at Axios and tackled him to the ground. I stepped aside and let them go at it, grinning as Axios struggled beneath the bigger boy's weight. They thrashed around, and when Axios couldn't overpower Hayden with strength alone, he grabbed a handful of dirt and wiped it across Hayden's face. Hayden choked and spit out the dirt before letting loose a string of curses and shoving Axios' face into a puddle. I quietly chuckled when I noticed the goat beside them. It drank from a basin of water, and the puddle Axios had been dunked in came from the same water. Axios noticed it too and cringed with disgust. Axios shoved Hayden off and pinned him to the ground, but he struggled to keep hold of Hayden's muscled arms. Hayden easily knocked Axios aside and held my lover's arms behind his back. Axios, on his stomach, wriggled and fought to break free to no avail. A laugh escaped me, and once I started, I couldn't stop.
"You cannot win this fight, my small friend,"
Hayden said.
"Axios, I have faith in you,"
I managed to say through my laughs. Theon and Quill came running from the left, screaming at the top of their lungs like they were joining a great battle. They jumped on Hayden's back, and poor Axios gasped as their added weight bore down on him. I laughed so hard that my eyes watered. The 4 of them were my brothers, and I'd truly be lost in this life without them by my side. Once they were too exhausted, they rolled to the grass and fought to catch their breaths. Axios, now free, stood and wiped the grass from his legs before lifting his gaze to mine. We shared a smile before he limped over to me. He stood at my side and regarded our friends again. Hayden's hair jutted in all directions, and dirt smeared on his cheek. He jabbed Quill in the stomach, and Theon growled and attacked him in a 2-against-1 fight. Axios placed his hand on my shoulder, drawing my attention to him. He nodded. A simple gesture, but the meaning was great. Finally, he understood. "They're our brothers," I whispered, "and we do not abandon our family." He cupped my nape and pulled me to his lips, kissing me openly and without fear. The pressure of his mouth grounded me in a way nothing else could. "Charge!" Just as I looked to the right, Theon crashed into me and knocked me off balance. Quill wasn't far behind and tackled Axios. Hayden joined the fray, and within seconds, the 5 of us were rolling around on the grass like children, laughing and forgetting for just a moment how serious our lives truly were. Chapter 10. "Shh, Axe," I whispered in his ear as I took him from behind. He had a habit of vocalizing his pleasure very loudly, and while I enjoyed his moans and gasps, I doubted the other boys in the barracks felt the same. "Kiss me to keep me silent, then," he panted, turning his head to capture my lips in a sloppy kiss. As we kissed, I quickened my pace. It was a challenge suppressing my moans as I glided in and out of his heat. My chest stuck to his back, our skin dampened from our lovemaking. When I nudged that special place inside him, Axios tore from my lips and cried out in the quiet, dark room. I covered his mouth with my hand and pumped my hips faster. He shuddered around my cock as he climaxed, and the sensation encouraged my release too. I kissed his nape and held him tighter as my body quaked. Being inside him was a pleasure unlike any other, but it was the way my soul sang that truly made me breathless. When the tremble subsided, I turned him in my arms and brushed my lips across his brow. Since the festival of spring, we had joined our bodies countless times. Instead of sneaking off to the stables each time, though, we'd begun doing it in the barracks. The other boys had never complained, but I knew they heard us. "Eri," Axios nuzzled my neck. "You said there's nothing you wouldn't do for me, but you must know I feel the same about you. You are the very air I breathe." I pressed my cheek to his soft hair. "I know." He fell asleep shortly after, and I listened to his light snores before welcoming sleep as well. I woke only once during the night, when Axios shifted in his sleep and flipped to his other side. He scooted his back toward me, and I slipped an arm around him, burying my face in the back of his hair. Shouts woke us the next morning. Men yelled to each other from outside the barracks, followed by the stomping of feet as they ran past the door.
"Where is he?"
Gaius roared in a deep voice.
"Find the filth and bring me his head!"
The door burst open and slammed against the wall as Gaius barged in and yelled at us to get up. Axios jolted, as did many of the other youths.
"Up, you worms!"
Gaius kicked the boy nearest to him.
"To the field at once!"
He left, leaving the door wide open in his wake. Axios remained frozen on his mat, and I knew he was fretting over what waited for us outside the barracks. I kissed his shoulder, hoping it gave him some comfort, before pulling away and rising to my feet. He joined me and said nothing as our eyes met. The rest of the group shuffled to their feet. Hayden met us at the door, and we proceeded outside. Theon and Quill caught up, their eyes still red from sleep. Melias and Ian walked close together and smiled when their gazes locked. Their expressions told me how they felt without me needing to see proof of their affection. They were like me and Axios. Humid air greeted us instead of a chill. Spring was nearing its end, and soon summer would arrive, making the days longer and hotter. The heat had already found us. Axios sighed and made a face at the sky, and it drew my eyes to his slender neck and the sweat that was already beading on his shoulders. When we arrived at the arena, we were all damp with sweat. Quill tore off his tunic. The rest of us hadn't worn one. Gaius stood in the arena with a deep scowl on his face. Another man stood beside him. Spotting Felix, pride swirled in my chest. He had been called to war several months ago and had just returned the previous evening. He was a true warrior of Sparta. A new scar marred his chest, just one more to add to the others. It was a sign of his bravery, of his loyalty to his home, and I was proud to have him as a trainer. My gaze didn't linger on him for long. I focused on the bloody body in the dirt beside his feet, a Spartan youth. His throat had been cut from ear to ear, and blood covered his chest and formed a puddle in the dirt. Blood continued to trickle from his open throat, so he had just been killed.
"A slave has forgotten his place," Felix growled. "You see your brother lying in his own blood, slain by a coward who leapt from the shadows and drew a blade across his throat early this morn. A coward who then retreated into the countryside, thinking to escape his fate. An attack against one of us is an attack against us all."
Rage bubbled in my veins, and I clenched my fists. A slave had attacked one of us. I looked over at Axios, hoping to see him angry as well, but he wasn't. He only seemed confused. Boys around us snarled and stirred at the news.
"Time for a hunt,"
Gaius said with a cold smile. I nodded to him, eager to make the slave pay for his wrongdoing.
"Others are searching for him now. Go and claim the honor for yourselves."
With pleasure. Felix gave us all spears and set us loose in the wilderness. I couldn't wait to drive the spear into the slave's chest.
"I shall kill him and place his head on a spike,"
Hayden said through gritted teeth before sprinting past us. His anger added to my own. The injustice would not go unpunished. As much as I wished to run forward and begin the hunt, I stayed behind with Axios and walked with him through the knee-high grass of a field outside of the woods. Every boy fumed with hatred and rage, except for Axios. He frowned as he stared at the spear in his hands. A Spartan had been slain, and all he worried over was the slave who'd killed him. "Axios, put it out of your mind," I said, forcing myself to not lose my temper with him. His kind heart had no place in this moment. There is no justification for this.
"What if—"
No. I stopped walking and put a hand on his chest. I knew his mind just like I knew my own. He questioned everything, and so I knew he questioned the slave's motives. It matters not why the deed was done, only that it was done. If every slave lashed out for each wrong done to them, we would face another helot revolt as we had in years past. He opened his mouth to argue, but then closed it. "Your inquisitive mind is a reason I fancy you so," I spoke, refraining from grabbing his hand. I was too frustrated with him to touch him. "Our battles of wits and conflicting stances make for stimulating conversations, and I treasure every moment by your side. But on this, I will not stand with you, dear friend. For too long have you fought our ways. It is time you left the boy behind and embraced the man." Saying the words was like a slice across my heart. I didn't want Axios to lose his beautiful curiosity, nor did I wish to see hardness replace the kindness in his eyes. I didn't wish for him to be like me, but it was what he must become to survive. Something flashed in his eyes then, an understanding I'd never seen him have before. He gave a curt nod, before turning and advancing toward the woods. Once shrouded in the denseness of the trees, I angled my spear forward and focused on everything around me. Axios thought hunting came natural to me, effortless, but it required a vast amount of concentration. Strength was only half of it. Having a keen sense of my surroundings was most vital. Yells and shouts reverberated through the trees as the other Spartan youths ran through the undergrowth. Silence was necessary for a hunt, yet I knew they used the noise to intimidate the slave, who was hiding and probably pissing himself. Branches loomed above us, some long enough to touch the other trees. No sun broke through the leaves. The lack of light took our sight and gave the advantage to the helot. We progressed farther, occasionally finding breaks in the leaves where a stream of sun found us. It was in one of the breaks when I saw a shadow move overhead. I halted and stuck out an arm to stop Axios. He stumbled as he stopped several paces behind me. With a worried expression, he looked at me and tilted his head, as if to ask what was wrong. He was intelligent and observant of so many things, yet he had no passion for killing. That lack of passion made him clumsy. The slave stood right above me in the tree. I didn't see him, but I sensed him. I smelled a faint trace of urine in the air, and when he made even the slightest movement, the branch quietly creaked. I could have easily knocked him out of the tree and buried my spear in his chest. It would have taken 3 seconds, perhaps 4. But I wanted to see Axios' reaction when the slave felt like he had the upper hand, and so I remained still. I anticipated his movement, heard the faint moaning of the wood as the slave readied himself to attack. Snap! I looked up right as the slave jumped from the branch. He slammed into me, and even though I didn't lose my balance, I lost the grip on my spear. He held a blade in his hand, and as he went to stab me, I darted to the side. His movements were slow and uncoordinated, easily dodged. The slave might have held a blade in his hand, but I'd been born with one in mine. Predicting his intention, I allowed him to dash behind me. A cold blade pressed to my throat as the slave grabbed me from behind. Axios stepped forward. "One more step, and I slit his throat," the slave snarled, tightening his hold on me with one arm and angling the blade to rest on the main artery of my neck with the other. "I have already killed one Spartan. Killing another would be but a gift." I hadn't known if he'd kill me instantly or if he'd see Axios and try to use me as bait. Perhaps the gamble was reckless on my part, but it was a thing I had to do. Either way, Axios would see the slaves for what they were. Animals. Axios stopped his approach and stared at the blade at my neck. He looked ill. "Please, release him," Axios spoke, his voice shaking with nerves. "You can run, and we will not follow. All I ask is that you lower your blade and step away from him. He's done no wrong toward you." Bargaining with the slave would do no good. He'd see that soon. "You are Spartans!" the slave exclaimed. "Your very existence offends me. The way you prance around with your strong bodies and arrogance, believing everyone to be inferior to you. How you do what you wish to slaves with no sense of decency toward human life or mercy." Mercy? We believed not in such things. I almost regretted dragging the killing out this way, for I wanted nothing more than to kill the filth right where he stood. "I have lost brothers and companions for no other reason than them being born slaves," the helot continued, growing angrier with every word. "My sister, always such a gentle soul who kept to herself, was raped and then butchered like a beast.
I found her body behind our home, her clothes ripped and soaked in her blood. Now, tell me once more how he's done no wrong. One less Spartan filth would be a blessing."
Rape was a thing I could not condone. It mattered not if it was a Spartan or a slave. I found the act to be repulsive. However, it was not my place to tell a Spartan what he could or couldn't do to his slave. The blade dug into my flesh as the helot pressed it harder against my neck. Blood trickled down and dripped on my collarbone. I kept my gaze on Axios. His terrified expression as he looked at the blade stung my heart. It was a lesson he had to learn. Would he still try to reason with the helot? Would he strike a killing blow? "Better choose quickly, my raven." I sensed the slave's impatience. I sensed his rage. He'd killed one Spartan and wanted nothing more than to kill me too. My life could very well end within seconds, and there was nothing I could do about it. The slave's warm breath tickled my nape as he sharply exhaled. His body tensed, and I knew my time was at an end if Axios didn't act. The blade would open my throat at any moment. I didn't fear death, but as I looked at Axios and saw his trembling chin and pained expression, I knew I feared losing him. Quicker than I'd ever seen him move, Axios reared back his arm and hurled his spear forward. The weapon whooshed through the air right before finding its mark. The helot was thrown backward, and the blade nicked my neck as his hand fell away. It took me a moment to realize what had happened. I turned toward the helot and gaped at the sight. The tip of the spear had gone through his eye socket and exited the back of his head, pinning him to the tree. Blood streamed down his face as his body twitched. "You killed him with no hesitation," I said, awed by the fact. With an unreadable expression, Axios closed the distance between us and threw his arms around me. He buried his face in my hair as he trembled. Shaky breaths left him, and his tense muscles started to relax. "The only thing that matters to me in this life is you, Eryx." He kissed my temple and entwined his fingers in my hair. "Gods, man, creature, I will kill them all if it means saving you." I pulled from his embrace to gaze upon him. He differed from the boy I'd spoken to in the field only a short while ago. No lecture would have awakened the Spartan spirit in Axios. He'd needed something stronger, and I'd given it to him. "You've always had it in you, dearest friend," I said as a swell of emotion lodged in my throat. "You only needed to be pushed for it to reveal itself." Axios stared at me in confusion. Then the wrinkle in his brow smoothed. "You knew he was in the tree?" "Of course I did." I smelt the urine drenching his bottoms from where he'd wet himself with fear long before he leapt from the branch. His nostrils flared, and he bared his teeth in anger. "He could have killed you! Why would you do such a thing?" Why was he angry? Other than a shallow cut across my neck, I was unharmed. "Be angry at me if you choose," I said without the burden of guilt. I held no regret for what I'd done. Still, it was the only way to reach you, to tear down the walls that kept you from your true self, fearless, strong, and fighting for what's right. Your empathy for others caused you to forget your loyalty to your own people. I made you remember. His fist clenched, and I braced myself for the hit. It never came. Axios stared at me as if he didn't recognize me anymore. Beneath that, however, was a deep sadness as he regarded my bloody neck. Steps sounded in the trees right before a boy burst through the shrubs and focused on us, his eyes wild with exhilaration. His spear was aimed at the ready. "Have you seen—" His voice drifted off when he noticed the slave pinned to the tree. "Gods be
Damn, you've caught him!
Axios' aim struck true, I announced, staring at my friend with awe. He could be angry all he wanted, but my pride in him wouldn't be swayed. The glory is his. The boy kicked at a weed in his disappointment and ran away, probably to tell the others that the hunt was over. Axios approached the helot and pulled the spear from his head with a wet pop. His expression held no remorse. This is what I desired. Yet I couldn't help but mourn, even a little, for the boy he'd cast aside this day. No longer pinned to the tree, the slave's body collapsed to the ground. Axios knelt down and grabbed the slave's hair. Gaius wanted his head, correct? He asked in an empty voice. Very little shocked me, but seeing the boy I so fiercely loved turn into a stranger right before my very eyes did exactly that. I nodded, too stunned to answer. I did this to him. Finally, I felt shame for my actions. For years I had fought with Axios to turn him away from his caring nature, and now that I'd succeeded, I felt only guilt. I was still proud of him, though my heart ached at seeing his gentle hands covered in blood as he yanked the dead slave's head and exposed his neck. Axios grabbed the fallen dagger and jabbed into the slave's neck before sawing through the flesh. More blood spilled out, and some squirted on his bare chest. He didn't seem fazed. I squatted beside him and carefully watched his face. That's when I saw the brief flash of pain in his eyes. Oh, my sweet raven. His hands started to shake as he cut through muscle and severed veins. I reached forward and stilled his hand. When Axios looked up at me with tears in his eyes, I took the blade from him. I wouldn't make him do this. I'd rather take the blade and plunge it into my chest than force him to endure another second of the act. Visibly relieved, Axios scooted to the side and let me take over. I finished severing the head before grabbing it by the bloody strands of hair and standing from the grass. Let us return, I said, sticking out my other hand to help him to his feet. He accepted my hand, and I pulled him up. Neither of us said a word as we made our way back home. When we left the woods and were back in the field, Axios stared ahead with a dazed expression. I wanted to pull him into my arms and protect him from the dark things swirling in his mind. Yet his mind was the one place I couldn't reach him, the one place I couldn't protect him from. When we reached the arena, Gaius and Felix stood close together, speaking quietly amongst themselves. At our approach, they turned and stepped farther apart.
What have you there?
Felix asked, nodding to the bloody head in my hand. I tossed it forward, and it rolled before stopping a foot in front of them.
I knew you'd be the one to take the beast down,
Gaius said to me. Actually, it was Axios, I corrected, stepping back a step so my friend could be acknowledged. With wide eyes, Gaius regarded Axios. Then he laughed.
What is this trickery?
It is no trick, I said, squaring my shoulders as a layer of anger moved beneath my skin. He treated Axios like an invalid. The slave sprung a surprise attack on us and had me at his mercy with a dagger to my throat. Axios threw his spear, and his aim struck true.
The slave surprised you?
Felix asked, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. He'd trained with me for so long that I suspected he knew I'd let the helot capture me. Fortunately, he didn't press me on the matter.
Very well.
He regarded Axios.
You've honored Sparta this day.
Axios stood a little taller, and I didn't miss the slight curve to his lips. He appeared pleased with himself, which took me by surprise for the second time that day. He has let the boy go and embraced the man, just as I told him. Later in the evening, we walked toward the barracks. The sun had long since set, but the air remained heavy and stuck to my skin.
Eryx! Axios!
Quill jumped in front of us, bunching something up in the front of his tunic. His dark hair swooped across his brow, nearly covering one eye. Even in the dim light, I saw his excitement.
"Come with me! We're building a fire, and I've stolen snacks!"
He gestured with his head to his tunic. Axios smiled for the first time in hours.
"Lead the way, my friend."
On the way to the courtyard, we passed Ian and Malias.
"You two!"
Quill exclaimed in a harsh whisper.
"Come with us!"
Malias touched Ian's hand and nodded. They changed direction and walked with us to the courtyard, where Theon and Hayden already sat. Even though the night was warm, the fire still felt nice as we gathered around it. Quill passed out berries and cheese before ripping apart a small loaf of bread and dividing it amongst us. He had a talent for thieving. There was silence as we ate and stared at the flames.
"What was it like?"
Hayden asked, leaning toward Axios.
"To kill him?"
"It was..." Axios paused and pressed his lips together. "You know when a splinter jabs in your palm from javelin throwing? How it's stuck within your flesh, and the only way to free it is to cut it out? Killing him felt that way. The dread was worse than the thing itself. Once cut out, the place it has been continues to be tender a moment, and then it passes, and you feel nothing." I understood his words well. It was exactly how I felt after killing the helot from the dining mess.
"I cannot wait for my first kill,"
Quill said, before popping berries into his mouth. The juice leaked from his lips as he chewed.
"When we are men and become warriors, I will strike down any man who wrongs me."
"That is foolish," I said, shaking my head. "We must choose our battles wisely, and only kill when it is asked of us." Looking at Axios, I grabbed his hand and smoothed my thumb across his. Life is sacred and must be taken only when necessary, to protect our home or one another. Unlike some Spartans, I didn't enjoy killing for sport. However, I understood the necessity of it. The slave Axios killed earlier had deserved to die. That didn't mean all slaves deserved the same.
"I do not know about you fools,"
Hayden said, biting off a piece of bread and then speaking with his mouth full.
"But I am most eager to find a girl and bury my cock inside her."
"Your cock better not ever find itself near my sister," Axios said, with both humor and disgust lacing his voice. "It is likely she will chop it off and hang it around her neck as a trophy." He wasn't wrong. Lyanna was fierce, independent, and easily irritated by foolishness, which Hayden had in spades. Laughing, Theon spit out his food. Quill snorted like a hog as he giggled.
"Some may mistake it for a worm," I teased.
Hayden snarled and tossed a pebble at me. I ducked before it hit, and then snatched it off the grass and threw it back at him. The easy laughter was nice after such a heavy day. No matter how tough our lives became, we'd always have each other. Axios shifted closer to me, and I pressed my leg to his. I sensed his longing to be even closer. Theon spoke of how they'd fared in the hunt earlier. Some of the youths had been so eager to catch the slave themselves that they'd started turning on each other. "It was brutal," Theon said, wiping his hand on his tunic after finishing his berries. "Quill and I came upon two of the older boys slicing at each other in the woods. Others stood around them, cheering them on. Shortly after, a boy ran forward and said the helot had been caught. They were so concerned with having the glory for themselves that they forgot their place," I said, suppressing a sigh. I studied each of their faces. "Remember this, Sparta comes before all. It certainly comes before your pride. A true warrior doesn't fight to gain glory. He fights to protect what is most dear to him, his home, his family." Hayden nodded and tossed a stick into the fire. The flames lit one side of his face, emphasizing the strong set of his brow. "Never forget," I said. "Never," Theon agreed. The seriousness fled his expression as he held up a cube of cheese.
For Sparta!
Axios chuckled and laid his head on my shoulder. The action tugged at my heart. He became more affectionate when he was tired.
After the Diamastagosis, cheese has lost its appeal, but I will honor Sparta with this berry.
The 7 of us, Ian and Malias included, held up various pieces of food and ate to the toast. Once we'd finished the snacks and returned to the barracks, Quill and Theon whispered and giggled as they found their mats. Their conversations ranged from battles of wits to amusing quips, and sometimes they fell silent and just stared at each other. Hayden, who'd almost fallen asleep in front of the fire, started snoring seconds after lying down.
"Ax," I whispered, sliding my hand up his bicep.
Now that we were in the dark, my shame surfaced again.
"About today."
"Stop, Eri." He touched his fingers to my lips. "I feel no remorse for the helot, for he was going to kill you. Don't you see? It's as you said. We must only kill when it's necessary. And today it was necessary. I tricked you. I know." His eyes looked black in the dark. "And I forgive you for it. You push me to make me better." I kissed him then. The words didn't exist to describe the feeling in my chest, so I showed him instead. Axios surrendered to my touch, softly gasping when my hand traveled down his body and took hold of a place that was mine and mine alone. Growling in the back of my throat, I angled my body over his and tugged at the clothing separating us. The earthy smell of his skin, mixed with the traces of smoke in his hair from the fire, drove me wild with need. Each time my mouth pressed to his, more of my soul reached out and clung to him, connecting us in this life and the next. When we finally came together, I found I couldn't rush the moment. He felt too incredible. I took him slower than usual, yet harder, moving inside his tight heat as if it was our first time all over again. Or our last. I kissed down his throat as he panted beneath me and clawed my shoulders. When his gasping breaths turned to loud moans, I covered his mouth with my hand and buried my face in his neck. Axios shuddered and dug his nails into my skin as his body trembled with his release. I soon followed, biting his shoulder to keep from shouting my pleasure. Afterward, I pulled him to my chest and kissed his nape. He relaxed in my arms and drifted to sleep. I watched him for a while, memorizing the shape of his face and how he smiled a little when he slept. "My soul knows yours," I whispered, smoothing my thumb across his bottom lip. From the very first time I saw him, I knew the fates had a plan for us. I just hadn't known the plan was for me to fall in love with him. Chapter 11. 388 BC, 2 years later. At the turn of our 18th year, war continued to wage outside Sparta. After the defeat at the Battle of Lecium at the hands of the Athenians, where Sparta lost 250 men, King Agesilaus had abandoned the campaign for peace. Our other king, King Agasepolis, was in the midst of leading an army against Argos. We were nearly of age to join the fight, and I was prepared to give my life if Sparta requested it of me. As for now, I enjoyed my days practicing combat in the arena and hunting whenever we had spare time.
"Faster, Axe!"
I yelled as we ran through the field with spears in hand.
"You keep shouting like that and you'll scare the rabbits,"
he countered with a breathless laugh.
"You scare them enough with your clumsy footing, dear friend."
"Clumsy?" Axios ran faster, gaining on me, but then he stumbled and cursed. After tossing a look over my shoulder to make sure he wasn't truly hurt, I laughed and kept going. I dashed into the woods, jumping over fallen logs and carefully avoiding thorn bushes. The hunt excited me, just as it had come to thrill Axios as well, when it was animals and not humans anyway. He entered the woods behind me, and I tuned in to the sound of his heavy steps. His stealth was ruined by his lack of sure-footedness. His skills had greatly improved since we'd grown from young boys. I'd taught him to be observant of his surroundings, to listen, to see, and to smell. Yet he had much more to learn. Birds flapped overhead, startling from a branch as I ran past. The breeze carried a hint of smoke and meat, causing my belly to ache. It was more encouragement to hunt. We were allowed to eat whatever we caught. However, another matter required my attention, one more important than my rumbling stomach. Axios needed to learn the importance of stealth. One day, when we traveled for war, any noise could give away our location to the enemy, and my warrior was distracted as he ran behind me. He focused too much on me and not enough on everything around us. Without slowing in speed, I jumped to grab a low-hanging branch and swung up into the tree. I froze in place, not making a sound, as Axios turned the corner and stopped running. He turned his head from side to side, observing the area just as I'd taught him. A bird cheeped nearby, singing its morning song. A second bird joined the song, and their duet caused Axios to become momentarily distracted as he listened to them. I crouched down and moved along the branch, going from one tree and into another. I stopped my advance when Axios peered upward. At first I thought he saw me, but no. He was too absorbed in the sun shining through the leaves, and I suppose I was too absorbed in him. His body had grown stronger over the past 2 years, nearly matching mine in size, except he was an inch shorter. Rippling muscles covered his bare torso, and his thick biceps curved perfectly. My mouth watered as I remembered resting my head on that bicep and biting it as his other hand roamed my naked body. Focus, I told myself. Spotting a twig jutting from the branch, I quietly broke it off and tossed it through the air. It landed in the shrub to his left. He snapped his head in that direction as the twig made contact. After readying his spear, he slowly approached the bush. Just another step. I wanted him to think it was a real attack, not training. I needed to see how he'd behave when he thought it was a matter of life and death. Right when he was beneath me, I leapt from the branch and slammed into his back, knocking him to the ground. The shock of the attack impacted his reaction speed. Before he could slice me with his spear, for he didn't know it was me, I tore it from his hand and tossed it out of his reach. My knees dug into his back, shoving him more into the dirt. He couldn't see me from his angle on the ground, but he slapped at me and tried to buck me off. I put him in a headlock and tightened my hold around his neck when he still fought beneath me. Axios thrashed around, refusing to admit defeat. I sensed his panic rising, though, and when he started trembling beneath me, I knew I'd pushed him far enough. Was he afraid? Releasing my hold on his neck, I leaned down to kiss his ear before whispering, "You are fortunate it is only me and not a real enemy, my warrior, or else you would be choking on your own blood as we speak." Axios stilled, his body shaking like a leaf in a strong breeze, and then he shoved me off him and rolled to his back, pinning me with a hard stare. I met his glare with a smile, which only seemed to anger him further. "I could have killed you," he growled. His body still trembled as he wiped at his face. Had I truly frightened him that much? "No offense, but no, you couldn't have," I said, chuckling. "You move through the woods like you have giant's feet, and your breathing is so loud I could hear every exhale as if you were an overfed child." He slapped my arm. "I do not breathe loudly." Teasing him was still one of my favorite things. I enjoyed getting a rise out of him. "You're not only a heavy breather, but your screams can get quite loud as well, I said, arching a brow, especially when I touch you in all the right places.
You're an ass,
he said, punching my arm, this time harder. His red cheeks signaled his embarrassment. Ignoring his feisty attitude, I crawled toward him and covered his body with mine. I thought he might push me away, which was what I deserved, but he didn't. I stared down at his face, seeing the dirt upon his cheek and the wild look in his eyes that came from having been so scared only moments ago. You were frightened when I ambushed you. He averted his gaze.
I was not.
Lightly touching his jaw, I turned his face back to make him look at me. Do not lie to me, Axios, please. Even after the shock of it passed, you trembled in my grip. What was it that frightened you? Several moments passed where he said not a word. He only stared at me as shadows clouded in his eyes. He lifted a hand and caressed my jaw before moving his fingers to my lips. Although admitting such a thing goes against everything we are taught as Spartans, I feared death, he said, still touching me, almost as if he was afraid I'd leave if he didn't. But what frightened me most? Never looking upon your face again, never feeling your mouth moving on mine, nor hearing again the sound of your voice whispering my name. All of these things I have memorized of you would be lost to the unknown abyss. My feelings for Axios ran deep, yet I struggled sometimes with how to show him. In my private thoughts, I could call him my beautiful raven. I could allow myself to picture a life with him where we spent each day making love and never thinking of war. But when I tried to tell him how I felt, it never came out right. The fear he spoke rang true with me, for I'd thought the same when I'd been at the end of the Helots' blade. I do not fear death because I'm afraid of dying, Ery. I fear it because it would take me from you. The tenderness in his eyes as he confessed his feelings gave me the encouragement I needed to do the same. Instead of words, though, I captured his lips in a heated kiss. He smiled against my mouth as I pushed his legs apart and settled between them. As I rolled his hips forward, he rewarded me with a gasp. I reveled in the sound and kissed him harder, stroking his tongue with mine. He moaned and gripped my biceps as I grinded against him. Sense slammed into me, and I broke from the kiss. "Wait," I said, panting against his lips. "We cannot become lost in each other this moment. Our orders were to hunt and return home." Gods, how my body ached for him, but we'd been given direct orders. Axios wiggled his brows as a mischievous gleam sparked in his eyes. "You are hunting. Now is the time to claim what is rightfully yours." The battle was lost. My desire for Axios outweighed everything else. I growled and claimed his lips again, alternating between hard kisses and gentle kisses. Snagging his bottom lip with my teeth, I nibbled it before sucking it into my mouth. He groaned and held me tighter, but I had other ideas. After grabbing his arms, I placed them on the ground behind his head so he couldn't touch me. He fought me, of course, and lowered them again before running his fingertips down my spine. Growling, I gripped his side and flipped him onto his stomach. Fighting for dominance had become a game of ours over the years. We pinned each other down while consumed in a demanding kiss and fought for control. Axios never won, but I sensed he never wanted to. He enjoyed challenging me, so I'd take him harder after he lost. I nipped at his shoulder and pinned him down. He struggled half-heartedly before turning his head to the side and nestling his cheek on the ground. The smile on his face took away my animalistic lust and replaced it with an emotion I couldn't explain. He was too beautiful for this world. Beautiful and kind, even though Sparta had chipped away at the boy he used to be. I brushed my lips across his ear as a lump lodged in my throat. You are my heart, I confessed, and the weight of the words nearly crushed me. But Axios kept me strong, just as he always did. I do not easily confess emotions in the way you do, but no, I feel the same. The words I once spoke to you hold true. I will kill any man and turn the whole world to ash for you, my warrior. I fear neither battle nor death, but I fear the day that you are not by my side. Never question where my heart lies, because it is forever yours, in this life and the next. Over the years, I had proclaimed my feelings for him in smaller ways, but never so completely. Love had no place in Sparta, yet that's exactly what I'd found. In this life and the next, he repeated. The words felt like an oath. I vowed never to break it. Shall we continue? He asked as a smile tugged at his lips. I used my finger to prepare him, and once he was whimpering and on the verge of release, I withdrew my hand and eased into him with something bigger. He sighed and tilted his head up for a kiss, which I obliged. I softly whimpered once I was past the barrier that fought me. Vocalizing my pleasure was rare, but I cared not in that moment. Axios enjoyed the sound and ushered more from me by tugging me deeper. I held his hip with one hand as I slowly pumped into him. The furrow of his brow smoothed once he'd grown accustomed to the feel of me. That's when I moved a bit faster. His eyes rolled back as his nails dug into the dirt. I didn't need to die to see paradise. I was already there. After our bodies were sated, we continued to hunt. Axios walked beside me, occasionally stroking my elbow or smoothing his palm over the curve of my backside. He enjoyed touching me as much as I enjoyed him doing it. We caught a few rabbits and decided to return to the city as it was getting late in the day. The sun was still high in the sky, but it would be lowering for its slumber soon. Once back with our group, I handed the rabbits to a helot. The boy bowed his head and took the rabbits before rushing off to skin and cook them for evening meal. Hayden approached, and his massive body cast a large shadow behind him as he faced the sun. All of us had grown the past 2 years, and he was no exception. He'd always been large, and he was even bigger now. Younger boys from the Agauge had joined us in the yard. I recognized their terror-stricken faces, for I'd once seen the same expression on my brothers' faces once upon a time. We'd come far since then. As Hayden passed them, they cowered together and stared at him as if he was a god in their presence. "You fool no one," Hayden said once in front of us. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth as he looked between me and Axios. His grey eyes missed nothing. "The rabbits were not all you impaled with your spear, my friend." Axios slapped him on the shoulder and turned red. I quietly coughed to cover my laugh. "Doesn't it hurt, Axios?" Quill asked before running over from the fire pit to join us. "I have often wondered, having something put up there, it seems highly unpleasant." Somehow Axios blushed even deeper and appeared as if he'd rather hide behind the shed than endure another moment of this conversation. "That is absurd," Theon chimed in, popping up on the other side of Quill. "Of course it doesn't hurt him. Have you not heard his moans in the dead of night when they think us asleep?" His brown eyes crinkled as his smile widened, and then he began to speak in a much higher pitch. "Oh, Eryx, right there! By the gods, do not stop! Harder, harder, oh yes!" Axios gaped at our small friend. My poor raven had become the target of many jests because he was so much fun to tease. "To the arena!" Felix's voice boomed from the training field. Axios shook his head at Quill and Theon before brushing past them. I followed after him, unable to hide my smile. Even once we were side by side, I continued to smile. He shot me an annoyed glare, but I saw the underlying amusement in his eyes. "You enjoy my humiliation," he said, bumping my arm.
"Indeed I do."
My grin widened when he scoffed. Theon and Quill giggled behind us, but fell silent once we reached the arena. Neither Gaius nor Felix appreciated their silly behavior, and both men stood in the center of the field, glaring at all of us. The younger boys from the Agauge stood to the other side of them, some shaking with nerves, while others appeared more confident.
"Observe these young men,"
Felix said, motioning to our herd. His dark hair fell freely around his face, ruffling in the light breeze.
"They have lived and breathed the Agauge for many years, have undergone the most challenging of obstacles, and have proved themselves worthy. Soon, they will complete their training and join a physician."
The youths stared in admiration. Even the ones who'd been cowering and close to pissing themselves only moments ago stood a little taller, as if seeing us gave them the encouragement they needed to be strong. We were what they hoped to one day become, skilled and lethal fighters, survivors of the toughest training in all of the Greek world. I remembered staring at Linus and Nicaeus that way. How strange it was to be on the other side of it now.
"Everything you are about to face, they have faced," Felix continued. "Any fears you hold within yourselves, they once held, but they have long since thrown away any such weak emotions."
I glanced at Axios, admiring him in the same way the younger boys admired us. He'd changed so much throughout our years of training, yet he'd never lost himself in the chaos. He'd grown stronger and finally accepted the Spartan way of life, but I still caught him staring at the stars when we sat outside each night. I caught him smiling ever so softly at the butterflies fluttering in the valley. Sparta had shaped him into a man, yet signs of the curious, beautiful boy remained.
"You,"
Gaius said, pointing at Hayden.
"Step forward."
Hayden obeyed without question. He stepped from the line and stared ahead, awaiting further orders. The youths stared at him with wide eyes. I suspected Gaius had chosen Hayden because he was the most intimidating in appearance.
"Tell me, what have you learned from being a soldier?" "To surrender is to be disgraced,"
Hayden answered in a loud, clear voice.
"Fear is for the weak, as is love. Pain is irrelevant, for a true Spartan rises above it."
Love is for the weak. I held my composure, although my fist clenched at my side. Many believed the statement to hold truth, yet I never felt more alive than when holding Axios in my arms. My love for him made me stronger. I'd destroy any man who thought to take him from me. Gaius nodded, pleased with Hayden's response.
"And what of obedience? A Spartan must obey his leader," Hayden said. "Without obedience, the system fails. Solidarity amongst us is of great importance. We must think as one to fight as one. That is why other soldiers tremble like babes when Spartans are near. No other army is more disciplined than ours."
Gaius asked Hayden the questions to teach the ephebes the importance of Spartan principles. I suspected there was another reason as well. No lesson came without sacrifice. Every man in our herd knew the truth of it. We weren't just told to withstand pain. We'd been beaten within an inch of our lives to learn the lesson. We weren't just told to fight the hunger in our bellies. We'd been stripped of our food and forced to steal to survive. I wondered what lesson Gaius intended to teach the boys.
"Bring forth the slave,"
Gaius commanded. Ian and Malleus walked forward, holding a smaller boy between them. The helot thrashed and tried to break free, but he was no match for their strength. Neither of my companions looked pleased. They neither smiled nor frowned. However, I caught a faint sorrow in Ian's eyes. Dirt covered the slave's skin, as did cuts and bruises. He'd been beaten before being brought to the arena. He looked no older than the youths he'd been placed in front of, but he appeared just as terrified. I knew his fate before Gaius spoke another word. Gaius faced Hayden, a cold smile still in place.
The slave you see before you has done no wrong. He was taken from the fields from which he worked and brought here.
A spear lay discarded in the dirt near his feet, and he stooped down to retrieve it before shoving it toward Hayden.
Kill him!
Axios tensed beside me, but when I glanced at him, his face remained emotionless. Hayden approached the slave, turning the spear in his hands. The years had made killers of us all. He'd killed helots, and so had the rest of us. It was a part of life, and we knew better than to question it.
Please, don't!
Tears streamed down the helot's dirt-stained face.
I work hard in the fields each morn for Sparta. My mother is ailing, and I have a younger sister whom I watch over. They need me. Have mercy.
Hayden thrust the spear forward, piercing the boy's throat before drawing the weapon back. The helot fell to his knees, tears mixing with blood, before he collapsed face first in the dirt. Blood pooled around his body. There was silence. A youth whimpered and stepped backward. Another trembled as tears shone in his eyes. A part of me pitied them. Soon they'd be beaten and molded into soldiers. The compassion in their hearts from seeing the helot's death would be torn from them just as everything else would be. Hayden released a shaky exhale, barely noticeable, and gave the spear to Gaius. He returned to his spot in line and faced ahead. Again, I focused on Axios. In the past, he would have shaken with rage at the scene and cursed Gaius under his breath for being so cruel. But now, his eyes were empty pools. No sorrow, no anger, only nothingness. I disliked it. Even Hayden had been affected by the death of the slave, a completely unjustified act, but Axios showed no signs of the compassionate man I'd come to love. Axios told me once that I was the anchor that kept him from drifting out to sea. When he became lost in his head and started to float away with his dreams, I touched his hand and brought him back to Earth. Where I kept him from flying away, he kept me from becoming a beast. I always felt as if I was battling with two sides of myself, the man and the warrior whose sole mission was to kill. He kept the two sides balanced, and now he needed me to do the same for him. Come back to me, I thought, as I lightly touched my hand to his. Life returned to his eyes, and he pressed his hand closer to mine. I had reached him, brought him back from the dark place in his mind. Felix ordered 2 men from our herd to pick up the slave's body and remove it from the arena.
No, let him be a symbol of Spartan power,
Gaius said before they reached him, waving a hand at the dead boy at his feet. He kicked the body and grinned. Felix shook his head and motioned to the men.
Take him away, now!
Gaius snarled as they obeyed Felix's command.
Being a warrior is more than knowing how to swing a sword or throw a spear,
Felix addressed the youths, ignoring Gaius's dagger-like glares.
Self-reliance and survival, knowledge of battle strategy, strength of character, and fortitude are just as vital. Some men are born to follow.
His dark eyes shifted to me.
And some men are born to lead.
Axios regarded me and scooted closer, an action so small I doubted anyone else noticed.
Some of you will have the honor of training these youths,
Felix continued, surveying the men in line around him.
To teach them what you've learned in the Agoge and to show them what it means to be a Spartan. consider it the final phase in your own training.
The words excited me. Nikias had been assigned our instructor before he'd completed his training, and I was eager to teach the youths just as he had taught me. He'd joined a physician of his own 2 years ago and was currently on campaign with King Agasepolis. Axios often worried over him, but I told him Nikias was strong and would return safely.
Eryx, Hayden, and Melias, step forward.
Felix waited for us to obey before continuing.
Each of you will be assigned a group of ephebes. Teach them as you were taught. Instill in their bodies and minds the values of being a Spartan. The 3 of you have proved yourselves worthy of such an assignment, and I trust you'll make Sparta proud.
Gaius divided the youths into 3 groups and told us which group was ours. Hayden's group looked terrified as he approached them. I suppressed a smile. The boys didn't yet know that Hayden was a major oaf and would probably go easy on them. I, however, fully intended to show no mercy. Cruelty wasn't in my blood. I would never harm the boys more than what I knew they could handle, but I would push them hard, just as I was pushed at their age.
You will begin training your herds on the morrow, Felix said. That's enough for today.
From across the arena, I met Axios' gaze. His name hadn't been called, which meant he'd continue to train under Felix and Gaius during the times I trained my herd. Not once in our 8 years together had we been separated this way. Fear tried to take root in my gut, but I shoved it away. Axios might not be with me during training, but I'd still see him each morning and sleep by his side each night. We'd still be together, even if we saw each other less. Our connection was too great to be severed. Therefore, I carried no doubts about us. Chapter 12. A fortnight had passed since the day I was given my role as an instructor for the youths. There were days when I still practiced with Axios in the arena to keep up my strength, but I spent most of my time in a smaller arena, teaching the ephebes the basics of combat. Again, I ordered, after a boy called Balin tackled the other boy and pinned him to the ground.
One victory means nothing. You must always search for ways to grow and sharpen your skills.
Balin released Demetrius, and they stood before facing each other and starting again. Demetrius had small shoulders and a slender frame, reminding me of Quill. And also like Quill, he was quick, which helped him against the bigger youth. But it didn't help him enough. Balin charged forward and knocked him to the dirt for a second time.
Demetrius,
I said, motioning him over. With a defeated set to his small shoulders, he walked over. I spoke so only he could hear.
Listen to me. As I told Balin, one victory means nothing. The same goes for defeat. Just because you are knocked down once does not mean you will stay down forever. This is why you must hold your head high and try again and again. Never surrender.
He is stronger than me, Demetrius whispered, wiping sweat from his brow.
Because his body is larger? I asked. The size of a man has no bearing on his strength. I've seen men twice my size cower like babes. The real strength is here. I bumped his chest with my fist. Now get back in line and remember what I told you. He nodded and dashed over to the other boys. Disappointment flared inside me when I glanced back towards the edge of the arena and found it vacant. When Axios wasn't training with Felix, he sometimes stood and watched me instruct the youths. I'd come to enjoy his visits and caught myself searching for him throughout the day, only to find him gone. He must have had another matter to attend to.
Cassius! I spun on my heels and spotted him standing beside Demetrius.
Come here!
Cassius smiled and ran forward. His golden hair stood out amongst the sea of dark, and I wondered if that was how Axios viewed me. I'd always been the only light-haired man in our herd, too.
Yes, sir?
Try to knock me to the dirt, I said, staring down at him. His exuberant smile faltered as he nodded. I saw his fear, yet he didn't let it rule him. No matter the odds, a Spartan fought with everything he had. I expected no less for my youths. Cassius dove toward me, and I stepped out of the way. He regained his balance after nearly falling and attacked again. Dodging him was easy, and I knew he wouldn't succeed in the task, but that wasn't why I'd asked him to do it. I wanted to see his manner of attack, so I'd be able to instruct him properly. In my time with the boys, I had taught them the basics, but I was still learning their quirks, still learning what type of fighters they were. When he charged at me again, I pushed on his head and sent him to the dirt. He snarled and jumped back up, ready to pounce. I swung a leg and tripped him, sending him right back down. His fighting style, I'd discovered, was to rely too much on his size. He was the biggest boy in the herd, and his arrogance at the fact caused him to act without thinking. Enough, I said, after dodging another failed attack. Dirt covered his legs, torso, and arms, and blood dripped from his lip where I'd elbowed him in the face. Go wash and prepare for evening meal. Cassius hung his head as he turned to leave. One day you will knock me down, I said. He stopped and looked at me over his shoulder. But it won't be easy. You will have to work hard for it. I expect you to try every day until you do. He smiled and stood taller.
Yes, sir.
When he ran across the arena to join the other boys, I watched after him with a small smile of my own. Having children was a thing I'd never considered until now. Sparta expected men to marry and have children once they reached adulthood. However, I could never give myself to another. Axios possessed my body and soul. The thought of bedding someone else made me feel ill. But I realized how much I would enjoy being a father. My own father had failed me the moment he took his own life. If I were ever to have a son, I vowed to never fail him. If I were to ever have a daughter, I'd teach her to be strong like Liana. I'm behaving like Axios now, dreaming of impossible things. As I left the arena, I imagined Axios and his raven black hair. His children would be strikingly beautiful with their bronzed skin and honey eyes. Did he wish to have them? Could I stand in his way if he did? I couldn't give myself to another, but an unsettling sensation in my gut told me he might be able to. Reaching the river, I removed my clothing and submerged myself in the water to wash. In winter, the water was much too cold to bathe every day, but in spring and summer, the warmer temperature provided a nice end to a long training session. Movement to the right caught my eye. A Spartan woman squatted near the bank, washing her face. She met my gaze and smiled. The slit in her chiton exposed the top of her rounded breasts, and she ran a hand across them, as if to seduce me. I frowned before looking away, disinterested. No other man or woman appealed to me in the slightest. If I ever had to marry a woman, would I even be able to bear to touch her? Refusing to think on that thought a moment longer, I quickly washed in the river before stepping out and finding my clothes. The woman had moved closer and showed no shame as she admired my naked body. I regarded her with an icy glare before dressing and walking through the field. Seeing Axios standing in the courtyard, I quickened my steps to reach him faster. My heart felt lighter, and my arms ached to hold him. The sun gleamed off his black hair and kissed his skin, just as I wished to do. He turned before I reached him, and he beamed at me. His smile faded, though, and when I touched his hand, he didn't press his to mine like he usually did. "Are you well?" I asked, concerned by his odd behavior. He nodded and looked away. "We should walk to the dining hall. evening meal will begin soon. Had something happened to him? Or perhaps he was only tired. He sometimes became irritable when he was tired. I intended to speak with him as we ate to uncover the reason for his cold attitude. Once we sat at the table with our companions, Axios still kept his silence. He slowly ate his broth and didn't look up as conversation spilled around him. A helot poured each of us a glass of wine. Axios grabbed his without a word and took a drink. Then he took another.
I spoke to my beautiful Liana again,
Hayden said before dipping his bread into the broth and taking a bite. Despite my concern over the strange mood Axios was in, I smiled at Hayden. His relentless pursuit of Liana was commendable, especially since she rejected his advances each and every time.
Liana would rather gut you than go anywhere near that mouth of yours,
Theon said with a laugh. What did she say when you spoke to her? I asked. Hayden sighed like a fool in love.
She said, and I quote, "I shall gut you and use your innards as decorations in my garden. Is that not charming?"
Quill laughed so hard he spit broth all over Theon. Theon kicked Quill beneath the table, and they started bickering at each other. And Axios remained oblivious to it all. He was lost in his head. I leaned over and whispered in his ear. "What are you thinking?" He said nothing. He barely even acknowledged me. By the time we finished eating and were returning to the barracks, I'd had enough of his silent treatment. I pulled him off the path and waited for the others to pass us before dragging him into the empty courtyard. Night was upon us, and we stood in shadow as our companions continued to our quarters. Hayden's booming voice faded as they walked out of hearing range. "Eri, we cannot—" "The only words that need to be leaving your lips are the ones that tell me what is the matter with you," I spoke, running a hand through my hair as irritation pricked at my skin. "And do not even think to lie to me. I know you too damn well." Axios stared at me and didn't answer. The night creatures sang their songs and insects buzzed in the tall grass. Men from another group passed by, their voices echoing through the courtyard. Once they'd passed, he still hadn't said a word. My patience was at its end. Grabbing him by the tunic, I pushed him against the pillar and rested my arms on each side of his head. My body pressed to his, holding him in place. He would not leave that spot until he talked to me. "Answer me, Axios." The glow of the moon lit his face, but it couldn't touch the darkness in his eyes. Something troubled him greatly. He lifted a shaking hand and touched my cheek. "I visited Liana today," he said. Not the response I expected, but at least he was speaking. "Oh?" My stare was unwavering to his. "How does she fare?" "She's well," he answered before swallowing. I watched the bump move in his throat and fought the urge to bite it. She informed me that my mother wishes you to wed." His response shocked me. Not because his mother wished for me to marry Liana. I suspected long ago that was what Amara intended. What shocked me was we'd both been worrying our minds over the possibility of marriage. We truly had a connection unlike any other. "I'm fond of your sister, but I am yours, now and always. You are all I yearn for," I said, as all traces of my earlier frustration lifted off me. "Is that what has made you distant?" I leaned forward and brushed my lips across his ear. "Every part of me belongs to you. Shall I remind you of this?" Axios trembled slightly and met my lustful gaze with one of his own. His quickened breaths and hardening body told me he wished for the reminder. He shook his head. That was only a part of what ailed my mind. Any other worry would have to wait. I needed him, and I sensed he needed me too. I kissed his ear before gliding my lips down his neck. When I slid my hands to his hips, he moaned and tilted his head back to expose his throat. A part of him remained in his head, probably fretting over marriage and problems we might one day face, which was exactly why we needed to make the most of the time we had. He shuddered as I licked down his neck and to his collarbone. Finally, he left his mind and joined me in this moment. He clung onto me and heavily exhaled. At his submission, I growled deep in my throat and tugged at his tunic before removing mine. Axios grazed his fingertips over my bare chest, following the indentation in my collarbone before traveling lower. He then leaned forward and sucked my nipple into his warm mouth. I gasped and tangled my hand in his hair as he stroked the bud with his tongue. My cock filled, and my heart hammered in my chest like the beat of 1,000 marching soldiers. When his teeth clamped down on the bud, I groaned, finding the combination of pain and pleasure too enticing. I yanked his head up and kissed him, pressing my body against his. "More, Ery," he whimpered, breaking our kiss. I led him away from the pillar and gently tossed him to the grass before lying on top of him. He wanted more, and that's precisely what I'd give him. The tall shrub beside us provided cover from anyone who might walk past, but sounds carried easily in the courtyard. "Shall I cover your mouth as I take you, or do you think you can control your screams?" Axios playfully snarled before biting my bottom lip. "Stop talking and kiss me, you ass!" I obeyed his command, joining our lips. My hands roamed his body, and he groaned against my mouth when I reached that special place between his legs. Touches became more adventurous, until we both needed more, always more. When our bodies joined, I took him hard and kissed him deep. And it was then I knew the answer to my earlier question. No, I could give myself to no one but him. He was the moon in my sky and the blood in my veins. I belonged to him. Have I ever told you the story of Apollo and Hyacinthus? Axios tilted his head as curiosity blazed in his eyes. You have not? Oh? I sighed and looked across the green valley. We sat on a small hill near the sanctuary of Apollo that afternoon after finishing our training. The day was warm and life thrived all around us. A summer wind swept through the grass and birds flew overhead. How unfortunate. I suppose you'll never know. Harry! He laughed and bumped my shoulder with his. Tell me. If I must. I peered at him and smiled when he crinkled his nose. A patch of flowers grew around the sanctuary and could be seen from our place on the hill. Do you see those flowers there? Axios followed my gaze, then nodded. There's a reason they sprout from the earth around Apollo's shrine. With an eager smile, Axios looked back at me. I knew he wished to speak, but he held his tongue. In the days of old, much before you and I were born, there lived a boy called Hyacinthus, I said, as excitement swirled in my stomach. Axios enjoyed my stories, and I enjoyed telling them. He was a Spartan with raven-black hair, much like yours, and eyes like emeralds. He loved athletics, as all Spartans should, and Apollo loved him. Axios gaped. Apollo loved him? Yes, I said, linking our fingers. The warmth of his palms spread up my arm and gathered around my heart. One day, Apollo and Hyacinthus were throwing the discus in the valley. The god and the Spartan youth laughed as they practiced, and Apollo's affection for the boy showed through his tender smiles. I shall scatter the clouds, Apollo said, before throwing the disc to the wind. Hyacinthus laughed as he chased after it. Axios frowned when I paused in the story. I sensed his mind at work as he listened to each word I spoke. But there was another who also loved Hyacinthus. Zephyrus, the west wind, and his jealousy at not having the object of his desire pushed him into a murderous rage. When Apollo threw the disk to the wind, Zephyrus blew the disk toward Hyacinthus and struck him in the head, killing him.
"What?" Axios gasped. "Tell me you lie. That is an awful story. Why would Zephyrus kill Hyacinthus if he loved him?"
"Because he couldn't have him," I answered. "Apollo held Hyacinthus as he died and tried to save him with healing magic. However, not even the god of healing could save the Spartan youth. Apollo held the boy until his dying breath, his tears blowing in the wind. Blood dripped from the boy's head and wet the grass. To honor the one he loved, Apollo made flowers spring from the blood. The flowers have grown there ever since." Axios focused on the sanctuary, a solemn expression on his face.
"I do not understand how Zephyrus could have killed the boy."
I shrugged. Perhaps seeing the one he loved be happy with another was too much for him to allow.
"It's silly, is it not?"
Axios stretched out his legs on the grass, as I was momentarily distracted by the flash of his inner thigh.
"If you ever loved another man, I would never think to kill you."
"Agreed," I said, touching his leg with mine. "I would, however, kill the other man." He laughed. I beheld his smile and the plumpness of his lips. I noted the specks of gold in his eyes and how his long lashes fluttered against his sun-kissed skin. Yes, I'd kill any man who tried to take him from me.
"When do you expect them to arrive?" Axios asked, pulling me from my musings.
King Agacephalus was returning to Sparta with his army, and they were set to arrive any moment. To balance the power, Sparta had a dual kingship system. Equal in all ways, the two kings ruled simultaneously and were divided by their dynasty, the Aegead and the Eurypontid households. King Agesilaus was our other king. King Agacephalus was young, and, if stories I'd heard were true, had a preference for men. "I believe they're already here," I said, seeing the army in the distance. The sun reflected off their shields, sending bursts of white into the air. The men marched in unison, a perfect example of Spartan discipline. Axios and I stood and observed them as they approached the city.
"How many men do you think there are?"
he asked, using his hand to shield his eyes. "Not all are Spartans," I responded. "Some are Periakoi and some are slaves. Periakoi were neighbors of Sparta but remained free men, only fighting when Sparta needed them. Most were merchants and farmers, not bred warriors like us."
"Yes, but they are still men, are they not?" Axios asked with an annoyed edge to his voice.
I glanced at him, wondering what had sparked his annoyance. "I suppose so," I answered, deciding that response was better than what I truly wanted to say. Periakoi and slaves were no match for a Spartan. However, true Spartans far surpass the skills of others, for we value quality over quantity. 10 Spartiates are equal to 40 other soldiers, perhaps more. Therefore, it is wise to take into consideration non-Spartan units when calculating numbers. Ask a Spartan about his occupation, and he would answer warrior. Physicians, carpenters, and blacksmiths picked up a sword and shield in times of war, but they weren't warriors. It's why our army surpassed all others.
"Do you think Nicaeus is with them?"
Axios asked, studying the men with a frown tugging at his lips. "Yes," I answered. "Nicaeus has a keen mind and is an excellent fighter. He would not have fallen so easily." Axios nodded and swept his hair from his sweaty brow. "Let us go to the agora," I said. "If the king is returned, there is certain to be an announcement." The Temple of Athena watched over the city from the Acropolis to the north. I glanced at it as we left the hill and travelled toward the marketplace. She was the goddess of wisdom and battle strategy. Ares was the god of war, but we must also use our minds in combat, not only brute strength, and so we worshipped both. The goddess was the one I favored most. In a way, she reminded me of Axios, strong and intelligent. He would have laughed had I shared this with him, though, and so I remained silent. Statues of other gods, such as Apollo, Artemis, and Leto, had been erected in the agora. Religion and military went hand in hand among Spartans, but Axios doubted the gods and said he didn't know if they even existed. I had no proof to give him other than the faith I carried in my heart. Sometimes I thought he actually did believe in the gods, yet he feared them. He detested the thought of his life being governed by an unseen force. Citizens were crowded in the lanes near merchants' booths and gathered in the square when we reached the agora. An excited chatter filled the air as they conversed about the army. One woman said she hoped her husband journeyed with the men. Another closed her eyes and held a trinket in her hands, frozen in a moment of prayer as the world bustled around her. Sons, brothers, and husbands had left for war. I knew not all of them had returned. "You there!" a man called out, drawing my attention. He wore a cloth around his head, and his colourful clothing seemed out of place. A travelling merchant. "A handsome man such as yourself must have a beautiful woman. Come, come, might I entice you with the finest silk from across the sea?" I ignored him and continued on my way. Perfumes, wood, papyrus, and clothing could be found at the marketplace. Merchants travelled from all over to sell their wares and trinkets. Father once told me that the agora in Athens was far superior to ours in Sparta. Not feeling Axios behind me, I sharply turned and searched the crowd. He stood in the middle of the lane, staring at a stand selling fresh bread and honey. Catching my eye, he hurried over. I couldn't blame him for being distracted by the smells. The mouth-watering aroma nearly made me stop too, but the years of being denied such delicacies kept my will strong. Through the clusters of bodies, I saw the statue of Leto and approached it. The goddess held a babe in her arms, and I observed the tender expression on her marble face. She represented motherhood, and Spartan women prayed to her for strength during childbirth. I wondered if my mother had also prayed to her. I looked at the statue and silently thanked my mother for her sacrifice. A hand touched my back, and I looked to see Axios at my side. His skin glistened with sweat as the sun reached its highest peak in the sky. The crowd marketplace made the air even hotter as bodies crammed together. "We should find higher ground so we can see," I said. He nodded. His hand didn't leave my side as we walked. I didn't mind it. I liked knowing he was with me. It was too easy to lose each other in the bustling crowd. Spotting a raised area at the edge of the agora, I guided him over to it. We stepped up on the slab and stood above everyone around us. A breeze swept through my hair, and I breathed it in, thankful for the rush of air that had been denied me in the congestion of people. Axios withdrew his hand from me and stared at the people below us. The army could be seen now, their shields clanking as they marched closer and closer. He watched them with a wrinkled brow. Why was he worried? The army returning from war should be cause for celebration. "Axios, do not fret," I said, lifting my hand to touch the spot between his eyes. "Your brow always crinkles right there when you worry. What if they tell us we must leave, that it is time to go to war?" he asked with trepidation in his voice. He hadn't seen the soldiers returning home as a blessing. He'd seen them as an omen. An announcement would be made soon, and there was a chance the news could be unfavourable. "Then we will obey," I answered, wishing I could take away his unease. The years had made him stronger, but his aversion to war remained. We shall fight if they ask it of us, and die if we must. Do you believe us to be ready? I pondered his question before answering. All of the men in our herd had grown to be lethal, skilled fighters. Even Quill could take down a full-grown man. Together, we were unstoppable. I knew this, just as I knew the sun would rise each morn. Our preparation for war began when we were age 7, Axe. Battle has been our primary focus for as long as I can recall. It is our life and our purpose. If we are not ready now, we will never be. King Agasepalus appeared, walking past the citizens with a hardened gaze. A king usually addressed the crowd, yet he turned his back to the people and headed in the other direction. He removed his helmet, exposing his dark curly hair and youthful appearance. I looked at Axios then, and my gut tightened when I saw a certain look in his eyes. Did he find the king handsome? Perhaps he is weary from travel and will offer the announcement at a later time, Axios said. I returned my gaze to the king. Or the elders accompanying him on the campaign instructed him to remain silent. Elders travelled with the king during war. They advised him on matters of the state and helped him make decisions. All elders were at least age 60 or older, and the little I'd seen of them left a bitter taste on my tongue. They often believed themselves to be above the king and pushed the limits of their judicial power. King Agasepalus had only come of age a few years ago. The elders probably believed him to be too young and inexperienced to address the people, and there might be another reason for their hesitance as well. He is like us, I said, breaking through the noise of the excited murmurs. How do you mean? Axios asked, scrunching up his face. Like us in what way? I have heard talk that he prefers men, I answered, meeting his stunned gaze with an arched brow. They say that while camped he has men join him in his tent, sometimes 2 at a time. Axios turned his head toward the king, who could barely be seen now. Paris had told me of the king one night several moons ago. I had accompanied my herd of boys to a dining mess, just as Nikias had done with our group, and Paris had been amongst the men we dined with. We had become engrossed in conversation about the war. Bello scoffs when King Agasepalus is mentioned, Paris said, after swallowing a drink of wine. Why? We must respect our king. Aye, but the king is like us. Paris eyed me carefully. We all know men take lovers during war, but most men have a wife and children back home. It's a Spartan duty. King Agasepalus, though, he has refused to take a wife, and he flaunts his desires just to spite the men who think poorly of him. You have no wife, I said, then glanced at Galen at his side. Paris smiled and held up his cup. And thank the gods for that. Greetings, citizens of Sparta, a man exclaimed from the center of the square. He stood on a high ledge that placed him above everyone gathered around him. By his grey hair and elaborate chiton, I knew he was an elder. King Agasepalus and his men have returned, yes. The invasion of Argive territory was a success, and the war draws on. Yet, fortune is in our favor. The Persian general Tirabazus was restored to his position as satrap, and the Persians are turned against the Athenians. The people erupted in cheers and claps. It was good news indeed. The Athenians might have won a few battles, but they had no chance of winning the war. Your other ruler, King Agesilaus, has travelled to Acarnania, for they have sued for peace, the elder continued once the cheers had quieted. Word has it, negotiations are in place for an alliance with Sparta. That is all the news for now. He adjusted his robes and peered up at the unrelenting sun. I could see the sweat pouring off him even from my distance. We carry our dead with us. The men who died gave their lives for our home, and for that they should be celebrated for their sacrifice." Without another word, the elder stepped off the ledge and swiftly left the plaza, his robe swishing as he went. The worried crinkle in Axios' forehead had smoothed. With the threat of war behind us, he seemed happier, relieved. I felt no relief at the news. I didn't wish for us to go to war, yet I didn't dread it either. I'd do whatever Sparta needed me to do with no hesitation. As we left the marketplace and began the trek back to the barracks, I was stopped by Jaclyn. His brown hair was cut short, and when he smiled, it reflected in his eyes. Paris wasn't with him. "Coming from the Agora?" he asked, walking on my other side. Axios paid no attention to Jaclyn. My raven was lost in his head again. "Yes," I answered, wiping a hand across my damp forehead. "Fortunate news about Tirabazus. Perhaps the war will end soon." "Perhaps." Jaclyn bowed his head to me and stepped off the path. I stopped walking and turned to him. "I must be going." His eyes flickered to Axios before returning to me. "Take care of each other." A knowing look gleamed in his eyes. He'd never met Axios, but I had often spoken of him during our meetings. With a smile, Jaclyn walked toward the soldiers' barracks. Before he was out of sight, I saw Paris step out from behind a tree and grab him. The men laughed before shoving each other. Axios and I continued on the path, eventually coming upon a group of soldiers with people gathered around them. A young woman wept with joy as she cupped a man's face. They embraced only a moment before stepping apart. I suspected they'd have a proper reunion once they were alone. Then, my gaze fell upon the dead bodies on the grass. During war, fallen soldiers were usually buried on the battlefield in which they fell. However, there were times when their bodies were transported back to Sparta, depending on their rank or factors such as the territory where the fighting took place. Warriors needed a proper burying place, and if no such place existed, they were brought home. When I stopped walking, Axios did the same. I froze. One of the dead bodies caught my eye, and I couldn't look away. He was young, much too young, and he had a head of dark hair. A woman fell beside the soldier, her long silver hair cascading down her shoulder as she leaned forward and took his hand. Her emotionless face hid any signs of sorrow. A helot girl stood behind the woman. She lacked the bruises most slaves possessed, and she was better dressed, which told me she was a personal slave to the household instead of one who worked the fields. "May the gods smile down upon your son and welcome him into Elysium," the helot spoke. "Such bad fortune." "No, you wretched girl!" the woman hissed, turning to glare at the slave. When she looked back at her son, a soft smile touched her lips, and she gently smoothed his dark hair from his pale brow. "By the heavens, it is such a wonderful fortune. I gave him life so that someday he could die for Sparta. His death does not bring tears, but joy, for he has brought a great honor to our family." Honor. The word rang in my head. Years of training taught me of the honorable death that awaited each Spartan. Yet as I observed a soldier no older than me who had the same black hair as Axios, it was as if the air was sucked from my lungs. As I felt the corners of my eyes begin to prickle, I turned and walked away. Showing emotion was weakness. The woman was right. The man's death should have been met with joy, not sadness. So why did my heart ache this way? Why was I haunted by images of Axios lying dead and bloody upon the earth, his beautiful tanned skin turned pale from death? Axios jogged after me and touched my forearm. "Eri?" My feet halted in place, but I didn't face him. I couldn't. Not when I felt like I'd crumble into a million pieces once looking into his eyes. This weak feeling inside me, it was dreadful and wrong, yet unstoppable. My true feelings surfaced. I dreaded war. I dreaded the day when the very reason for my existence was torn away from me. Eryx, please. He looked like you, I said, regarding him at last. With tears obscuring my vision, I reached with a shaking hand and touched his soft hair. Same black hair and build, similar lips. As I saw him lying upon the earth, lifeless and gone from this world forever, I imagined you, Ax. But it wasn't me. Axios brought my hand to his cheek. Beneath my palm, I felt the warmth of his skin. Not cold and pale like the phantom in my mind. I am here for you. For how long? I nearly asked. Instead, I kissed his fingers before lowering his hand. Let's continue to the barracks. I once chided Axios for obsessing over the inevitable future we faced, and now I was doing the same. Honor, glory, the words meant nothing without the man at my side. Chapter 13. Axios stood at the edge of the field, watching as I instructed my group. He'd finished his training and come to see me right away. His black hair was tousled and red marks covered his chest, probably from being smashed to the ground one too many times. Another mark covered his skin too, at the base of his neck. I smiled at the memory of how he'd received it. That morning, before any of the other men had awoken, we'd come together in a tangle of limbs and clanking teeth. I'd dropped my face to his neck and bit his throat as I'd taken him slowly. I'd marked his body just as he'd marked my soul. Cassius, Demetrius, I pointed at the boys and ordered them to step forward. You fight next. The two boys were close companions, and I knew it'd be hard for them to strike each other, which was exactly why I chose them. I finally understood why Felix had made Axios and I fight so long ago. It built character. It also challenged our sense of morality, duty over emotion. As I expected, the boys exchanged worried glances before advancing toward the center of the training field. I armed them with sticks and stepped aside to give them space. My group trained with only their hands and blunt objects now, but when I felt they were ready, I would provide them with swords and spears just as Felix and Gaius had done with us. I watched the boys closely, interested in seeing how they handled the challenge. They started with half-hearted hits, neither showing their full potential. Cassius, who could have easily overpowered Demetrius, only pushed him a little and shoulder-bumped his chest. Demetrius swatted Cassius on the arm with the stick, with as much force as a fly landing on one's skin. I grabbed the whip I kept at my side and snapped it toward them, careful not to make contact with their skin, but close enough to startle them with the loud crack. Put your companionship aside and fight, I ordered. The next time I strike this whip, it won't be on the dirt. Please obey me, I silently implored. I had no desire to hit them, but I would if I had to. Fortunately, the boys heeded my warning and obeyed. Cassius swung at Demetrius, and the smaller boy ducked beneath his arm, but then he blundered and let his guard down. Demetrius, never turn your back on the enemy, I yelled, pacing as I watched them.
He is not my enemy,
Demetrius said with a frown.
He's one of us, my friend. Why should I strike him?
By the gods, he sounded just like Axios. At the thought, I glanced at my lover, remembering how defiant he used to be on such matters. He never did hit me that day, even after I'd beaten him bloody. It matters not, I spoke, moving my stare back to the boy. Cassius may be your friend, but when you're on the field under my command, he is your foe unless I state otherwise. Fight or be beaten. Understood? Demetrius gave a sad nod and shifted into a fighter's stance. After they fought a while longer, I told them to separate and get back in line. As their instructor, it was imperative for me to reach them. Even with the threat of a whip on their flesh, neither boy had tried their hardest during the fight. Both had held back. Axios! I kept my back to him, but lifted an arm and waved him over. Come here. My herd of youths knew of my companionship with Axios. They knew what he meant to me, and so, if I wished for Demetrius and Cassius to learn, I needed to show them it could be done. I smirked as Axios hesitantly approached. I believe that in order to learn, you must do, I said, walking over to Cassius and taking the stick from his hands. However, observing is also among the methods of learning. If you witness a man leap off a cliff into water without first checking the depth of the water, and he's soon impaled by sharp rocks, you will know to always check the depths before doing the same. Observing the foolish behavior of others allows you to avoid making their mistakes. Axios narrowed his eyes, and it took all the strength I possessed not to laugh. Yes, my warrior, you will be my learning tool for the day. I grabbed the rod from Demetrius and handed it to Axios. Our gazes met as he grabbed it, and suspicion sparked in his eyes. I stepped back from him and focused on the boys. I will show you defensive maneuvers, I told them before looking at Axios. I held my arms out to the side and taunted him with a smirk. Strike me! No one had ever beaten me in a fight, not even Hayden, and as much as I worshipped the ground he walked on, Axios wouldn't fare any better. He knew the odds were stacked against him, yet he agreed to fight me anyway. A true Spartan. Axios moved the stick between his hands, testing the feel and weight of it. When he began to walk, I mimicked him, both of us moving in a slow circle. I carefully watched him, seeing his chest moving with his breaths, seeing the tick in his jaw as he calculated his attack. And then he lunged for me. Expecting the attack, I easily deflected it by knocking his rod to the side. I then used mine to strike his stomach. He showed no sign of pain as he regained his footing and swung at me again. Our rods connected in the air, and I smiled as our eyes met. Every bruise I left on his body from this fight, I intended to kiss later. He pushed forward, trying to break my hold. He might have even succeeded had I not shoved him with my shoulder and sent him stumbling backward. He lost a hold of his stick, and it fell to the dirt. As he bent to retrieve it, I brought my rod down on the middle of his back. He crashed to the ground, and I felt bad for hitting him so hard. However, I refused to go easy on him. See why you never turn your back on your rival, Demetrius? I said, slowly circling Axios as he lay in the dirt. It leaves you vulnerable to attack. If this were a real battle, Axios would be a dead man for that mistake. I stopped in front of him and kicked the fallen stick toward his hand. Retrieve your weapon and rise. When Axios reached for it, I kicked his arm. The stick rolled farther out of his reach. He glared at me and clenched his jaw. The smirk had faded from my lips. This gave me no pleasure. I took no joy in hurting and humiliating him. I did it because I loved him. If I went easy on him in training, he wouldn't be prepared for the day we fought the real enemy. Quicker than I expected, Axios snatched the stick from the dirt and rolled out of the way as I swung at him. I kicked him in the side, and he lunged to the left before my foot could collide a second time. His abdomen was already turning red from where I'd kicked him, but he didn't let the pain slow him down. Axios jumped to his feet and faced me with a defiant gleam in his eyes. I smiled at his refusal to surrender. "Good," I said, keeping an eye on him as I paced back and forth. His eyes followed my movements like a hawk. "Again." Bruises and scrapes covered his skin by the time we were finished, but Axios was resilient. The more I knocked him down, the more motivated he became. He even caught me off guard a few times and dealt powerful blows to my abdomen and busted open my lip. The boys were encouraged by our fight. After Axios limped off the field, his body red and drenched in sweat, I divided the boys into 4 groups of 3 and put them against each other. They used the moves I'd taught them, and I was proud when Demetrius managed to knock Cassius down. "That's enough for today," I said once the sun began to set. Axios waited for me to walk off the field before falling in step beside me. "You took no mercy on me." "Do you wish for me to?" "Never," he said, squeezing my hand before releasing it. "You do me no favors by holding back. I expect you to always give me your all, and I will do the same in turn." He peered at my swollen lip and stopped on the path to lightly run his fingers over it. "I'm only sorry I damaged your beautiful face." I grabbed his hand before he pulled away and brought it to my cheek. "You made me proud today, Ax. You never stopped fighting." "Perhaps you can show me how proud you really are when we're alone this evening." With a playful smile, he turned and continued down the path. A low growl rumbled in my chest as I chased after him. In the barracks that night, we found each other in the dark. So many bruises covered his skin, and I treated him with care as I captured his lips and moved on top of him. My body craved his in a way it never had before. Lust burned in my veins, but my need for him went deeper than that. I was a man dying of thirst, and Axios was the water that would save me. Each kiss gave me new life. Each touch seared into my soul. After using oil to make the act easier, I slowly pushed into him. His fingers tangled in my golden locks as he whispered my name. As his body began to shudder, I tenderly kissed his neck, hoping he could feel the intensity of my love with each pressing of my lips to his skin. As he came apart in my arms, I held him closer. I could never hold him close enough. "My warrior," Axios said, nuzzling my head with his. I rocked into him again before joining him in that blissful place. He kissed my jaw as I quietly moaned, and then his sweet voice reached me once again. "My lover." "My heart," I murmured against his mouth. The sky opened up as I returned to the barracks that afternoon. The scent of rain had lingered in the air all morning, but the day had remained dry until now. My youths had pushed themselves hard in training, and I pondered which method to teach them next as I walked. Demetrius had shown the most improvement, but Cassius had made me just as proud. He showed signs of leadership, proving he was more than a wall of muscle. Hayden stood in the doorway of our quarters, watching the rain as it fell. "Greetings," he said, crossing his arms as I reached him. His grey eyes crinkled at the edges. "Did you terrorize your herd today?" I chuckled. "I believe fear makes us stronger. If they need to fear me to obey me, then so be it. Has Axios been speaking to you of my training methods?" Axios enjoyed watching me teach my herd, and he told me once how all the boys trembled in my very presence. It amused him, perhaps because of how gentle I was with him in comparison. "I do not reveal my sources," Hayden responded. "Ravens speak their secrets in my ear, and I only listen." "Ravens?" I arched a brow at him. "Or do you mean one raven in particular?" He shrugged as a smile curved his lips. He seemed happier than usual, and I wondered what had sparked his good mood. "Speaking of Axios, where is he?" I asked, after poking my head into the barracks and not seeing him inside. Oh, you know Axios, Hayden said. He's the type who sees a flower and stops to admire it, and on a day like this, I imagine he's found a spot to enjoy the rain. Hayden spoke truth. Axios enjoyed the rain. I often found him standing in it. Where his mind soared to while he stood beneath the downpour, I knew not, but I wished I could join him there, wherever it might be. After clapping Hayden on the shoulder, I advanced farther down the walkway. The rain fell harder, hitting the rooftop and rolling off the side to form puddles in the dirt. Where had Axios run off to? He thought many places to be beautiful. Our stream, the tree where we'd first kissed, and any spot where he could peer at Mount Taygetus. Then I saw him. Axios stood beneath the awning and stared at the rain with a peaceful expression. He didn't see me approaching. No, he was lost in his mind again. He stepped forward into the open, letting the rain soak in his dark hair and stream down his muscled body. He tilted his head and closed his eyes, a soft smile on his face. I envied the way he found comfort in the small things. Never once would I have stood in the rain and cherished the way it fell on my skin, not in the way Axios did. I know a story about the rain, I said from behind him. He opened his eyes and turned to me. If you wish to hear it. I left the cover of the awning and approached him. Rain lightly thudded on my bare skin, a little cold, but not terribly so. Once I was close enough, Axios touched the side of my face and moved his thumb across my bottom lip, as if he was admiring me just as I was admiring him. His honey eyes appeared darker that day. Tell me, he said, dropping his hand from my face. Follow me. I grazed my fingers across his before turning from him. As I found the path on the right, he strolled beside me, silent but always there. Many times we'd walked this same path, sometimes racing each other to the valley, and other times moving leisurely as we were now. The path held countless memories. Two youths laughing as they ran, the same boys years later still running, still laughing. And one day, when we were no longer here, others would follow our footsteps and take the same trail. Would they laugh as we did? Would they stop to share a quick, forbidden kiss? I led Axios to our tree. Much like the path, the tree held memories as well. As boys, we'd climbed up into it and hidden from Hayden. We'd challenged each other to a game of who could climb highest, and then laughed when one of us fell, the other not far behind him. It was also the place where I'd realized what he meant to me. We climbed into the tree where the rain could no longer touch us. It hit the leaves and fell to the earth, falling heavier now. I sat against the trunk of the tree, and Axios straddled the branch, facing me. His eager expression made me smile. Once, there was a sisterhood of nymphs called the Hyades, I said, lightly swinging my foot as it dangled in the air. They were the daughters of Atlas, a titan who rebelled against the gods and was cursed with bearing the weight of the sky on his shoulders for all eternity. He had many children, and one of them was a son called Hyas, who was a great archer. His sisters, the nymphs, adored him. Father had told me this story so long ago. It had been one night when a great storm waged outside our walls. As thunder boomed and lightning crackled in the sky, I had hidden beneath my blanket. He had then sat beside me and ruffled my blonde curls, telling me the story to distract my mind. Axios placed his hand on my thigh, lazily moving his fingers against my skin. I stared at his slender fingers and the curve of his wrist before meeting his gaze again. One day, Hyas was hunting a large boar when he was killed by the beast, I continued, shaking my head at the irony. A hunter gored by his intended prey. It was a tragedy. Such talent gone from this world. His sisters mourned his death. They grieved for days, weeks, and as time passed, Their tears were only shed more vehemently. Their grief became too much for them to bear, and they died. "That's awful," Axios said, curling his nose as a deep line formed in his brow. "Why would you tell me such a story?" "Always such an impulsive one you are, dear Ax." I chuckled and gently swung my leg forward to brush his. "You did not allow me to finish." He pursed his lips, waiting for me to continue. I suspected if I kept him waiting for too long, he'd probably push me from the tree. Zeus, who had seen the sisters' grief for their brother, pitied them. He may be a ferocious thunder god and king, but he sympathized with their love of family, and therefore transformed them into stars, so that they may live on and light the night sky. I paused in the story and looked up. The leaves and branches shielded our view of the sky, but I caught glimpses of the dark clouds as a breeze swept through the trees. They continue to weep for their lost brother, and their tears turn to rain, I spoke, returning my attention to him. However, rain waters the plants and trees, and it provides sustenance for the soil for our crops. It fills our streams and enriches our pastures. His frown deepened. It wasn't the reaction I expected. Did he not understand the beauty of the story? I grabbed his hand and linked our fingers. "You see, they lost a beloved sibling, but their grief brings new life." "Do you not think that cruel?" Axios said. "The sisters were finally at peace. Their sorrow had passed and they'd welcomed the sweet nothingness of death. Yet Zeus forced them from the cloak of shadow, from numbness, and froze them in the sky to forever weep upon the land. He did not pity them. It is an eternal punishment for a wrong they did not do." I blinked at him in surprise. "I had not considered that," I said, trying to make sense of his statement. "To me, it is a story of how good can stem from tragedy. And to me, it is a story of how unjust the gods can be." I nodded and dropped my gaze to the branch we sat upon. The story had given me hope when Father told it to me. As Spartans, our lives were difficult and rough. Men very rarely lived to see age 50. But it had comforted me to think that no matter how dark things seemed, good would eventually rise from them, somehow. Now Axios questioned the very thing I had built my life around. Where I believed in the gods, he questioned their existence. Where I saw hope, he saw cruelty. "We're so different," he whispered, and I peered at him. Our minds had been connected, both of us contemplating our differences. Complete opposites. "I like to think of us as two sides of the same coin," I said. "Our differences are what keep us balanced." "You always do that, you know." Axios smiled and drew circles on my thigh, connecting the freckles present there with his fingers. "No matter the situation, you know exactly what to say. A man of logic." "I only speak the truth." I smoothed my hand up his forearm, feeling muscle beneath his soft skin. The sound of the rain hitting the leaves silenced, and I looked at a puddle on the ground. There were no ripples in the water. "The rain has stopped. We should walk to evening meal. Once Hayden arrives, there won't be any food left for us." Axios chuckled as we climbed down from the tree. "It's Quill we should worry about. He may be the smallest of us, but he eats the most." The rain had brought humidity, and the thick air clung to my skin. I paid it little mind. One day, when we travelled for war, we'd face far worse conditions than a bit of humidity. Axios, however, sighed and gazed upward at the overcast sky. Voices could be heard before we entered the dining hall. Our brothers conversed excitedly, while some laughed. Meals had become a time of merriment as we'd grown older. It was the one part of the day where we didn't have to fight or train. We could sit together and enjoy each other's company. As we entered the room, Axios softly smiled. Hayden used his bread and fruit to reenact a battle, his voice booming throughout the small hall as he shouted orders to his bread army.
"The bread men are greater fighters than you,"
Theon told Hayden before laughing and shoving the bigger man's shoulder.
"Hold that tongue or I'll rip it out,"
Hayden countered with no real threat in his tone. Quill rolled his eyes and took a drink of water. Theon threw a berry at him, and he picked it up and tossed it back, smacking Theon in the forehead. I placed my hand on Axios' lower back and led him over to the 2 vacant seats at the table. Touching him had become habit. Anywhere I went, I guided him along with me, as if my soul couldn't bear being parted from him for even a moment. The times we trained separately were challenging enough. When we took our seats, a helot brought us a plate of boar and vegetables. Normally, we ate black broth, so the change of menu was nice. A member of our herd must have hunted earlier and caught the beast.
"Hayden, tell him your news,"
Theon said, pointing at Axios. Hayden's cheeks darkened as he stared at his food, picking apart the meat. He didn't speak or look our way.
"Well,"
Axios said, snagging his attention at last.
"What is it you wish to tell me? We can never get you to shut the hole in your face most other days, so do not start a life of silence now."
I had just taken a drink and spat some of it out as I laughed. I used the back of my hand to wipe away the little bit of water from my chin that had managed to burst free. Hayden snarled at Axios.
"Since when did you become such an arse? I expect it from that one," he pointed at me. "But you have always been the more reasonable of the pair."
Axios brought a hand up and slid it beneath his chin, waiting for Hayden to grow a backbone and spill his news.
"Very well, I shall tell you,"
Hayden said, puffing out his chest.
"Your sister and I are meeting on the morrow."
"Lyanna?"
Axios gaped.
"You must be mistaken. She detests you."
I suppose that explained Hayden's upbeat mood when I'd spoken to him earlier. If Lyanna had finally agreed to speak with him, he had reason to celebrate his victory. Her constant rejection of him amused me, but it also made me wonder if she did so because she actually was interested in my oaf of a companion and wished to challenge him before giving in to his charms.
"Apparently not,"
Hayden said, smirking.
"I approached her earlier this day, as I do at every opportunity when her beauty graces my presence, and she neither spat in my face nor attempted to pummel me to death."
Theon giggled, and when Hayden shot him a glare, he slapped a hand over his mouth. Hayden bit into the boar meat and spoke with his mouth full.
"She did call me a mindless fool once during the discussion, but I know it was out of fondness. Such a spirited, strong woman your sister is."
That made Theon laugh again, and Hayden threw a berry at him, hitting him in the same place Quill had. Axios neither laughed nor smiled. Was he angry at Hayden for pursuing his sister? No. I knew he thought them to be a good match. He'd told me so. If he wasn't angry, then why did he frown so deeply? He stared at the table, but the dazed look in his eyes told me he didn't see it. Where had his mind taken him? "Come back to me." I rested my hand on his thigh. His eyes flashed to mine, and I breathed a little easier. My concern must have showed, however, for he offered me a small, reassuring smile. "I am well," he said, "only tired." I didn't believe him, and knowing that he was lying made my chest ache. Deciding not to press the issue, I nodded and removed my hand from his thigh. He picked at his food, and I watched him from the corner of my eye. Boar was his favorite meal, yet he ate it with little emotion.
"If you aren't going to eat that, I will,"
Quill said from my other side, eyeing my food. I lifted the strip of meat to my mouth and slowly took a bite, holding his gaze. He narrowed his eyes and focused on his empty plate. People said I was cold and indifferent, but the truth was that I felt many things. I just hid them well. After eating a few bites, I gave Quill the rest. This isn't a trick, is it? He asked, not touching the meat.
Eat before I change my mind.
He smiled and tore into it, eating like a savage beast. I ate the vegetables and a wedge of bread before asking Quill about his training that day. As he answered, I pressed my leg to Axios' leg beneath the table. Even when engaged in conversation with someone else, he was never far from my mind. I inwardly smiled when he pressed his leg to mine, too. As we walked to our quarters later, Axios remained silent. I told him about training my herd and how Cassius had impressed me with his leadership capabilities, and he only responded with a, I grabbed his wrist and led him to the courtyard. The clouds had rolled away, leaving the night clear and starlit. The mugginess remained in the air, but there was an occasional breeze. He sighed as I dragged him behind me. Eri, we cannot be here. We must go to the barracks. I turned to face him once we were concealed by the tall shrubs. Not until you tell me what's wrong. His gaze fell to my mouth as I stepped closer. If I hadn't been so desperate for answers, I would have claimed his lips just as he desired me to. Do not lie to me again. Again? He asked, searching my face. You forget that I know you better than anyone, Ax. Do you not trust me with the truth? Do not be a fool, Axios said, sliding his hand to my side. There is no one I trust more. When I said nothing, he sighed and turned toward the shrub, picking at a leaf. I worry about Lyanna. For years she has rejected Hayden. She's rejected all men. It makes me wonder why she changed her mind. You worry she's been pressured to accept his advances? Axios nodded and released his hold on the leaf. I also fear it's my fault. How? You've done nothing. His eyes met mine, sad and unsure. Mother wishes for you and Lyanna to wed. I told you this. What I failed to mention was my reaction to the news. I became angry with Lyanna when I thought she might take you from me. His meaning became clear. You believe she's allowing Hayden to court her so your mother will put aside her wish for us to be wed, I said. He nodded and stepped toward me, resting his head on my shoulder. I pressed my neck to his hair as I slid my arms around him. Am I wicked for being relieved? He whispered, turning his face into the crease of my neck. I cannot imagine anyone else laying claim to you, Eri. But I dread the thought of Lyanna submitting to a man she has no desire for, just so I can keep you. There is not a wicked bone in your body, I answered, thinking the notion absurd. As for anyone else claiming me, you speak of impossibilities. I am yours, always. Now set aside these worries. Morning comes early. Axios lifted his head and observed me a moment. What would I do without you? What would I be? What is the moon without stars? His brow crinkled as he thought. Without the stars, the moon is still the moon. I touched his jaw. And without me, you would still be you. The stars may help the moon shine, but they do not give it its light. You have a light inside you, Ax, and nothing can take it from you. I never wished to test that theory, he said, turning his face against my palm and closing his eyes. Neither did I. Axios and I explored each other after we reached our beds. Fingers caressed hard muscle and lips gently met. When we came together, I had to place my hand over his mouth to muffle his moans. He fell asleep shortly afterward, his body spent and exhausted. I held him a while, tracing the curve of his lips and the slope of his nose. When sleep finally claimed me, I dreamt of a raven soaring above the treetops, its black wings catching the sun. I ran after it, cutting through the tall grass in the valley during my pursuit. The bird flew higher, in my sight but out of my reach. Do not leave me, I begged of the raven. But then it was gone. Chapter 14. When I woke the next morning, Axios wasn't beside me. Men slept, tossing and turning on their mats, but he was gone. Before panic took over, though, I forced myself to think rationally. He had been worried about Liana the night before. Since he wouldn't join Gaius in the arena for his training until midday, I suspected he'd woken early to visit his sister. It was not cause for worry. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping men, I quietly rose from my bed and slipped out of the barracks. Darkness still reigned over Sparta, as the sun had not yet risen. Though faint, a section of the sky appeared lighter than the rest, signaling that it would soon rise. As I strolled through the courtyard and continued west, men laughed from nearby. As I came upon the soldiers' housing, several men stumbled in the yard and staggered toward their assigned quarters. Spartans rarely drank to inebriation, as Belos had taught us long ago. Only certain occasions called for drink and merriment, festivals, celebrations of victory in war, and weddings.
"I'll wager he's fucking her as we speak,"
one of the men bellowed before laughing.
"The lass won't be able to stand once he's done with it. May the gods bless them with a strong son. But not before he's ridden her long and hard many times,"
another man added, causing the others to laugh. Ah, so it was a wedding. The wedding ceremony had interested me ever since I'd first heard about it. The woman's hair would be cut short, and she and her intended husband had to brawl, both of them showing their strength. Spartan men had to be strong to fight, and Spartan women had to be strong to bear children. Their fight represented this. But it remained friendly for the most part, neither truly wishing to hurt the other. Then, the man would throw the woman over his shoulder and carry her off to capture her in other ways. The members of the man's physician often drank and celebrated long after he left to bed his new bride, many of them not returning to their beds until dawn. A figure emerged from the shadows, crashing into me. Thinking it to be an attack from a slave, I slammed them to the ground and jabbed my forearm hard against their throat, pinning them down. "Jaclyn?" I asked, seeing his face. I released him and sprang to my feet with a light laugh. "Apologies, my friend." Jaclyn rubbed his neck where I'd hit him and slowly stood. He swayed on his feet and grabbed the column we stood beside to keep himself upright. It seemed he, too, had partaken in the drinking. I not only saw signs of his poor coordination, but the scent of wine wafted from him.
"You should have applied more pressure and put me out of my misery,"
he slurred, still holding his neck.
"Nothingness would be favourable to this."
"I know not what you mean," I said, confused by his cold demeanour. As he started to fall over, I grabbed his shoulder to steady him. Drunkenness wasn't all that had hold of him. No, something darker had its claws buried in his skin. "Where's Paris?" Paris could help me carry Jaclyn to his quarters. I wasn't overly familiar with the two men, but we had become well acquainted over the years, and I knew of their strong bond.
"Paris!"
Jaclyn slid to the grass and laughed without humour.
"He's fucking his new bride. A lot of help he'll be to me now."
An anchor dropped into my gut, and I plopped on the grass beside him in disbelief. His bride?
"He said it was his duty to Sparta,"
Jaclyn whispered, tilting his head and staring at the sky. A beam of sunlight broke the horizon, chasing away the shadow of night.
"A man must marry and give his wife children, so that he can have sons and daughters who'll grow and make Sparta stronger."
Tears glistened in his eyes, but they did not fall. My heart ached for him, for both of them. It was a future I'd considered not long ago, and had vowed to not think on again. However, putting it out of mind didn't make the problem go away. Someday, Axios and I might face the same situation.
Prepare yourself, Eryx, Galen said in a cold, detached tone. It matters not how greatly your heart longs for your warrior. If Sparta asks it of you, you must obey. There's no place for men like us in this life. We come into this world alone, and that's how we leave it. Our only saving grace is what we leave behind when we go.
Paris could have refused to marry, but in doing so he would have brought dishonor to his name. Military was valued above all, and failure to meet expectations resulted in a tarnished reputation and the loss of any respect earned. Only cowards and slaves were treated worse. We sat in silence as the sun rose above the mountain, and for the first time in my life, I wished Axios and I had been born far away from here. The thought of losing him filled my veins with ice. The thought of his lips on another, of someone else enjoying his body, turned the ice to fire. Galen pulled himself to his feet. I stood as well and faced him. Words failed me in that moment. Nothing I said would take the pain from his heart, just as nothing would take it from mine.
This is why love is for the weak,
he said, punching the column. His fist cracked against it, splitting open his knuckles. He hit it again and again. Blood ran down his fingers and dripped to the grass as he finally dropped his hand to his side.
Cast yours aside while you can, Eryx. Because when it's taken from you, and it will be taken, it feels as though your heart has been ripped from your chest.
With his words coursing through my head, I returned to the barracks. The men in my group had woken and were dressing for the day. Some had already left for morning meal. I entered the room and paid little attention to those around me. Axios lived in an imaginary world sometimes. He believed with all his might that we could live happily together. I had once believed the same. Then I'd seen the devastation in Galen's eyes. He hadn't been prepared to lose Paris.
Meet you in the dining hall?
Hayden asked, clapping my shoulder. I nodded, showing no sign of my grief. He smiled and went over to Quill, picking up the smaller boy and carrying him out of the door. Quill squealed and slapped at Hayden's back, calling him a dim-witted oaf. I turned away from them and faced the wall, trying to compose myself. I changed into a pair of bottoms, foregoing a tunic. The breeches cut off at my upper thighs and curved around my backside, allowing for easy movements instead of restricting them. Someone approached me from behind, their steps familiar to my ears. My body tingled at his proximity, my body reacting to Axios without me even having to see him. And then a kiss was placed at my nape. I stopped moving and leaned my head back to rest it against his.
How is your sister?
I felt him smile against my skin. She is well. His arms came around my waist. If I am not mistaken, she seems almost eager to meet Hayden. Perhaps she is fonder of him than I presumed. Just as I had thought, she had only wished for Hayden to chase her for a while. Liana felt like a sister to me, even though we shared no blood relation. I wished for her to be happy. Axios glided his hands up my abdomen, running them over my ribs. But I do not wish to speak of my sister in this moment. When his hands sunk lower, I grabbed his wrists to stop him. I must go, I said. As much as I'd enjoy lying with him, my mind was too distracted that morning. Axios drew away and stepped back. I already missed the feel of him against me. It was a feeling I suspected I'd need to become familiarized with, missing him. I turned to face him, hating the flash of uncertainty in his eyes. Eri, why do you refuse me? He asked. Have I wronged you? You have done nothing, and I do not reject you. I shook my head. My mind is elsewhere, on training. I must leave to meet the boys. It was the first lie I'd ever told him. He searched my face, seeing straight through my falsehood. I could fool anyone, but not him. I walked forward, intending to leave before I said something I'd later regret. He slapped a hand to my chest to stop me. "Why are you untruthful, Eryx? We keep nothing from each other." I stared at his hand before lifting my gaze to his face. No other moment in my life had ever pained me as much as that one, because I knew what he'd force me to say. The truth. How could I voice my worries without breaking his heart? There are times when a lie is more forgiving than a truth, Axios. "And what is this truth you are keeping from me?" he asked, still resting his hand on my chest. "Do not think you can spare my pain by keeping me oblivious. All things come to light with time, and it will only result in fueling my rage, having been blinded to it for so long." His confusion morphed into something darker. He stared at me then with accusing eyes. His thoughts were written so clearly on his face. He believed I had been unfaithful to him. I closed the gap between us and grabbed his chin in a tight hold, forcing him to meet my gaze. "I would never betray you. I'd rather die." As his honey eyes stared into mine, my soul wept. We had to prepare ourselves for saying goodbye one day. We were no longer the boys who could run through the valley and steal kisses in secret. We were no longer the boys who could lay by our stream and speak of impossible things, such as adventure and love. These boys had grown into men, and we had an obligation as soldiers. The sooner we accepted our fate, the easier it would be. There was no running from our responsibilities. Not anymore. I softly kissed him, wondering if it would be the last time our lips touched. Axios pressed his forehead to mine before drawing back and searching my face again. "Tell me," he ordered. "Now!" I hesitated, unsure if I should speak the truth or utter another lie. The truth won. "You wish to know what troubles me," I said, holding his arm in a gentle grip before releasing it. "Perhaps my thoughts have gotten the best of me, and I caused you to worry for naught. Yet, talk of marriage has dampened my spirit and forced me to consider things I'd rather not." Not able to meet his gaze, I focused on the floor. I detested my next words, yet I had no choice but to say them. "One day, we will each be expected to marry a woman and bed her," I said. "Give her children. Our duty as Spartan males calls for it." Axios said nothing, and so I looked back up at him. Anger, but mostly sadness, blazed in his eyes. "I do not desire anyone else," I added, "but I fear we might not have a choice in the matter. When the day comes, we must do what is expected." "You're wrong," Axios snapped, his voice cracking. "There is always a choice, Eryx, always. You just refuse to choose me." Refuse to choose him? I had no choice, and neither did he. I reached for him. He jerked away from me as angry tears pooled in his eyes. As one escaped and streamed down his cheek, he hastily wiped it away and gritted his teeth, glaring at me. He had surrendered to anger. It was easier, I supposed. Heartache was much worse. "I admire, and have forever admired, the way you hold Spartan ideals close to you. How you've built your life, stone by stone, with warrior values." Axios clenched his fists as he trembled with barely contained rage. "Ever since we were boys, I have wished I could be like you, strong, wise, and a man people regard with praise, a leader. But my friend, you have become blinded by those principles." Where he turned to anger, I only felt sorrow. I was used to burying my emotions beneath a cool facade, but I could not hide them right then.
You once told me you'd turn the whole world to ash for me, Axios continued, sadly shaking his head. And yet you now stand before me, prepared to toss me away so easily. You truly are the perfect Spartan, aren't you? The last part was said with a bitter edge. He failed to understand my meaning. I never once said I'd throw him away, but he needed to accept reality. Fighting the truth now would only make it worse when our world crumbled around us. I squared my jaw as I glared at him. How dare he place the blame solely on me, like I was the villain? He'd asked for the truth, and I was giving it to him. It is not only I who will have to marry, I spoke. You will be required to as well. Do you not believe it also hurts me to imagine a life without you? That is where we differ, Eryx. The anger left him, and his eyes turned cold, devoid of all emotion. I saw neither warmth nor love, only a shell of the man I loved. It matters not what they demand of me. I'd rather die than walk away from you. I knew your devotion to Sparta. I just never imagined you would choose it over me. Remember all I taught you, Eryx. Hold the values close and true. Always. Father's words returned to me as I met the eye of the one person who made me question my loyalty. Years ago, I had tried casting aside my feelings for Axios because I'd suspected I'd have to make a decision one day between him and the Spartan principles I held dear. Why did I have to choose? Was there not a way to appease both? Perhaps we could still be together, I said, as a small shred of hope blossomed in my chest. Even if we are married, that does not mean we have to part. We can do what is expected of us as husbands, bed our wives only to give them children, and then find our way back to each other. Again, I wondered if I was even capable of giving my body to someone else. In all my years, Axios had been the only one I desired. Perhaps with my eyes closed and wine coursing through my veins, I'd be able to at least fake it enough to finish the act with a woman. No, Axios growled. I will not be some secret, a whore you sneak away to see in the dead of night. I'm appalled you'd even suggest it. I grabbed his arm as he turned to leave. Axios, do not leave this way, I pleaded as panic rose in my chest. I only meant it as a possible option. You are not a whore, nor will I ever consider you one. You're my heart. And yet you speak of leaving me. He yanked his arm from my hold. He stood directly in front of me, yet I felt so alone. My dream from the night before flitted through my mind, the raven flying higher in the sky, soaring out of my reach. I said the truth would hurt more than the lie. My eyes watered as he stepped farther away. We can discuss this. Don't leave me. I beg you. Do not leave my side still so consumed with rage. I have nothing more to say. Axios turned his back to me and left the room. At first I could do nothing but stare at his retreating form. And then I ran after him. Running out into the sun, I searched the grounds before spotting him near the courtyard. His broad shoulders were hunched forward a bit, and his hand had balled into a fist at his side. I shouted his name, but he kept walking. He didn't even look in my direction. Black hair caught the sun's rays, just like the raven's feathers in my mind's eye. Do not leave me, I whispered as the tears in my eyes finally fell. Axios faded from my sight, as the raven had done in my dream. This is why love is for the weak, Jaclyn had said. I understood him now. Hit me! I pounded my chest with my fist, challenging Cassius to attack. His golden hair was darkened from sweat, and he wavered in place as exhaustion weighed him down. The day was hot, almost unbearably so, and the youth struggled because of it.
In battle, you will face many obstacles. The sun is the least of your worries. Now hit me!
Cassius quickly shook his head, as if to clear his vision, before lurching forward. I spun to the side and dodged his attack, pushing down on the back of his head as he passed. He stumbled to the dirt.
"I cannot,"
he said through gritted teeth. He remained on his knees, panting.
"You're too quick."
I kicked him in the ribs, and he grunted as he flipped to his back. The argument with Axios lingered in the back of my mind, fueling my rage and blinding me with it. The voice of reason told me to send Cassius back to the line and choose another boy to take his place. We had been training for much too long, and I had pushed him to his limit. Yet I only felt rage. I remembered the pain as Axios had walked away from me, and I replaced that pain with fury.
To your feet!
I kicked him in the side. His chin trembled as he stared up at me. When he attempted to sit up, he grimaced from the exertion and fell back down. I kicked him again. Cassius rolled to his stomach and vomited in the dirt. He then placed his hands on the dirt and shakily rose to his knees. I grabbed the back of his hair and tilted his head back.
"Do you admit defeat?"
I growled, yanking his hair harder. His blue eyes lifted to me before fluttering closed.
"Cassius!"
Demetrius shouted from the line.
"Stand! Do not surrender to the pain!"
At the sound of his companion's voice, Cassius opened his eyes. The empty look I had seen in them only moments ago was absent. Though still weak, he shone with a new resolve. As for me, I was momentarily frozen. The way Demetrius had called out to Cassius reminded me of Axios. The memory of that day so long ago, of when I'd begged him to stand when Felix was beating him, settled over my chest like a massive weight.
"Demetrius,"
Cassius said, swaying in my grasp.
"Stand!"
Demetrius had stepped forward, focusing on his companion. Quicker than I expected, Cassius gripped my wrist and ripped out of my hold. He swung his leg out and collided with my shin. I stumbled to the side, and when I righted myself, I stared into the shocked faces of my herd. No one had ever been able to touch me in training. I should have known not to let myself be distracted during a fight, no matter who the opponent was. Cassius jumped to his feet and roared as he charged headfirst toward me. It was as if his energy had been restored. He'd been on the verge of collapsing not a minute before, and now he was propelled forward with new vigor, all because he'd heard Demetrius calling out to him. As he reached me, I spun on my heels and grabbed his arm, throwing him to the ground. However, he did not stay down for long. He sprang back up and charged again. When he reared back his arm to hit me, I caught his fist in my hand and twisted his wrist. Cassius cried out before swinging his other arm and hitting me in the chest. He came at me like a wild boar, all power and muscle. It was remarkable. Seeing his strength and refusal to surrender pulled me from my distracting thoughts and dulled my anger.
Well done,
I exclaimed as he rolled away from one of my hits. I couldn't have been more proud of him.
Do it again.
I sprung forward and smiled when he dodged. He proved to be a worthy opponent by the end of the fight. Though he failed to knock me to the ground, he had dealt successive blows to my chest and back. No other youth could say the same.
Back in line, I said.
Cassius bowed his head before doing as I'd ordered. Demetrius bumped his shoulder and offered a smile, which Cassius returned. As I watched them exchange secret smiles and gently touch their hands together as they stood side by side, I thought again of Axios. Was he still angry with me?
Balin and Erastus, I called out. Step forward.
The rest of training went as expected. I paired the boys up and had them practice various techniques. If I witnessed any of them falling behind, I intervened and worked with them individually.
That is enough for today.
I said, and the boys, still locked in combat, instantly stopped. Clean yourselves off in the stream, and we'll meet again on the morrow. The youths exited the training field, all except for Cassius and Demetrius, who waited for him near the shed.
May I approach, sir?
Cassius asked. I nodded to grant him permission, and he stepped forward.
You often tell us a distracted Spartan is a dead one, yet you let yourself be taken by your thoughts this day. If this were a real battle, you would have not only gotten yourself killed, but your brothers as well.
To speak so boldly to an instructor was unheard of. I suppressed a smile. He reminded me of myself at that age. Any other man would have backhanded him across the face for his blunt tongue. I did not. Yes, it is a mistake I will not repeat a second time. I squeezed his shoulder before withdrawing my hand. Forgive me, Cassius. Cassius seemed shocked.
You offer an apology to me?
A man must know when he is in the wrong, I said, running my fingers through my hair to brush it from my brow. It would need to be cut again soon. I let personal matters get in the way of my responsibilities, and it made me foolish. You, however, were not the fool this day. You have come far in your training. It is the greatest honor as your teacher to witness it. Cassius beamed.
My improvement is because of you. You pushed me so hard I thought I'd break, but I didn't break. I came back stronger.
He lifted his chin and met my gaze with the eyes of a soldier.
I expect your best the next time we fight, sir. I know I only managed to hit you because of your distracted mind. You vowed that you would not make it easy on me, and I expect you to honor your word.
And I shall, I said, nodding to him. If I were ever to have a son, I would pray for him to be like Cassius. He then joined Demetrius, and the two of them left the field, bumping shoulders and grinning as they went. If they smile when leaving training, you didn't train them hard enough. I turned to see Hayden at the edge of the field. He leaned against a post and wore an arrogant smirk. Is that so? Aye. Hayden approached me. My youths leave the arena in tears. From laughing at you, I said, arching a brow. I can believe it. You hateful arse. He punched my arm. Where is your lover? I need to boast of the incredible time I had with his beautiful sister. If Gaius is finished with him, I suppose he's with Theon and Quill, I answered, trying to shove aside my hurt that Axios hadn't met me here as he usually did.
He's not with us,
Quill said as he appeared at Hayden's side. Theon approached next, his body glistening with sweat. No, he is not. Though a marvelous thing happened during training. Axios and Gaius fought one-on-one, and our dear friend held his own against the beast. He even earned Gaius respect. Pride swelled in my chest. It must have been a glorious sight.
I suppose, Quill said. I never thought the fight would end. It went on and on, much like Hayden's snores at night.
Hayden shoved Quill before the two started rolling around in the dirt like children. Not in the mood for their stupidity, I left the field in search of Axios. After training on a hot day such as this, I suspected he traveled to the stream to wash and enjoy the coolness of the water. Yet, when I reached the stream, he wasn't among the men present. I then checked the barracks, thinking he had already washed and returned there to wait for me. He wasn't there either. Have you seen Axios? I asked Malias. He shook his head. Ian sat beside him and looked up at me. Haven't seen him since training. It was unlike Axios to wander off without telling me. He wouldn't be in the dining hall because evening meal wasn't set to begin for another hour. He was not in the courtyard or near the soldiers' barracks. As fear tried to take root, I shoved it away. I had upset him earlier. He probably needed time alone to calm his anger. Perhaps he decided to visit Liana, or maybe he'd gone to the valley to hide in the tall grass and gaze up at the sky. After washing, I walked down into the valley in search of him. He wasn't there, nor was he at his sister's home. I then searched the only other area I could think of, our secret place by the stream. I found the barely visible path through the trees and stepped out into the small meadow. The sound of the water as it rushed through the center added the only noise in the otherwise silent wood. I saw the grass by the bank we'd lie on while enjoying our time away from everyone. I saw the rock on the ground Axios had said looked like the tip of a spear, but I didn't see him. My worries heightened at dinner when he still didn't appear. The men in our herd gathered around the table, their voices blending together as they spoke of their day, and I could only stare at the empty seat beside me. Where have you gone? I understood Axios was angry with me. I even felt I deserved that anger. However, he would have never skipped evening meal.
Worry not, Eryx, Hayden said, catching my eye from across the table. Axios more than likely became distracted by a pretty flower and lost track of time.
Theon laughed. Or a pretty boy. I snapped my head toward him.
What do you mean?
Theon's eyes widened. I'm sure it's nothing of concern. Quill dropped his gaze to his bowl of broth. They were hiding something from me.
Tell me, I growled, glaring at Theon with the fires of the underworld blazing in my chest.
Well, after Gaius excused us from the field,
Theon paused and focused on the piece of bread in his hand.
I looked back to see Axios speaking to a man.
Who?
Blood rushed through my veins and travelled up my neck, heating my face and the tops of my ears.
I did not get a good look at him,
Theon said, still not meeting my gaze.
They were only speaking, nothing more. Forgive me for causing you unnecessary worry, my friend. I only meant it in jest.
I stood from the table and left the dining hall without another word to any of them. The candles flickered as I walked down the corridor. Countless images haunted my mind. Axios smiling as another man kissed his neck, him giving another man his body. My chest tightened, and I slammed my fist against the wall before continuing forward. I had told Axios that I was his and his alone. But was he mine? Chapter 15. Sparta at night was peaceful. A multitude of stars lit the sky, twinkling in their dark net, and the moon shone bright. Yet I could not find peace within my heart. Axios had not returned to me. Was he with another man, as Theon had suggested? I snapped the stick in my hand and tossed it onto the grass. I sat beneath a tree in the courtyard, battling an ache in my chest that no healing salve could cure. Axios and I had disagreed in the past. We had fought, both physically and verbally, but at the end of the day, we had realized that what we shared was stronger than any quarrel. And now I sat alone under the stars, remembering the anger in his eyes before he'd walked away from me. I wished I could go back and spare him the grief my words had caused. Men spoke nearby, their voices carrying from their quarters and spilling into the square where I sat.
Antalcidas was just appointed as commander of the fleet, and the Athenians thought to intercept the ships carrying him to his new post, one of them said before laughing. The scum surrendered and retreated when they discovered they couldn't win. Then we took 4 of their triremes.
The other men laughed with him. I even managed a smile, though it was small. Anyone who opposed Sparta had to be prepared for our fury. The Athenians would learn the lesson over time. The favourable news improved my mood, even if only a little. Antalcidas was the Spartan diplomat Belos and his physician had spoken of when we'd attended the dining mess all those years ago. He had fought hard for peace and had been dismissed from his position. With him reappointed, I hoped an end to the war drew nearer. As the men ceased their talk of war and shifted to tales of bedding women, the hollowness returned to my chest, and I stared again at the stars. A dark shape slowly passed on my right. I focused on the shape and jumped to my feet when I recognized the man it belonged to. Axios snuck along the path in the courtyard before veering into the grass near the high shrubs as a group of soldiers passed. He remained oblivious to my presence. Seeing him reignited my anger from earlier. I barreled toward him and tackled him. Surprised by the attack, he swung at me as we fell to the grass. He stopped struggling when he realized it was me. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice filled with both fury and devastation. Axios met my glare with one of his own. "I do not have to answer to you, and I'm not a piece of property for you to do with as you wish." When he shoved against me, I grabbed his arms to pin him down. "By the gods, release me, Eryx!" Knowing he was safe and not lying in the field somewhere with his throat slit open made me tremble with relief, yet it also made my blood boil. He'd been so inconsiderate by keeping me in the dark about his whereabouts. "Do you realize how crazed I've been at not knowing where you were?" I asked, despising the weakness in my voice as it cracked on the last word. He shoved against my hold, and I loosened my grip on his arms. Once he was free, he rolled out from under me and sat up, still pinning me with a sharp glare. He was still so consumed by rage, and it hurt me to have to look upon him this way. "You truly wish to know where I've been all day?" he asked, scowling. Dread coiled in my gut, but I nodded. Surely Theon had been mistaken. Axios wouldn't have gone off with another man. "With the king," Axios answered, rising to his feet and looking down at me on the grass. "He watched me train and asked me to accompany him for a walk. I accepted. After standing, I closed the gap between us and backed him up against a column. King Agacephalus, the king who favored men and was known to enjoy the company of beautiful soldiers such as my Axios. Gods, I could have killed someone in that moment. "With the king," I repeated, carefully watching his face. "What transpired between you?" Axios held my gaze and said nothing. I studied his sharp jawline and wondered if the king had studied it too, if he had caressed it all the way to Axios' lips and stolen a kiss. The king wouldn't have taken Axios for a stroll for any other reason but to seduce him, and I thought my heart couldn't break any more. His silence drove me mad, for I feared it confirmed my worries. "Tell me!" I roared, gripping his upper arms. The anger released me from its mighty grip when I stared into his eyes, though. I leaned forward and rested my cheek against his before softly saying, "Please, Ax, you cannot even begin to fathom the atrocious thoughts in my mind. Speak the truth so that I may lay them to rest." "There are times when a lie is more forgiving than a truth," Axios said in a cold tone, echoing my words from earlier. I lifted my head and regarded him, seeing nothing but bitterness in his expression. "You lay with him," I spoke, my voice steady despite the storm in my heart. Indifference had become my shield. I turned to it when I was hurting because it was easier than showing weak emotions such as sorrow. "No, I did not lie with him," Axios said after a long pause. "Though I considered it. He kissed me, and I let him. And when he suggested we go to his chambers, I nearly said yes, if only to spite you." My shield of indifference crumbled away then, and I could not hide my pain behind it. Axios had considered betraying me. He had nearly given himself to someone else. From a young age, I was taught to withstand pain, to rise above it and not register its existence. Yet no training had prepared me for this type of pain. I willed myself to speak, but no words came.
"You wounded me deeply," Axios said, his nostrils flaring with anger.
But, like me, he could not hide his pain either.
"You confessed that you would toss me away without a moment's hesitation for marriage, for the profession you love more than me."
I loved nothing more than him. Tears fell from his eyes, and he wiped them away with a frustrated scowl.
"Gods be damned, Ery. You are mine, and I am yours. I have been since the day so long ago when you stood in line with the other boys and encouraged me to stand and fight."
As I stared at him, I remembered that day. I remembered the stubborn youth with dark hair falling into his honey eyes as he was beaten to the dirt. He had refused to let Sparta take his humanity. I had respected him for it, knowing his will was stronger than any of us. "A lot has changed since that day," I said at last.
"But that never will," Axios spoke. "Our lives may take us to unexpected places, and it might alter many things, but I will forever be yours."
I pressed myself closer to him. How could he say he was mine when he'd just kissed another man? But then I knew. He had kissed the king to hurt me, because I had hurt him first. I caressed his cheek, amazed at how love could set my heart alight one moment and break it the next. Affection such as the one we share is looked down upon in Sparta. "Do you know why that is?" I whispered. Slowly, he shook his head, his stare unwavering. "It is because it makes us weak. As warriors, we are to be obedient and put our home above all else, to follow orders, no matter what they may be, and to die if we must. When we allow love into our lives, we become prisoners to it." More tears welled up in his eyes, and he clenched his jaw. "Do you not see, Ax?" I shook my head, barely able to compose myself. I hated the sight of his tears. "When we are together, all I think about is you. Because we were at odds today, I made many foolish mistakes. Mistakes I do not make. I can never be the warrior I'm meant to be, because I do place you first. Always." A part of me had known it all along. I had spoken of possibly leaving Axios one day if we ever had to marry women. Yet in my heart, I had known I never could. My name was already tarnished because of my cowardly father, and maybe I had been desperate to prove myself, to prove I was better.
"Is this goodbye, Eryx?"
Axios touched my jaw before dropping his hand.
"If it is, tell me now so that I can spare myself this torment of anticipation and leave your sight."
Once again, he had misinterpreted my meaning. There I was, confessing my loyalty to him, and he misconstrued the words. However, he brought forth an interesting point. Should I walk away from him? My life would be easier if I did. I would no longer have to battle my loyalty to him and my duty to Sparta. I could focus purely on my training and rid myself of the weakness of love. "It would be wise for me to let you go," I admitted. Axios trembled slightly, bracing himself for the moment when our lives forever changed. There'd be no more kisses in the middle of the night, and no more comfort in each other's arms. Everything would become meaningless. "But I cannot," I said, gripping the side of his neck. "My life is nothing without you by my side." And then I crushed my lips to his. The force of my kiss caused him to lose his footing. He stumbled backward into the archway before falling into the grass and taking me with him. I landed on top of him. A laugh escaped me as I stared down into his bewildered expression. It was another interesting thing about love. No matter how dire things had seemed only moments ago, a passionate kiss and a random tumble to the grass could be exactly what we needed to remember why we belonged together. Axios laughed too, and the sound lifted our spirits. I wondered if his mind had taken him to the same place as mine, a memory of two boys falling out of a tree and landing on top of each other just as we were now. We had laughed then too, all while fighting the desire surging in our hearts. I slid my hand along the side of his neck before bringing our lips together once more, gently this time. His fingers tangled in my hair as we lost ourselves in the taste of each other. As the kiss deepened, he tugged me closer and groaned against my mouth. "Tell me you forgive me," Axios said, breaking the kiss. Kissing the king had filled him with regret, but we had both made mistakes that day. "There is nothing to forgive," I responded, then placed a finger on his lips when he went to argue. "Enough. I do not want to hear more of this. What's done is done." His expression softened, and his beauty sparked a possessiveness in my being. I had forgiven him just as he'd forgiven me for my foolishness. However, I needed reassurance he'd never stray again. I gripped his chin. "Swear to me that you will never kiss another for the rest of your days." Your lips, I kissed him. Your neck, I nipped the skin at the base of his throat. And every part of your body is mine. Swear it. "I swear," he moaned, rolling his hips into me. "And I swear I will forever choose you," I said, releasing my hold on his chin. "When the day comes, and we are asked to settle down with wives, I will refuse them. Sparta can have my life, but she cannot take my heart." The decision had been made. More than a decision, it was an oath of fidelity for as long as I breathed. I belonged to him, body and soul. Axios grabbed my biceps and flipped me to my back before climbing on top of me. I yielded to his dominance, letting him have complete control. Beautiful and devastating. I had once described him as such. It still held true as he straddled my hips and peered down at me with a lustful gaze. Upon realizing my surrender, he smiled and tugged down my bottoms before removing his as well. Then, as if to test my self-control, he teasingly glided his body atop mine. Normally, I would have grabbed him then, flipped him to his back, and pinned him to the ground before taking him hard and fast. I only smirked. His fingers moved to his backside, and I watched in frozen anticipation as he prepared himself. The warm night surrounded us, and the men could still be heard chatting nearby. We could be detected at any moment, but neither of us cared. When he gripped my cock, I dug my nails into the grass to keep from seizing his hips and taking control. It proved to me more challenging than I'd imagined. My heart banged against my rib cage, and my breathing quickened as I waited for him to join our bodies. He didn't keep me waiting for long. Axios slowly descended on me, and I couldn't contain the sound of pleasure as I felt his tight heat. Our gazes locked as he took me farther into his body. His eyes held heartache, love, and relief, contradicting emotions, but I felt them too. I gripped his waist, helping guide his movements as he started to ride me. I failed to express my true feelings the majority of the time, so I expressed them with actions. Each kiss to his skin was an "I love you," and every thrust inside his body was an "I'll never leave you." After smoothing my palm up his ribs and to his hard chest, I sat up and wrapped my arms around him. My entire world was right here in his arms, my home. I pecked kisses to his collarbone as he gasped and came down harder on me. I shuddered as he pulled my release closer, but I gritted my teeth to keep from surrendering. He panted as his muscles tensed, and sensing him so close to orgasm, I placed my mouth over his nipple and flicked my tongue against it. "Harry," he moaned, tightly gripping my hair to hold my head in place as he rode me harder. He quaked with the force of his release seconds later. I soon followed, spilling into him as waves of pleasure crashed down on me. I clawed his back as I came apart beneath him, shuddering with both pleasure and relief. Relief that we hadn't said goodbye, that he was still here. I was his prisoner. My heart was bound to him with invisible chains, and I never wanted to be set free. "You should allow me to have control more often," Axios murmured against my temple as he brushed his fingers through my golden locks. I smiled and pressed my face against his throat, inhaling his intoxicating scent of sweat and earth.
"Who's there?"
a man called. My wandering hand on his back froze just as Axios stopped kissing me. I felt him smile against my lips. Careful not to make a sound, he slid off my lap and pulled on his clothing. I dressed as well. When we stood from the grass, Axios bumped the shrub and rustled the leaves.
"If you little bastards are out of your beds, I'll redden your asses with a whip,"
the voice came again. I had to slap a hand over Axios' mouth as he started to laugh. But then I was laughing too, because his joy was contagious. We took off running down the path, hand in hand, and fled the courtyard. I felt like a boy again, sneaking away with Axios when the urge struck, and discreetly returning to the barracks afterward. We hid in the shadows when the man pursued us. He ran past, grumbling about insolent worms. Axios held his breath and barely managed to stifle his laughs. When the man was out of sight, we slipped through the square and entered our quarters. After finding our beds, I pulled Axios to my chest and buried my face in his soft hair. He rested his hand on mine and closed his eyes, snuggling as close to me as our bodies allowed. The light-hearted feeling lifted, though. Once he fell asleep, I had only my thoughts to keep me company. Thoughts of him and the king. I had told Axios not to mention it again. I'd told him it was in the past, and we would move on from it. However, I could not convince my mind to do the same. How had the kiss happened? Had Axios encouraged the advances, only to pull away before the moment turned to something more? What had he been thinking as he kissed the king? Did he think of me at all? Not knowing haunted me, yet I knew the truth would shatter me. And so I chose to never voice my thoughts on the matter. I'd remain ignorant of the truth to spare myself the pain of it. When I finally welcomed sleep, my dreams took me to a green valley beside a small hill. Apollo and Hyacinthus threw a disc back and forth, laughing and reveling in their affection for each other.
"I shall scatter the clouds,"
Apollo exclaimed with an exuberant smile before sending the disc towards Hyacinthus. A strong gust of wind knocked the disc off its path and smashed into the Spartan boy's head, his blood spattering on the grass. I watched in horror as Apollo held the boy in his arms and wept. The wind took shape, and Zephyrus appeared in all his fury. But then, instead of seeing Apollo, I saw King Agacephalus, and the bloody figure in his arms was no longer Hyacinthus, but rather a dead raven.
"He was mine, and you took him from me!"
Zephyrus roared as the wind whipped around them. But it was not Zephyrus any longer. It was me. I woke in a cold sweat, seeing nothing but darkness at first. My eyes adjusted to the room, and I dropped my gaze to Axios, who was still sleeping peacefully in my arms. I held him tighter and kissed his hair, my body shaking with stifled cries. "It was only a dream," I whispered. If only the incident with the king had been too. I always knew you were meant to lead men, Nikias said, once I excused my herd from their training. He had approached earlier in the drills and watched from the edge of the field. These are not men, not yet. I moved my gaze amongst the retreating youths. But I hope my lessons help them grow to be great men someday. The best Sparta has ever seen. I believe I'm staring at the best Sparta has ever seen. I looked at him, noting the additional scar on his face now. He had fought under the command of King Agacephalus and had returned with the army weeks prior. Responsibilities had kept him away, but he had found time, albeit brief, to see the men in our herd and speak of the old days. You flatter me, I responded, walking forward to retrieve the sticks from training and place them in a pile for the next day. Besides, I have not yet journeyed to war like you. I have not proven a thing to Sparta as of yet. Nikias helped me gather the sticks. Pray that war ends before you come of age. It was not so much the words he spoke that caught my attention, but rather the tone he'd used while speaking them. His blue eyes shone with grief and fear. Was it truly so horrible? I asked, wanting to know about his time in battle so I could better prepare myself for when it was my time to go. Horrible? No. Nikias reflexively ran a finger over the newest scar on his face. Bloody, brutal, and exhausting. The Agoj prepared us well in that regard. What it failed to do was prepare us for the numbness that follows a battle. When you're left standing in a field of fallen warriors, some of them still crying out as they breathe their final breath. The stench sears into your nostrils, and it never fades. You never forget the smell of war, the smell of death. All you know is the color red, I said, remembering what Paris had told me years before. Nikias nodded. It is a shade I will only grow more accustomed to as the years pass. His eyes found mine. As will you. Have you heard news of the war? I asked, as we left the training arena and strolled leisurely toward the barracks. Word has come from King Agesilaus concerning the war, and King Agacephalus has been summoned to the council chamber to discuss Sparta's next move. Nikias showed no sign of trepidation. In fact, he showed no emotion at all in that instant. I feel a change in the air, Eryx. Heaviness. I will be sent to fight again soon. And you will honor our home when you do, was all I said. Aye. In the field to the left, I saw Axios still occupied with drills. He and the men were practicing phalanx warfare. They each held a large bronze shield in one arm and a spear in the other. The sun reflected off their blades, and sweat glistened on their backs. Felix shouted an order, and the men put their shields forward and stepped back with their right legs. As one precise unit, they then moved their spears between the spaces created by their shields. My body stirred watching Axios. He was remarkable. Your fondness for each other still lives? Nikias asked. When I focused on him, he too was watching the men train. I often wondered if it would last. This life takes much from us, our individuality, even our freedom. When I first met you and Axios, I sensed your intense connection. And then I saw it with my own eyes while witnessing your training. I wondered if it withstood the harshness of this life. I said nothing. I would not speak of my relationship with Axios to someone other than my brothers. Only they knew of my affection and devotion. Forgive me, Nikias said, offering a tight smile. I do not mean to pry. Then I suggest you hold your tongue. I continued down the path, caring not if he followed. I respected Nikias, but I would not confide in him with the very thing Sparta tried to beat out of us from the age of 7. Eryx, he said, grabbing my arm to stop me. I halted in place and tossed him a look over my shoulder. I meant no offense, he said. I only wish to say I was pleased to see you still so taken with each other. For what reason? Because you're proof there's still good in this world. Blue eyes bore into me. As I said, battle changes men. I stand before you now, empty and devoid of everything I was before leaving home to fight. But seeing you and Axios, two men I trained and bonded with all those years ago, men I consider brothers, it has sparked something inside me once more. Hope. After he veered in the other direction toward the soldiers' housing, I played his words over in my mind. Many times, Axios had prevented me from becoming an unfeeling beast that killed without mercy. If not for him, I would have been half the man I was now. Later in the afternoon, I sat with Hayden and Melias in the dining hall. Axios, Theon, and Quill had not yet arrived, so we spoke amongst ourselves as we waited for them. Hayden described the combat drill he'd taught his herd earlier, one that showed the boys how to act when outnumbered by the enemy, and I listened, nodding my approval. Mid-sentence, Hayden lifted his gaze to something behind me. I turned to see what held his attention, and, upon laying eyes on Axios entering the dining hall, a smile surfaced of its own accord. I couldn't contain it. Axios approached and took the seat to my left. I leaned toward him and pressed our lips together in a soft kiss. He hesitantly returned the action before glancing around the table. He still feared what the other men thought of us being so open about our relationship, and he visibly braced himself for the taunts to begin. But they did not come, just as I knew they wouldn't. Only a fool would dare challenge me. "How was your day?" I asked, shifting as close to him as the seat allowed. "It went well." Axios picked up a piece of bread and tore off the corner before eating it. I watched his throat work as he swallowed. "And you? How does Demetrius manage his training? Is he still stubborn and too much like me?" "I'm afraid he is too much like you." I placed my hand on his thigh and gently squeezed. "But he is learning, and I suspect he will make a fine warrior someday." "Do you believe the same about me?" he asked, averting his eyes to the bread he held. "No," I said. When he regarded me, I moved my hand higher up his leg, caressing the sensitive flesh of his inner thigh with my thumb. "I do not believe you will be a fine warrior. I know you'll be one." "I do not see the difference." Axios shook his head. "Believing is having faith something will come to pass. It is the hope for truth." I lifted my hand and stroked his jaw. "Yet I know what I say is true. Do you recall the words I spoke to you all those years ago when we were gathering reeds for our beds? I said, 'When the time comes for us to go to war, I know you will be the warrior Sparta asks of you. For a true warrior fights for what's in his heart, and you have the bravest heart I know.'" Axios blushed and bumped his shoulder to mine. He did not respond, but the small curving of his lips told me he appreciated my confidence in him. "Does no one wish to know how my day went?" Hayden asked, exaggerating a pout. For such a big man, he behaved like such a child at times. "My heart breaks by your unfeeling attitudes towards my well-being." "You have no heart, Hayden," Theon said, turning away from Quill where he'd been deep in conversation only moments ago. "No, wait. That is brains you do not have. Carry on with what you were saying." As Hayden lunged across the table to grab Theon, I jumped up and placed myself between them. I grabbed Hayden's shoulders and shoved him back to his seat, grinning as he glared at me. Theon flashed a honeyed smile to Hayden, taunting him. "Anyway," Hayden said, snarling at Theon before focusing on Axios and me, "during training I had one boy who did as I'd instructed and finally managed to tackle his opponent by carefully watching the other's movements and seeing a weakness in their form." I understood the pride in Hayden's voice, for I felt the same when one of my youths advanced in their skill set. Hayden leaned against the wall behind him, crossing his arms and moving his arrogant smirk to Axios. Also, I talked to Liana again. A short pause followed. And? Axios asked. You cannot say that and then not provide me with more information. Hayden looked at me. Is he always so impatient? Knowing it would get a rise out of my lover, I shrugged and said, Depends on the day. Axios slapped my arm, and when our eyes met, my smile widened. He glowered before saying, For that remark, you shall sleep a foot apart from me tonight. Someone is being cast aside like a whetstone, Quill said, looking between me and Axios. I held my tongue, mainly because I knew I'd laugh if I opened my mouth. Axios could threaten me all he wished, but I knew that once we lay down, he would seek my arms just as he always did. What did my sister say? Axios asked Hayden. He was doing his best to ignore my hand on his thigh, one that had moved closer to a certain area between his legs. The arrogance slipped from Hayden's face. He slowly chewed his food, purposefully delaying his response. She wishes to continue seeing me. At first, when we began speaking, I thought she only did so to appease my persistent pursuit of her. But now I think it is different. His gaze dropped to his plate as his cheeks darkened. When he spoke again, it was nearly a whisper. I believe her to fancy me as I fancy her. I wish you two the best, Axios said with warmth in his voice. I cocked my head at him, finding his change of tone interesting. Instead of mocking Hayden, he was giving his blessing. If anyone were to make her happy, I know it would be you, even if you are a bit dim-witted and clumsy. I shall ignore your last comments and only acknowledge the beginning. Hayden smiled and seemed more like his confident self again. Thank you for your blessing, truly. You are one of my best friends, and even though we jest often, know that I respect you and your wishes. If I were to be so fortunate as to have your sister by my side as my wife, I will treasure her. I know this, Axios said, before averting his gaze. I wondered if his mind was in the same place as mine, thinking about a life we'd never have. Hayden and Liana could choose to be married someday. However, marriage was not something two men could experience in Sparta. I would never have the blessing of calling Axios my husband, and that truth weighed heavily on my heart. You will never believe the atrocious thing Theon did to me today, Quill exclaimed, breaking the silence. He kissed me! We all laughed, all except for Theon. Atrocious? Theon shook his head. I think not. You enjoyed it. I arched a brow at Axios, wishing for him to tell me the story of how the atrocious kiss had come about. He leaned over to whisper in my ear, and his breath on my skin sent shivers down my arms. I dared them to kiss each other because they were mocking me for always kissing you, Axios said, before he lightly brushed his lips across my earlobe. I never expected them to actually do it. I chuckled at the story, finding it both ridiculous and delightful. As the men broke off into scattered conversations, Theon and Quill shoving and mocking each other, while Hayden, Ian and Malias spoke of the war, Axios and I pressed our legs together beneath the table and ate our dinner in silence. Though silent, much was said between us. I rested my hand on his knee, and he reached down to interlace our fingers. My thumb moved in circles on the top of his hand, and as I held on to him, I remembered the conversation with Nikias. In 2 years' time, Axios and I would be aged 20. Then we could be sent to war at any moment. Nikias had always been gentle despite the tough training. He'd been stern but fair, and many a night we had sat round the fire as he'd told us stories. War had changed him. It had taken some of the gentleness and replaced it with a sharp edge. Would the same happen to Axios? Would the gentle heart I adored be shattered and replaced with an empty vessel, as Nikias had said? No, I told myself, as I clutched tighter to his hand. Once we left for war, we'd both be changed by it. But if my conversation with Nikias had taught me anything, it was that Axios and I would keep each other strong. We had to. Chapter 16. 386 BC. 2 years later.
See these men around you,
Gaius said, standing in front of us. Candles lit the otherwise dark room.
They are your brothers. Honor them, fight for them, and die for them.
We pounded a fist to our chests and shouted our approval. Hayden roared and threw an arm around Quill's shoulders before ruffling the smaller man's hair. Theon jumped up and swatted at Hayden's head, which caused Hayden to turn and pick Theon up with one arm, swinging him around before tossing him aside. Axios smiled at them before meeting my gaze. Finally, we had reached adulthood and had been accepted into a position. Hayden, Quill, Theon, Axios, and I had been accepted into the same one, along with 10 other men. We had finished our preliminary training in the Agoge and were now soldiers of Sparta. From this moment forth, we were truly brothers in arms, and I would die for each and every one of them.
You are no longer boys,
Felix said, his voice cutting through the noise of our celebration. All men stopped and turned to him.
You will now train with the army. If called to war, you will be amongst the men who go. For tonight, celebrate this final stage of leaving boyhood behind. Forge bonds of loyalty with the men at your side. It has been a privilege watching you grow from weak youths to the men you are now.
Gaius scoffed.
You are all still worms to me.
Felix peered at Gaius and smiled. Something passed between them as they held eye contact and very subtly nodded. Then they left the room.
Where's Quill?
Theon asked moments later. Hayden, who constantly mocked Quill's short stature, lifted his foot to look under it.
Well, I did not step on him.
Axios snorted a laugh, and everything else faded away as I observed him. He had changed a lot in 2 years, more muscle and a stronger set to his jaw. Yet his eyes remained warm, and when he touched me, his gentle touch still comforted me in ways nothing else could.
Miss me?
Quill asked, jumping in front of us. His dark hair stuck up around his head, and his smile was mischievous. He held up a pitcher.
I've stolen wine for us. Let us drink and celebrate this special occasion.
Theon smiled at him, almost bashfully. Our group sat around the table and poured wine into our goblets. We spoke of our excitement about leaving the Agoge, and then the topic shifted to the war. Tensions had risen over the last 2 years. Now that we were of age, we could be sent at a moment's notice to join the fighting. A year earlier, an Athenian commander by the name of Chabrias had gathered reinforcements from Athens and travelled to Aegina, where a Spartan unit was stationed. Chabrias and his army had set an ambush at night and waited for dawn. Gorgopus, the Spartan commander, had led his men right into the trap the following morning. He, along with 350 of his men, had been killed. Sparta then sent Teleetius, another commander, to rally the survivors of the ambush. They successfully raided Piraeus, a port in Athens, and captured several ships.
Did we ever hear news of the peace talks in Sardis? Melias asked, sitting forward in his chair.
All eyes flickered to me.
Tirabaza summoned diplomats from each of the Greek forces to the city to discuss peace terms, I answered, leaving my wine untouched in front of me.
The envoys from Sparta have not yet returned. We will know nothing until they do. Axios' expression was grim as he stared at his goblet. He had told me he no longer feared being sent to war. Waiting to hear the news, though, caused him apprehension. It did me as well, but I hid the fact behind a cool demeanor. The men in my position had made me their leader without even saying the words aloud. Their uneasy stares in my direction and how they all turned to me for clarification of events was all the proof I needed. I had to remain confident to keep their minds at ease. "That's enough talk of war," I said, grabbing my wine and raising it in the air. "Drink, brothers, for tonight is ours." They smiled and held their goblets in the air before taking a drink. Weeks later, I sat outside the barracks sharpening the blade I had started carrying at my hip. We were permitted to carry weapons now that we were full-fledged Spartiates, and I took full advantage of it. The small dagger gave me peace of mind. An enemy could attack at any time, and while I could kill a man with my bare hands, I preferred to give them an easy death. Who said Spartans were without mercy? I smiled at the thought and continued sharpening the edge. Winter had passed, but remnants of it remained in the early morning air. Frost covered the grass, and I could see my breath when I exhaled. Though a slight chill still lingered, spring was upon us. Birds nested in the trees before me and sang their morning songs. Flowers bloomed in the valley. Sparta thrived with life, and as I sat alone with my thoughts, I allowed myself to find peace in the moment. Axios and Hayden had left early to hunt, and I had stayed behind to give them time alone to bond. I suspected Hayden had something of importance to discuss, and I didn't want my presence to be a hindrance. "Eryx, my darling." I glanced up to see Amara approaching. She carried a small basket on her arm, and by her manner of dress, a less conservative peplos that dipped low to show her cleavage and rose up on the side to reveal her upper thigh, I suspected she had either just come from the agora or had stopped to see me on her way to it. She had a stand in the marketplace where she sold her crafts. "Amara," I said, standing to greet her. When she stepped forward to embrace me, I stood still and didn't return the gesture. "Why have you come here?" After hugging me, she tucked her dark hair behind her ear. Women journeyed to the barracks on occasion, but very rarely in the light of day. Her presence could only mean she desired something. A favor, perhaps? "Is Axios with you?" she asked. "No." I gave her no explanation as to his whereabouts. "I ask again, why are you here?" "Hayden has asked for Liana's hand in marriage," she said with disdain in her voice. "Out of all the men she could choose, she chooses a dim-witted fool." I gritted my teeth at the insult to Hayden. Axios and I could tease him about such things, but I didn't favor anyone else doing the same. "Hayden is strong and loyal," I said, biting back my anger and forcing a polite tone. "He will make a fine husband for your daughter. As pleased as I am by the news, I fail to see why it brings you here." Amara's dark eyes flashed to mine, and she walked closer. "I beg you to convince Liana to reject Hayden and marry you instead. I have always wished for you two to form a union. You would give her strong sons with sharp minds." Her request took me by surprise. "You are everything a Spartan male should be." Amara grabbed my hand, her eyes big and pleading. "Hayden might be physically strong, but his mind is weak. He has not what it takes to discipline Liana the way she should be. You will tame her and make her what Sparta demands of her, a wife who gives her husband many children." "I cannot," I said at last. "Liana is a wonderful woman, but the answer is no." "I beg you, Eryx.
You are a man now, and must do your duty by taking a wife. Why not let that wife be Lyanna?
Amara would not back down if we continued down this path. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Only one reason would make her understand that my decision could not be swayed. I will not take Lyanna, nor any other woman as my wife, I responded, pulling my hand from her grasp. For I belong to another.
You belong to another?
She demanded in a tone that matched the fire in her eyes.
Who is it that has captured your devotion?
Your son, I answered, amused by the dropping of her jaw. He possesses my body and soul. I love him. It was the first time I had ever admitted aloud that I loved Axios. The confession was like a blanket over my heart. Her lips moved, but no words reached my ears. She reminded me of a fish plucked from the stream. When she finally found her voice, she did nothing but shout obscenities at me. I stood silently as she spewed them, not reacting to the harsh words. In fact, they amused me. She called me disgusting and a disgrace. She said I was dishonoring Sparta by refusing a wife. They were all things I had already considered, and I had chosen Axios anyway.
You are the son I should have had, Eryx,
Amara said with a defeated slump to her shoulders.
Why Axios has your heart, I will never understand. He is weak and foolish. He spends too much time with his mind in the clouds, and he will never be—
Silence! Amara's mouth snapped closed. I hadn't raised my voice at her, but the demand was clear in my tone. I care not if you speak ill of me, I said, not taking my eyes off her. But you will not insult Axios in my presence ever again. If you do, they will be the last words you ever speak. I moved the sharpened stone over the blade, making her flinch. Is my meaning clear? Amara nodded. Making threats was beneath me, but I made an exception for Amara. Axios might not be close with her, but she was still his mother. One warning was all she would be granted, though. Now leave my sight, I growled. After she left, I returned the dagger to my hip and walked over to the tree in front of the barracks. Leaning against the trunk, I stared at the field of swaying grass and waited for Axios and Hayden to return from their hunt. When I eventually saw them enter the courtyard, I shoved aside the uncomfortable conversation with Amara and decided not to mention it. Hayden had caught several rabbits, and Axios returned empty-handed. He was smiling, though, as he spoke of their time in the woods. We must leave for training, I said, after checking the sun's position in the sky. Axios clapped Hayden on the back. Duty calls, my friend. Together, we journeyed to the small arena where our group awaited. Now that we were no longer in the Agauge, Axios had been selected to teach my herd of youths alongside me. He had been nervous in the beginning, but had become a great instructor. The boys respected him just as they did me. Our teaching methods balanced each other. I taught the boys combat and survival skills, while Axios focused on pain endurance and instilled in them the principles of never backing down. When it came to disciplining the youths, however, Axios had not the heart for it. He averted his eyes as I flogged one of them for disobeying. The conversation with Amara lingered in the back of my mind as the day drew on. Axios and I trained the boys before dismissing them late in the afternoon. Still, I had said nothing about his mother's visit. We washed in the stream, taking a moment to kiss and enjoy each other's closeness before drying off and dressing. Axios wasn't ready to return to the barracks, so we decided to travel to our favorite hill and sit atop it for a while. Tell me what troubles your mind, Axios said, glancing over at me. The setting sun cast a dark orange glow on his hair and brought out the yellow tones in his eyes. You've been distant all day. It came as no surprise that he'd sensed it. Your mother came to speak to me, I said, angling my head toward the sky. I've been unsure of whether I should mention it, but I do not wish to keep it from you. What was it she wanted? He asked. I returned my gaze to him. He stared at the valley before us with a pensive expression on his handsome face. Mount Taygetus loomed in the distance, and as the sun inched closer to its peak, shadows spread over the mountain. The chill from earlier that morning returned as the golden light of day faded to darkness. Lyanna and Hayden are to be married, I responded, watching his face for his reaction. He only nodded, as he already knew. Hayden must have spoken with him about it during the hunt. Your mother wishes for me to convince Lyanna to marry me instead. I would give her strong sons with sharp minds, she told me. Axios clenched his jaw. And what did you say to her? I agreed to her request, I lied, preparing for him to slap my arm and call me an arse like he usually did when I teased him. Axios sucked in a breath and snapped his head toward me. The look of betrayal in his eyes pierced my heart. He truly believed I would ever do such a thing to him? I smirked to let him know I was only jesting. You ass! He exclaimed, punching my arm. Well, you should not be so gullible, Axe. Nor should you doubt me so. My smile faded as I grabbed his hand. You are all I want in this world. How many times must I tell you for you to believe me? Axios looked away, his brow furrowing. Forgive me, Eryx. You took me off guard is all. I will not doubt you again. I released his hand and gripped his chin instead, turning his face toward me. The doubt in his eyes was my fault, because of how I'd hurt him in the past. No, it was cruel for me to even jest about, I said, as guilt gnawed at my insides. Your doubt is my doing for years ago when I spoke of marriage. I only hope with time you'll realize I will never leave you. The pain between us was my fault. All of it. If I hadn't made him doubt my devotion 2 years ago, he would have never spent the day with King Agacephalus and kissed him. As Axios held my gaze, his expression softened. What did you tell my mother? He asked, seeming more at ease. I smiled, relieved that he had forgiven me. I told her I would not take Lyanna, nor any other woman as my wife, for I already belonged to someone. When she inquired as to whom it was, I told her the truth, that I loved her son. His eyes widened. I had known I loved him for years, but Spartans weren't supposed to love. The emotion was one expressed in poetry and songs. It was not meant for us. Therefore, I had to keep the word locked away. You love me? Axios asked, his eyes glistening. Yes, I whispered. Even though it went against everything I believed in, I loved him with every beating of my heart. I brought our lips together, pressed my mouth gently to his. He softly sighed and pulled me closer. When I deepened the kiss, he opened for me, submitting to me in the most beautiful way. A kiss served no purpose. It granted neither sexual release nor sustenance needed to survive. Yet, nothing pleased me more when we were lost in one. A kiss said what I had trouble voicing aloud. I pressed my lips to his once more before pulling away. Do you wish to know your mother's response? Still dazed from the kiss, he nodded. I then described the rest of my and Amara's conversation, telling him all of the colourful insults she'd thrown at me, and how amusing I thought they were. I even exaggerated her tone of voice and pretended I was an actor on a stage, performing a show in front of a king. Axios smiled and leaned closer to me, staring at my lips as I continued the story. Are you listening, Ax? I asked, once I sensed his mind straying. My raven was soaring amongst the clouds. His honey eyes lifted to mine. Of course. Good, I said, lightly hitting his arm with my knuckles. I do not expect your mother to come around us again any time soon. Even when her confusion turned to disgust, I remained polite toward her. My blood heated at the memory of her vile words. But when she insulted you, I might have voiced my abhorrence of her, and swore that if she ever spoke so poorly of you in my presence again, it would be the last words she ever spoke. My blade would make sure of it. Axios smiled and lay back on the grass. I lay beside him. We both observed the darkening sky, yet I knew we didn't perceive it the same way. Axios always saw what I failed to see, beauty amongst the dark and wonder in the simplest things. Years later, I was still learning from him. "Look," he exclaimed, pointing upward. "If you look closely, you can see the first star of night." I squinted to where he pointed, not seeing it at first. But then I did. It was but a small speck in the distance. "Oh, I see it." "What do you think makes the stars?" Axios asked, his expression full of wonder. Gods, he was beautiful. More stunning than any star in the sky. "The gods created them," I answered, grabbing his hand and linking our fingers. "It is a place for heroes." "And nymphs who cry," he added with a smile, referencing the story I'd told him years before. Smirking, I bumped his shoulder and rested our joined hands on the grass. "I have told you about the rain and the stars," I said, turning my head to gaze at him. "But have I told you the story of the sun?" He shook his head, still smiling. "Our story begins with a boy who possessed golden wavy hair and bright blue eyes," I said, tucking one arm behind my head. "His name was Phaethon, and he was the son of a god." Axios rested his head on my shoulder and eagerly listened to the tale. Halfway through, however, he drifted to sleep. Soft snores reached my ears, stopping me mid-sentence. I turned to face him and smiled as I traced the curve of his jaw. "My every sunrise and every sunset are yours, my warrior," I whispered before brushing my lips across his. As bumps formed on his skin, I took off my cloak and draped it over him. He made a sound in his sleep and nestled closer to my chest. Closing my eyes, I pressed my head to his. And as the stars awoke in the night sky, shining above us in their splendid glory, we slept beneath them. Days later, Axios and I walked down the path that led from the training field to the courtyard outside the barracks. "I have too much energy to sit still," he said, swinging his arms at his sides. He reminded me of a bored child. He then turned to me, beaming with a smile. "We should journey to the Agora. Liana tells me new merchants have come to Sparta, and I'm curious as to the trinkets they've brought with them." "You are always curious," I said, my gaze roaming his body as he continued walking in front of me. Sweat had gathered between his shoulder blades, causing a shine on his skin. "Knowledge is power, Ery," he said over his shoulder. The path sloped as it led us up a hill. Axios stopped suddenly, and I nearly crashed into him. His once playful expression had turned grave. I followed his line of sight and understood the sudden shift in his mood. The Spartan envoys had returned at last. Ever since Tirabazus had summoned them to discuss peace, we had awaited further news. With their return, the fate of the war would soon be known. From our spot on the hill, we saw the men enter the main part of the city and head for the council's chamber. "We will either be celebrating peace this night or preparing for campaign in the morning," Axios spoke in an emotionless tone, "depending on the news they bring." "It shall be a while yet before they provide us answers," I said, returning my stare to the messengers who'd quickly moved through the crowd that had gathered to see them. The council must be told, and Sparta's next move must be discussed in full before they inform the masses. "How long do you suppose that will take?" he asked. Minutes? Hours? It was impossible to know. "Perhaps they will announce it soon. or it may possibly take all evening and we will not know until the morrow. I cannot say for certain. As an idea struck, I peered at him. There are ways we could pass the time until then. His lips twitched as he fought a smile. You're insatiable. Is my body all you fancy? Desire travelled through me as I imagined all the things I wished to do to him. We both needed a distraction from the anticipation of whether we would be leaving soon for war, and though I would never utter the words aloud, I worried this would be our last night before our lives forever changed. I grabbed his forearms and angled my face to his, speaking in a low tone. Run. Aren't we too old for such childish games? Axios asked, arching a brow. Besides, I believe I've become a stronger runner, and I do not wish to wound your pride by beating you. Run, I growled again. I hungered for Axios, but my true desire was to spend one more day at his side, just as we were now, while we still can. His honey eyes met mine, and I saw the moment when desire ignited in them. He slowly stepped back, preparing to flee like an animal that had spotted the lion waiting in the tall grass, and like a lion, I would take pleasure in chasing him down. Axios breathed deep and glanced to his left. When he took off running, he slid on the pebbles in the dirt before righting himself and dashing toward the meadow. With a smile, I pursued him. I let him stay a foot in front of me and chased him through the grass. As we ran through the meadow, my excitement shifted to sorrow, and a lump wedged in my throat. The path was familiar, as we had taken it so many times before. Countless games of chase had led us to the one place where nothing could reach us, our stream in the woods. Will this be the last time we travel this path? Entering the woods, I followed Axios through the branches and bushes. We broke through the barrier of vines and shrubs, and the sun greeted us once more as we arrived at our stream. Axios jogged towards the water's edge, and I tackled him a moment later. As we rolled together on the grass, I grabbed his face and kissed him. I desperately needed him in a way I couldn't express with words alone. He seemed to sense my need, for he returned my heavy kisses and tugged at my clothing. I brought him closer to me and pulled at his too. We breathed heavily as hands grazed over hard muscle and lips met again and again. Once he was prepared, I eased into him slowly. He begged me to go harder, faster, and I obeyed. Afterwards, once our bodies were sated, we lay near the stream and talked. The sun was setting, and I knew we should return, but I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our special place just yet. I slid my fingers between his as he spoke of Theon and Quill and how they constantly pestered each other. But they can never be found without the other close behind, I added. He smiled. Very familiar, is it not? I dipped my head to kiss the base of his throat. Familiar indeed. Even in death, I will be beside you. Always. Do not speak of such things, Axios said, hiding his face behind his arm. I wanted to tell him we had to discuss it someday, but I respected his wish and stayed silent on the matter. As the sun sank lower in the sky, taking the light with it, we finally left our stream and returned to the barracks. Where have you two been hiding? Hayden asked as we entered the courtyard. His serious tone immediately put me on alert. Have you heard? Axios froze at my side. No, we have not, I responded, touching his hand to help steady his nerves. Whatever happened, we would face it together. What of it? On the outside, I remained indifferent, a perfect mask of calm. On the inside, my heart thumped against my ribcage faster and faster. The peace treaty was a success, and the war is over, Hayden said, though he appeared to be disappointed by the news.
Such rotten fortune that war would end just as we reached age 20. I looked forward to crushing our enemies and driving spears into their hearts.
Relief slammed into me, and I hated myself for it. A true Spartan would react just as Hayden did now. A true Spartan wouldn't fear war. But the truth was, I didn't fear war. I feared losing the thing most precious to me. I am certain there will be other wars, brother, just not this one, I said, smirking at him. I'm afraid you must find something else to stab your spear with.
And it better not be my sister, Axios said.
I grinned as Hayden barked out a laugh. He blushed, though, showing his embarrassment. He really must have cared for Liana, for him to behave such a way. Most men would have boasted in his place. A dark figure darted into the courtyard, and my hand reflexively went to my dagger. It was only Quill.
"See what I've stolen for us,"
Quill exclaimed, before emptying the contents concealed in his cloak. Dried slivers of meat, bread and honey.
"This night is cause for celebration, I believe, and what better way to do it than gorge ourselves and enjoy each other's company?"
Theon followed close behind Quill and entered the courtyard moments later. A night of food and celebration with my brothers sounded magnificent. It was rare for us to be given moments such as these. With all men present, we walked to the pit and started a fire. The flames took away the chill in the air as we sat in a circle, speaking of Quill's poor luck with seducing women. He snarled as we teased him. Topic then shifted to Hayden's upcoming marriage with Liana, and Quill and Theon took the opportunity to poke fun at the bigger male.
"Oh, Hayden!"
Quill exclaimed in a higher pitch, draping a hand across his forehead.
"My love!"
Theon deepened his voice and turned to Quill, stroking his dark hair.
"Your hair is soft like a bird's fur."
Axios howled with laughter, and I even chuckled a little. Hayden glared at all of us and tossed a stick at Theon.
"Fur, feathers."
Hayden shoved a sliver of meat in his mouth and chewed.
"It is all the same."
When Axios laid his head on my shoulder, I slipped my arm around his waist and held him closer. Ian and Malias talked about Gaius and how they believed he had a secret lover, for he had not been as vile as of late. Then we went around the circle, and each gave a name as to who we thought the lover could be.
"Perhaps it's Felix,"
Theon said, laughing. He meant it in jest, but I saw the potential for it to be true. Neither Gaius nor Felix had ever taken a wife, and they seemed to read each other with a single glance, a connection I knew well.
"Rubbish,"
Quill chimed in, pointing at Theon.
"I wonder how many pieces Gaius will tear you into once he hears of your theory."
We all laughed before talk shifted to our training. When Axios and I weren't instructing our boys, we trained with the other soldiers. Mostly strength training, basic combat drills, and phalanx maneuvers. Once we returned to the barracks that night, Axios fell asleep quickly. As he slumbered, a smile curved his lips. For the first time in weeks, months, the apprehension he carried was absent. Finally, the war had ended. But I knew Sparta and its men. There would be other wars. I only hoped we could enjoy this peace a while longer. Chapter 17. "How's your sister?" I asked Axios. He had gone to see her earlier that morning to check on her before the ceremony. "She is well," he answered with a smile. "Excited. I do believe she fancies Hayden after all."
"She better,"
Quill said.
"She's going to marry the fool."
Hayden rolled his eyes. "She's nearly ready," Axios added, moving his gaze to Hayden. "She wished for me to tell you not to let her win, otherwise she will gut you." Hayden smiled. It lit up his entire face. I thought it interesting how he had so firmly proclaimed years ago that Spartans didn't believe in love, and yet he glowed with the emotion at the mention of his soon-to-be bride. Love conquered even the most stubborn of men. Soon after, we left the courtyard as a group and walked toward the field where the wedding ritual would take place. Women were already there when we arrived, and they giggled and moved in circles around Lyanna, singing as they moved their arms in the air in a fluid dance.
"I feel ill," Hayden said, staring at them with wide eyes.
The normally arrogant male had become a bundle of nerves.
"Do you fear you'll lose to a woman?" Theon asked, jabbing his elbow in Hayden's stomach.
"She is no mere woman," Hayden responded. "She is a goddess with the spirit of a lion."
Lyanna stepped forward from the circle of dancing girls, her dark hair flowing down her back in soft waves. A flower was tucked behind one ear. However, I knew she was not as delicate as she appeared. She was a fighter, a woman who smiled with ease, yet could also take a man down just as easily. "I've not seen the capturing ritual before," Axios said, watching the two of them slowly approach each other. Neither had I, but even so, I found myself watching him instead. His hair had grown longer, touching the tops of his ears and falling a bit across his brow. No longer in the agauge, our hair could now be as long as we desired it. I had allowed mine to grow too, and it had a tendency to curl at the ends. When I had mentioned shaving it off, Axios had begged me not to. He liked twisting the golden locks around his fingers and admiring them. I glanced at Hayden and Lyanna, who stood several feet apart. The crowd that had gathered for the wedding shouted encouragement. Hayden lurched forward, intending to hit Lyanna down low, as we had learned in our training was a quick way to knock your opponent to the ground, but she jumped out of the way and twisted in the air, landing a kick on his back.
"Axios,"
Quill said,
"remind me never to anger your sister."
Axios chuckled and stepped closer to my side. The ritual didn't last long. Hayden finally managed to wrap his arms around Lyanna and lifted her up over his shoulder. The men from our position cheered as Lyanna growled and slapped his backside. Hayden swung her around a moment before setting her back down. Lyanna slapped his chest before gripping his biceps and tugging him in for a kiss. More cheers followed. When they pulled apart, Hayden brushed his knuckles along her cheek, gazing at her as if she was the sun and he was the earth needing her warmth. The women then rushed forward and grabbed Lyanna's hand, leading her off the field in a flurry of excitement. She would need to be prepared for the second part of the ceremony, the bedding. Hayden walked over to us, a shy smile on his lips.
"Stop this gawking, brothers. Let us have a drink."
He was clapped on the back and playfully shoved as we made our way to the dining hall. As was customary, our physician would drink in celebration of his union and dine with him before he was to journey to the chamber where Lyanna waited for him. We sat at the table as a helot poured us wine. The slave had a unique shade of hair, silver like the moon. He reminded me of the one I had killed all those years ago. I glanced at my hands, half expecting them to still be stained with red. "Are you nervous?" Theon asked Hayden as he chewed a cube of cheese. Hayden had only become more unfocused the longer we ate. His mind was elsewhere. Where he should have been the loudest man at the table, boasting of how he intended to bed his bride, he instead sat quietly and picked at his food.
"Swallow your food before you speak,"
Quill chided Theon, bumping his arm.
"Kiss my ass, you aren't my mother,"
Theon countered, shoving Quill in response. His dark eyes flickered to Hayden, and he repeated, "Are you nervous?"
"Nervous about what specifically?"
Hayden asked.
"About bedding her. At last you will know a woman's touch,"
Quill said, nodding.
I've heard other men speak of sex by saying women are very wet, down there between their legs, like oil.
Axios, who had been about to take a bite of bread and honey, set it back down and pushed the plate away from him. Liana wasn't my blood relation, yet it wasn't pleasant for me either to think about her partaking in sex. "Has anyone spoken to Nikias?" Melias asked, and Hayden nodded his thanks at the change of subject. An army had just returned to Sparta, following the end of the war. Nikias had been amongst them. "Aye," I answered. "He is alive, though he bears the mark of a hard battle. The injury he carries will prevent him from fighting alongside us as soldiers from this day forward." Unlike his previous return from war, Nikias didn't fare as well this time. More scars marked his face, and he had been wounded in his leg. He walked with a heavy limp, even after the injury had mostly healed. As a cripple, he would not be permitted a place in the army any longer. "Death will be more favorable," Hayden said with a sad shake of his head. "A Spartan's purpose is to fight for his home. Without it, he has nothing."
"There is to be a celebration in honor of their return," Theon said. "A night of dancing and festivity. We should attend." "Yes, Hayden need not be the only one getting his prick wet tonight," Quill added. The men grinned and some chuckled, probably thinking the same as him. The only one not smiling was Theon. "Perhaps I can discover how wet and soft a woman truly is." Theon scowled at his words and crushed the cheese in his hand before tossing it on the table and leaving the dining hall. The rest of us followed. "This is where I leave you," Hayden said once we were outside. His body shook a little. I empathized with him, as I had been the same way before taking Axios to the stables the first time we had lain together. Hayden turned and strode away from us. Noise from the celebration drifted over to us, the strumming of a lyre, someone softly singing, and men's voices rising in excitement. Women danced together in front of the fire, their gowns floating up with their graceful movements. Quill strolled over to one and rested his hands at the small of her back, leaning forward to whisper in her ear. She giggled and swatted at him before grabbing his hand and rushing over to the stable. Once there, Quill backed her up against the wall and kissed her. She ran her hands down his spine, submitting to his advances. Then they ran off together. Theon glared at their retreating forms before stomping over to Ian and Melias. His anger intrigued me, but I wasn't one for prying, so I put it out of my mind, for now. Nikias stood in a group of other men. Upon seeing us, he limped over. Axios smiled at his approach, but his eyes gleamed with sorrow. He had such a kind heart. "Axios! Eryx!" Nikias stopped in front of us, and when he smiled, the action stretched the multiple scars on his face. "Join us by the fire." "Of course," Axios said, and we followed Nikias over to the other men. We sat on logs around the fire and listened as the men recounted their stories from the war. All of them were scarred in some way, a gash across the eye, scars on their arms and chest, and one had his whole arm wrapped. It must have been broken. "I can still smell their bodies burning," one man said as he spoke of a raid in a village. "Women, children, all screaming as the flames scorched their flesh. Very little remained once the battle was over."
Axios grimaced and dropped his gaze to his hands.
"Here's to Idas, who took a blade to the gut to save my hide," another said, raising his goblet. "Our brother will not be forgotten." The men around us nodded and raised their glasses too, before taking a drink. The stories grew darker and gorier after that. I leaned forward and listened as one Spartan spoke of watching a man have a sword plunge through his neck. Another mentioned how he would never forget the screams of the dying men on the battlefield. Axios seemed stunned as I asked questions.
Where he was fazed by the horror of the fighting, I wished to know all I could about it. What techniques did the enemy use? How long did the fighting occur before one side claimed victory? And did they fight on difficult terrain? Our king fought bravely at our side, Nikias said. Many of us wouldn't be here now if not for him. The men nodded. You should have seen the king, another man said to us before taking a drink. Agacephalus might be quiet, but when he is on the battlefield, he is a man to be feared. He laid siege to Mantinea. The city's walls were high and the crops had just been gathered, so the people would have been able to hold off for a while. But no, the king had the idea to block off the main river near the city and caused it to flow right into their wall. After a while, the water weakened the wall and put the lower ground of the town under water, leaving them no choice but to surrender. Now Axios was the one who leaned forward and eagerly listened. There was a twinge in my chest as I watched his eyes widen at the story. Did he still think fondly of the king? Did he ever remember the king's lips and how they felt pressed to his? Another question entered my mind, and it felt like a dagger to the heart even considering it. Did he ever wish I was him? Axios reached over and grabbed my hand. I lifted my eyes to him and squeezed his hand as the irritation left me. His touch brought me back from that dark place in my mind. As I asked another question about the war, Axios lost interest and stared at the men who were cooking meat nearby. His thumb slowly moved against mine even when his mind was far away. I was foolish for humoring the idea that he wanted Agacephalus. Axios cherished me just as I cherished him. The king was part of his past, a mere fling because of our fight. The king meant nothing. So why did my heart still ache? That night, I dreamt again of the raven. As it soared above me, I chased it through the meadow, following the same path Axios and I always took. Just when I thought it had flown away from me, its wings flapped above my head as it floated down to rest on my outstretched arm. "You've returned to me," I whispered as I stroked its soft midnight feathers. "I never left," I heard it say, its voice caressing me like a gentle breeze. I opened my eyes to see Axios asleep in my arms. The dream felt like a sign from the gods. My raven might have strayed, but he had never left. He would always be by my side, and with the revelation, my mind was put at rest, and I drifted back to sleep. Hayden's muscled arms covered his face as he slept. He had still been gone when I woke in the middle of the night, so I knew not when he eventually made his way back. Intrigued, we had all woken and gathered around him. Quill kicked his legs, and Hayden jolted awake. His eyes were red and glassy from lack of sleep. "Why do you all stare?" Hayden groaned. "How was it?" Quill asked. "Do you feel different now you're married? Did they shave Liana's hair off? When did you return to the barracks?" I slapped the back of Quill's head, rolling my eyes. "Let the man answer one question before you ask another. Plus, if memory serves me right, you bedded a woman last night, so why you're so eager to hear tales of it astounds me." Quill scowled at me and rubbed his head where I'd hit him. "It was..." Hayden sat up and rubbed at his eyes. "I do not know how to describe it. And even if I did, I would not tell you fools about it. All you need to know is that it was the best night of my existence, and it nearly killed me to have to leave her there and come back to all your ugly faces." "But did they shave her head?" Quill asked impatiently. "I fancied her long dark hair, like a raven with its silky black wings." A raven? I smiled and looked at Axios, who had the same silky black hair. I yearned to touch the soft strands, but refrained from doing so. "No, they did not shave it off. I requested for them not to," Hayden answered, before yawning.
He then looked at Quill.
Wait, did Eryx say you bedded a woman? Is that true?
I understood his confusion. Quill had never had the best of luck with women, which was why we had teased him so much in the past. Girls usually slapped him or ignored him. Quill bit his bottom lip, his eyes shining with a smile.
Perhaps.
Theon scoffed and stormed away. After frowning at Theon, Quill turned back to us.
I've never felt anything like it. Right as I entered her, it seemed as if the whole world stopped. My cock ached and my body shook. The warmth of her and the wetness between her legs, it was paradise.
He grinned before adding,
And then I pounded her so hard into the hay that I feared the stables would come crashing down around us.
Axios laughed before glancing at me. I returned his smile, knowing where his thoughts took him. I had pounded him that way too, in the same stable, many times, yet what we shared was greater than physical pleasure. Once we dressed for the day and left the barracks, Axios stopped in the square and faced me. I may visit Lyanna and see how she's feeling.
And to see if she's happy? I asked.
He nodded and squeezed my hand. I will return shortly. No training occurred that day for the army or the youths, so I casually strolled toward the agora. I welcomed the spring day and breathed in the scent of flowers from the nearby meadow. As always, I thought of Axios. This was his favourite time of year, when the flowers bloomed and green grass danced in the field as a warm breeze swept through Sparta.
Eryx!
Galen waved as he jogged toward me. He had been among the men who'd returned from war, and I was pleased to see he was alive and well. His once wavy brown hair had been cut nearly to the scalp, which I suspected was due to battle. The enemy couldn't grab you by the hair if it was cut so short.
Galen, I greeted,
cupping his forearm before letting go.
Welcome home.
Gratitude, he said with a curt nod.
I was on my way home if you wish to join me. Paris grows anxious if I'm away from him for long.
Paris?
I asked, staring at him in shock.
Aye.
Galen smiled and scratched at the dusting of hair on his jaw.
I never asked for your forgiveness for how I behaved after the wedding. A broken heart and too much wine do not pair well.
You do not need to ask for forgiveness, I told him, still stunned. Had he forgiven Paris for marrying another? I failed to understand. Paris is married, is he not?
An arrangement was made,
Galen said, as we walked in the other direction toward a section of homes. What type of arrangement?
One I did not favour at the beginning, yet it was the only way to keep him, or at least a part of him.
He smiled before adding,
And now I want nothing more than what I have.
His cryptic words provided no answer, so I held my tongue and continued down the dirt path. Moments later, we entered a small courtyard where Paris stood holding a toddler. The home behind him was simple but pleasant, much like Lyanna's. A young woman stood in the doorway, smiling as we approached. Galen greeted the child, kissing her dark curls before lifting his head and kissing Paris lightly on the lips. My gaze flashed to the woman, and my confusion grew when she only smiled at them. Then Galen approached her and kissed her on the lips as well.
Eryx,
Paris said, walking toward me. The girl in his arms turned her head and grinned, causing her already chubby cheeks to become more apparent.
It's good to see you, old friend.
Friend. It was the first time he had ever referred to me as such. I clasped his forearm.
Same to you.
I had heard tales of some women in Sparta having multiple lovers.
A man had even been known to allow an unmarried man to bed his wife to produce an heir.
The relationship before me appeared different, however. They all seemed to be equals, no man above the other. The woman came toward me and bowed her head.
I am Rhea.
I introduced myself before she invited me inside for refreshments. The three of them were constantly touching or staring at each other. Not only Jaclyn and Paris, but Rhea too. They were happy. My visit with them opened my eyes, gave me hope. Two men could be happy in Sparta. Jaclyn and Paris were proof. I could never lay with a woman and refused to take a wife, but their non-traditional marriage made me believe that Axios and I could find our own form of happiness, somehow. Later in the afternoon, I was sitting in the courtyard outside the barracks when Axios returned. I stood and greeted him with a soft kiss to his temple before dropping to the grass, behind the shrub we had hidden behind so many times before. He smiled as I glided a hand up and down his back. I asked about his visit with Liana. "I have never seen her so happy," Axios answered, staring at a bird that had landed several feet in front of us. It pecked at the ground before flapping its wings and flying away. Yet my heart aches. I stilled my wandering hand and focused on his face. Had someone upset him? I would rip out their throats. "Do not be alarmed," he said, offering a reassuring smile. "I only meant that the idea of marriage leaves a small hole in my heart." The guilt I carried for even suggesting we marry women someday would never leave me. "If you worry about me marrying," Axios placed his fingers to my lips. "No, I know you are mine." When his hand fell away, I grabbed it and returned it to my face. His eyes softened as he traced my lips. "My heart aches because you and I will never experience marriage. I will never be able to call you my husband. Our union will never be recognized by the state. I do not need these things to know them in my heart, yet it still causes me grief." I observed his words as I stared at the setting sun. "You wish to be married?" I asked. "I know it can never be," Axios said, resting a hand on my thigh. "Spartans do not marry for love, only out of duty and for childbearing. A face as beautiful as his should never look the way it did in that moment, crumpled by a deep-rooted sorrow." I leaned over and rested my chin on his shoulder, looking up at him. He softly smiled as his eyes searched mine. "We could always have a wedding just between us," I suggested. "A ceremony by our stream, and maybe Theon could marry us." My attempt to make him laugh was a success. He snorted and playfully shoved me away. However, only the last part had been said in jest. "I love you, Ax," I said, feeling the words in my very core. "I know we may not ever have the life you wish to have, but I hope having my word is enough. My heart and my body are yours until the end of our days. I swear it to you, by the gods." Tears sprang in his eyes, and he went to wipe them. He hated crying because he said it made him weak. I didn't think him weak. I gently grabbed his wrists to still his hands. As his watery gaze met mine, I cupped his face and leaned forward to kiss a tear that had fallen from his eye. He was the most precious thing in my world, even if I had difficulty expressing it at times. But here, now, I vowed to always be his. "And I swear to forever be by your side," Axios said as I focused on him. "To love and defend you, and to spend the rest of my days pleasing you. This I swear, by the gods." We sealed the oath with a kiss. His tears tasted salty on my tongue, and more fell from his eyes as our mouths pressed together over and over. Axios deserved the moon and stars, yet all I could give him was my fidelity and love. I prayed it was enough. "Snuck away to snog again, eh?" Theon's voice sounded from behind us. Axios smiled against my lips before pulling away to look at our friend. "Interrupting again, eh?" Theon snickered before throwing a leather ball at us. Up, you lovebirds. We wish to play.
Play? I held the ball in my grip, turning it slowly in my hands. Perhaps when we were boys, but we are men now. Quill ran into the courtyard and called out,
Come on, Hayden and Malias are already on the field waiting for us. Eryx is too much of a man to play a game of ball with us, Theon said, upturning his nose. Is that so? Quill asked, narrowing his eyes at me. Very well. He can go and spend time with the older men and listen to more of their war stories while we play a game and actually enjoy ourselves.
I rose from the grass and approached the two of them, still turning the ball in my hands. I suppose I can play. Mischievous grins spread across their faces before Theon grabbed the ball from my hands and took off running with it. Quill jogged after him. Axios stepped up beside me, watching them flee the courtyard. It will be nice to play like we were boys again. I often feel like we were forced to become men much too fast. And so we chased after our companions and joined them in the game, temporarily forgetting about training and responsibilities, and instead laughed and thought of nothing but the moment we were in. Chapter 18. As the days passed, Axios and I settled into an easy life. Simple. For 2 years, we trained nearly every day with our youths before practicing drills with the army. With peace reigning among the Greek cities and the threat of war lifted, many of our days consisted of dance, song, visiting the marketplace, and training the horses. We were warriors, yet, with the time of peace, we were also able to experience a citizen lifestyle. The helots farmed the lands, and I sometimes oversaw their work when I wasn't training. I mostly enjoyed working with horses. Easy, girl, I said to the brown mare as I smoothed a hand along her dark mane. She had been startled by the men who were training nearby, and I worked on calming her. Eventually she nickered and pushed her head against my palm. Yes, I'm pleased to see you too. I led her around the field at a leisurely pace. For the longest time, she hadn't let me near her. It had taken patience and dedication to earn her trust, a feeling I knew well. I rarely trusted anyone either, with the exception of my physician. You are too good with her. I do believe she adores you. I turned to see Axios standing beside the fence. Jealous? I asked with a grin. He chuckled and shook his head. I can muster the strength to share you, I suppose, but only with her. I cannot believe you named her Xiphus. Why not? It is a strong name. You named your horse after a sword, Eryx. I smirked. She is not my horse, I said, somewhat saddened by the fact. Once I'd circled the field a few times, I released Xiphus to roam free and went over to Axios. Is Liana well? Liana had given birth only days ago and had fallen ill shortly after. Hayden had broken the rules and stayed the full night away from the barracks watching over her. Axios and I had also snuck over to see her. I had prayed to the goddess Leto to give Liana strength. My own mother had died bringing me into this world. I could not bear it if the same happened to Liana. It would destroy Hayden. Yes, relief sparked in his eyes. Both she and Leonidas are healthy and well. I exhaled and nodded, not realizing I had been holding my breath. Good. Hayden had named his son after Sparta's former king, hoping the name would provide his son with strength, intellect, and courage. Perhaps the name had given him good fortune after all. Take a walk with me, I said, touching his hand. We walked through the field, passing the men practicing hand-to-hand combat. They looked to be youths of 18, nearly adults, but not quite. The sun was still high in the sky, shining down on them in a relentless heat. Stop! Axios and I snapped our heads to the right, where a group of youths stood around a helot. And the person who yelled? Demetrius. He barged toward the group and shoved one of the boys out of the way. The helot covered his head with his arms as he huddled on the ground. Demetrius knelt beside him and placed a hand on his back. I glanced at Axios. Demetrius truly was just like him, of tender heart and sympathetic toward the slaves. Axios had changed as he'd grown older, though I knew he still carried that gentleness inside him. The slaves stood with Demetrius' help and ran into the field. He was only a boy, no older than the one I had slain at the dining mess.
"How dare you take the side of a slave?"
one of the youths shouted before rearing back his arm. Demetrius caught the boy's fist in his hand before it made contact and twisted it to the side, just like I had shown him in training. The boy cried out and dropped to his knees, but there were 4 other youths, and all of them glared at Demetrius. "Should we intervene?" Axios asked. I shook my head. Demetrius needs to learn. He will either win the fight, or he will be beaten down. Both are lessons in their own way. The boys attacked Demetrius at once, hitting him on all sides. It hurt to see him outnumbered and being beaten, yet I forced myself to stand in place. He defended himself well, and by the end of the fight, he wasn't the only one bloody and bruised. "I never thanked you that day," Axios said with a faraway look in his eyes. "So long ago, when I saw the helot being kicked and wished to help him. You held me back. I see what would have become of me if I'd tried to stop it." "You need not thank me, Ax. Besides, you would have never been beaten by those boys." Axios arched a brow. "No?" "No," I agreed, "because I would have stepped in and helped you." He gaped. "You would have fought against Spartan youths for a slave?" "Not for a slave." I stepped closer and touched his jaw. "For you. Any man who dares lay a hand on you will always answer to me." Warmth filled his eyes as he pressed his cheek to my palm. We then walked over to Demetrius to check his injuries. I had carefully watched the fight, making sure none of the blows had been fatal. My training sessions were much worse than the fight he'd just had, so I knew he was fine, but wished to see him anyway. "Eryx, Axios," Demetrius said, swiftly rising from the dirt to stand. Blood trickled from his nose and oozed from his cut lip, but he stood tall. "You fought well," I said, nodding. He looked at his feet. "Did you also see the reason for my fighting? The helot?" "As I told another boy who held your same beliefs, you must put aside your feelings toward the slaves," I said in a stern voice. "You do not have to approve of their treatment, but you must hold your tongue and never attack one of your brethren to help them. It is our way." "I do not see why they are different from us," he said, lifting his gaze to mine. "They did not choose to be born slaves, just as I did not choose to be born a Spartan." "You would do well to keep that thought to yourself," I spoke, and the harshness in my tone made him flinch. "Thank the gods for blessing you with Spartan blood. We do not choose our fates, but we must make the most of them." "Yes, sir." Cassius walked toward us, and when he saw Demetrius, he sprinted until he reached us. "What happened?" He cupped the other boy's face and wiped away the blood running down his chin. Fire burned in his blue eyes. "By the gods, I will kill the man who hurt you!" Axios softly smiled and rested his hand at my lower back before we said goodbye to them and walked away. It was remarkable how similar both boys were to us. I wondered if they, too, shared an unbreakable connection, if their souls calmed in each other's presence. "Have you spoken again to Jaclyn?" Axios asked, as we passed a house where a woman hung bedding outside to dry. "Does he enjoy being a father?" I had finally introduced Axios to Jaclyn earlier this year. He already knew Paris from the dining mess when we were boys, and it had taken Axios a while to warm up to him, He thought Paris to be cruel, and he wasn't wrong for believing so. Cruel to slaves, perhaps, but Paris was also loyal to those he considered friends. Galen and Rhea had had a son only days before Lyanna had Leonidas. He was in high spirits when I visited him days ago, I answered, nodding my head to a group of Spartiates that passed by on the dirt road. However, the worry over Lyanna's health has taken priority since then. Axios was silent for a while, then, I was worried, Eri. Loss has become part of our lives. Loss of innocence, loss of freedom, for we belong to the state. Loss of my mother, for she will no longer speak to me. I have survived these losses, yet the loss of my sister would have wounded me beyond repair. I know. I gripped his bicep and turned him to face me. Leto was with your sister and helped give her strength. This is also something I know. I do not believe in the gods. It matters not what you believe, I said, before continuing down the path. A man can say he does not believe in the sun when it's covered by clouds, yet the sun shines anyway. Same with the gods. They are there whether we see them or not. Perhaps. Answer me this, I said, as we reached the courtyard. Men stood near a column and nodded to us in greeting. If you do not believe in the gods, what do you believe in? Years together, and I was still learning about Axios. We had spoken of the gods many times in the past, and with each conversation more questions arose. I believe in... Axios leaned against the tree just outside the enclosure and scrunched his brow. The earth. I believe the ground will keep me from falling to the depths of the unknown. I believe the sun will rise each day and set each night. And I believe in you. Me? I rested my hand above his head and stared down at him. Yes. His gaze fell to my lips before lifting again. I believe that no matter where life takes us, you will be by my side, just as I will be at yours. And when we leave this world? I asked, pressing closer to him. His hand moved to my hip as I placed mine on his waist. If you believe not in the gods, you doubt the existence of Tartarus and Olympus. So where do our souls go when we die? The stars? Axios then angled his head to capture my lips, and as his lips moved on mine, I thought the stars seemed like a beautiful place to rest.